Test 1, 2, 3. Oh, and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition, something special, something different to ESL Open Cup Europe, number 213. I'm, of course, host VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat and by these amazing players. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, because we have quite a stacked bracket. It's massive, it's huge, it's big. It's amazing. It's amazing, Papi. And here we go. We have our first series. We have our first matchup. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Team 3D Clan. It is Blinchik. Here we go. I'm not too familiar with Blinchik, I'll be honest. Yet to have really bared witness to their play, to their style. I don't really know what kind of level he's at compared to Fiant, but I am ready to be introduced. I'm ready to bear witness here to what Blinchik has to offer and how he can compare to someone like Fiant. Again, Fiant, an up-and-comer, a rising star in the European region. We'll see how far he can go. We'll see if Blinchik can actually cause a bit of an upset. I do kind of favor Fiant, especially in the earlier rounds. We'll see if that is going to be the case. So for now, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener here out of Fiant. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild of the sort, not yet. Meanwhile, we do see Blinchik going for a gate expand, standard openers all around. We are loading into Alkyone. We are loading in a bit of a larger map, one of the larger maps in the map pool, more macro-oriented as well. We could be in for a bit of a longer one. We could. I say that. Again, I don't know how aggressive Fiant would want to be. You can actually be quite in your face of your opponent on a map like this, despite how large it is. It is risky to do so, though. Risky to go for a 3-base economy and then just send it across the map off of 66 workers. Not something we expect to see, but definitely possible, depending on the confidence of our Zerg player. Otherwise, again, one of the big features of this map is the fact that it is quite defendable in 4 bases. The triangular third here is quite fortified, especially with this ramp, especially with these choke points, and with the Zonaga leading into this location. You can also mine through the minerals and expand over on the right-hand side, take a 4th base there, take the gold base thereafter. As a result, because of how heavily fortified these bases are, it does lead to longer macro games. We've seen a lot of split map play on Alkyone before. We could see it again. We could see it again here, as we do see a bit of a pylon block at the 3rd base location. And Blinchik, being as annoying as possible, is going to force out the linear 3rd base instead. As a hatchery is on the way, not enough links to really deny that. We do have one link getting across the map to scout, but we are unable to see too much. We do see the positioning of the pylon, and we have our take of choice. That is not a Stargate, that is a Robo. Something very different here from our Protoss player. Again, the positioning of the pylon is a little bit suspect. We could assume there's going to be a Twilight Council or Robo, but we have no confirmation. Gateways are being thrown down. So typically with a Robo opener, I would assume this is going to be for Disruptor drops. I would assume Disruptor drops 100%. But as we are getting up to 4 gateways, this feels like something different. This feels like maybe a vanilla gateway Soul Train-esque all-in with sentries and vanilla gateway units. This feels a little bit off. We wouldn't have this many gateways if we did want to preserve our resources for something different. Meanwhile, the Lings, they do bypass the wall. The wall is not a wall, it's wide open, and we get a full scout of the main base. We get eyes on the gateways, on the Robo as well. Big scout here for Fiant. Immediately, Roach Warren is thrown down. He realizes how much danger he's in. At the 3-minute 45 mark, Roach Warren has been thrown down. Ling surviving a little bit longer here, confirming the lack of additional gases, but there we go. Gases are being taken. Gateways are getting up and running, and we do have the Prism on the way. And I imagine Stalkers and Sentries thereafter. Oh, there we go. Immortals on the way. So I imagine this is going to be, again, like a Soul Train-esque all-in, where you have Immortals, Sentries, you have the War Prism to, of course, juggle your units. I assumed we would be staying on 2 bases, but no, never mind. Blinchik planning to expand. For a moment there, he was thinking about it. Maybe a little bit of 2 minds, maybe a little bit of indecision out of our Protoss player. What exactly will we be going for? Shield battery is thrown down, and we are skipping warp ins. We have a lot of minerals in the bank. Blinchik, yeah, just slipping up his macro. He is going to be expanding. Oh, this is a rough expansion. A very late 3rd base. Overlord does confirm it. It looks like Blinchik, he's transitioning away from his otherwise would-be 2-base push. Oh, and this is unexpected. We are going for a Stargate. Stargate is on the way. Very hidden tech behind the natural base. Overlord is going to be dipping on in. And we're trying to get confirmation, and it looks like we do not get eyes on whether or not the River is building anything. We are in the dark. Third base has been spotted though. Fiant's easing his way into this. He's droning up a little bit. Doesn't want to over-drone. He's squeezing out a couple of workers here and there. Amassing a Roach army. Lair is done. Roach speed on the way. And Fiant has taken 3 gases here. Can facilitate 4 Roach production. Now the question becomes, what do we do with this Stargate? Do we throw down a Fleet Beacon? Do we rush into Sky Toss? And the answer is yes. Second Stargate has been thrown down, but never mind. We had a Void Ray on the way, and now we're pivoting away into Oracles. Again, it feels like a bit of indecision out of Blinchik. There it is. There is the Fleet Beacon. I don't really like the Oracle. The reason why I don't like it is because the Oracle is going to be zooming across the map, as we can see based on the rally. And that is going to be a massive tell. Basically, Blinchik is going to be screaming to Fiant, hey, I have a Stargate. Which is wild, right? For a robot opener to go into a Stargate is very peculiar, and it could have caught Fiant off guard, but now it won't. Now the Oracle reveals itself, and now Fiant has crucial information. The fact that there is indeed a Stargate. And again, that's already going to be ringing alarm bells here in the mind of Fiant. Like, hold up, wait, why is there a real Oracle here? Why is there a Stargate? This makes no sense. Skytoss is one of the only logical conclusions. There it is, Void Razor in production, the Fleet Beacon as well. I'm sure Fiant, yep, there we go, we have Overseers on the way, soon to scout. He's aware that something is wrong. He feels the urgency here to scout his opponent. Blinchik is going to be moving back. Lings, they do check the third base. Do check the third here as carriers are amassing back at home. Immortals are on the way as well for Blinchik. And Fiant, for the most part, has confirmation as the Overseer does get into the National. We get eyes on the Fleet Beacon, on the carrier production. Fiant is fully aware of what's going on. How does he respond? It looks like he's going for a kill move. He's moving out across the map, looking to break this third base location. Spire has been thrown down. And we don't really have much anti-air yet, but there honestly aren't that many carriers. There's one carrier for the time being. We dive on the arm. We get a surround here on the Immortals. The Vials! Oh, they connect. And we shut down one, not just one, but 2 Immortals as well. We barely do bring them down. Carriers that reveal themselves, but these are big pickoffs here from Fiant. Getting 2 of those Immortals. Will retreat, doesn't break the third, but does get some very high value targets. And as he kills the Immortals, he forces down, or he forces out more site defense, more cannons, shield batteries. The carrier count is amassing here back at home, and the Spire is well underway. It's well underway here for Fiant. Lings, they do catch some of the Adepts. Void Rays are amassing. I do appreciate the transition into Void Ray after the initial carriers. Void Rays, they do fare better against Corruptors, but I'm not too sure if we can make enough of them. +1 air attack, +1 shields. Blinchik just turtling up on 3 bases, while Fiant has the entire map, droning up to 83. We have a solid economy, 4 bases, soon to be 5. Creep is spreading. We take control of the entirety here of Alcyone. Checking for any kind of 4th base. The win condition for Fiant is going to be deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over again. Speaking of, it's about to be thrown down, and the Ravagers, they get here just in time. They do force a cancel. And there it is, 14 Corruptors on the way. That's a lot of Corruptors, Pappy. We got the Corruptors. Do we have an Infestation Pit? We do not. No Infestation Pit yet. Working on +1. Infestation Pit would be ideal here for Hive Tech for Vipers. Speaking of, there it is. Now it gets thrown down. Corruptors, they do amass. They do collapse on this army. And can we chase down the carriers? We can try. But they do manage to get away. They do barely make it back home. Across the map, the Oracle tried to get some damage done, but was denied. Corruptors are amassing. We have how many? 13 Corruptors in total. Not too many, to be honest, but it looks like Fiant does plan on breaking through that side defense, breaking through the defensive line. And does end up clashing here with those cannons. Biles, they connect! The Biles, they take down a carrier, they take down a Void Ray. Now the Corruptors, they can go to town on everything else. Bailings, they don't quite make it into the middle line, but GG gets called. Fianti has too much, and Fiant takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, a solid game there out of Fiant. More importantly, though, behind all of that, really good scouting. Very nice scouting out of Fiant overall, getting a read on what his opponent was up to and able to respond in kind. Was able to respond, was able to react, was able to keep up here with the tech choices of his opponent. Again, I do think that we saw quite a bit of indecision out of his opponent, out of Blinchik. We saw that initially we were going for Robo Production into a Prism, then we switched into Immortal. It looked like a 2-base all-in, but he got scouted, so he transitioned and expanded instead, went for his 3rd base. Initially was going Void Ray, then went into Oracles, revealed himself, like, it was a little bit messy there out of our Protoss player, but hopefully we can clean things up. We can tighten things up here as we get ready for game number 2. I hope so, at least. Meanwhile, see in the chats, does anyone know what Steadfast is? I'm not too sure how often Steadfast casts ESL Open Cup Europe. Not too sure. But as someone is saying, Steadfast is going to be a part of one of the official side streams for IEM Katowice. I think it's going to be the B or C stream. I think B stream, alongside Beowulf. So very possible he is preparing for that. Meanwhile, we of course don't miss a beat. We we could be casting IM, but we would still be going strong here at ESL Open Cup Asia and Europe and Americas. We try to cast everything, Papi, everything. Let's go. On top of that, some of the other casters may be traveling. I know Wardy was casting earlier. He was casting the OSC championships, but he may also be in the midst of traveling as well, as Wardy is going to be live at the event. He's going to be live casting the main event, so I do believe that's why some of the other English casters are not here and won't be here this week, unfortunately. But regardless, hopefully someone is able to cover ESL Open Cup Americas, fingers crossed. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Swedish Zerg player leading the series 1-0, the yellow Zerg, representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team 3D Clan. It is Blinchik. ZVP does continue again. Fiant taking a lead in this series. Unfortunately, again, Blinchik, he did have to deviate quite a bit from his initial build. Remember, went for a Robo Opener, got scouted into a 3rd base, into Stargate play, which also got scouted into Sky Toss, into Carrier, and he was trying to take different twists and turns, but unfortunately, because of so many turns that he was taking, he did slow himself down, and in the end, was scouted by the Zerg player, by Fiant. So again, I'm hoping for a bit of a cleaner execution here by our Protoss player. Pylon has been thrown down. Interesting location. Not as far out as we would expect for a Stargate opener. So we'll keep an eye on how Blinchik wants to open. It's very possible that this time he may commit to Roboplay. He may decide to commit. We'll see. We shall see. Can we see some Hearthstone later if possible? Possibly, yeah. I mean, depending on how things line up. There's also a second English caster. It's ourselves and Rotterdam. Oh, as we are rushing into plus... Wait, what? We're rushing into +1 air attack. Bold move. Something that I was not expecting, which means we're going to be committing to Sky Toss, I imagine. But just really early +1 air. This actually, fun fact, this delays the Stargate. I don't think this is the best build order by Blinchik, but we'll let him cook, Papi. We'll let him cook. We'll see what he does whip out here. Adept getting across the map. Second gateway has been thrown down. We do get a full wall up here at the natural. Let us go. But again, it's going to be ourselves and Rotterdam, if I'm not mistaken. I believe there's other language casters as well. I believe there's Bel Air casting in German, as well as some other language casters going to be covering this event. As there it is, there's a Stargate. Very late Stargate here by Blinchik. I'm not really too fond of it. Again, he delayed Stargate in favor of +1. Not too sure if that's the wisest of choices here, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Fiance is going to be setting up here on 2 bases, getting his third, droning, focusing on his queen production. When the Link slips in, no, how? The Link somehow slips in. We get a full scout. We get eyes on the Stargate. We see all. We know all. Fiance is fully aware of what's going on. And momentarily, we'll also realize that there is no warp gate. That it is +1 air. Ooh. Gets a kill on a probe. Just the cherry on top. At the same time, Adepts get across the map, but there's nothing to kill. The third base was barren. Lings, they collapse here on the Adepts. They get us around on at least one. They shut down one. They shut down the second as well. Fiant in control of this game so far. He is continuing queen production. Roach 1 has been thrown down just so we can have a supportive ground army. Just so we can have some Ravagers. Lings, they get across the map. Boys are being pulled. We find another way in. Once again, no hold position. Once again, no wall at the natural. We do just shot the mining. We pick off 1 probe. And we are going for the second. 2 probes go down. Void Ray has been confirmed. A bit of a missed rally. A rough rally there for the workers of Blinchik. And again, Fiante's fully aware of what's happening. Behind this, we can head towards a lair. We can build up queens, throw down spores. Fiante's got a lot of breathing room, I should say. A lot of room to grow. As we are heading towards the Fleet Beacon, 2nd Stargate, let's go. 3rd Stargate even. Like, this is scary, this is formidable. The problem is it takes a while to really get this going. And sure, +1 air attack is done, but it's not really adding too much here. It doesn't really help this Void Ray. There's no +2, for example. There's nothing else behind this. Blinchik is going to be stuck at home. And by the time Blinchik can move out, by the time he has a formidable air force, Fiant should have lair and should have either Hydras or Corruptors. He can go either or. He can either go mass Queen Corruptor and slowly push across the map and have Queens to support and transfuse Corruptors, or we can go into Hydras, which is a little bit more mobile, more active. It is going to hit faster as the Hydrogen finishes faster and the Hydras are produced faster as well. And we could try to go for a big all-in and break the 3rd base. Say big all-in, like a big timing attack. We'll see what Fiant decides to go for. Does he go for the Hydras or does he go for the Corruptors? Lings, they dip in, they confirm the 3rd base. They do get eyes on that 1 Void Ray as we are just amassing 3 carriers at a time. That's a lot of carriers, is what I will say. Back at home, we're still just droning, taking more gases. That's going to be 8 gases in total. That's a lot of gas. And we have our answer. It is the Spire. It is a very mature decision, is what I will say. Again, Hydras can do they can finish the job. They can actually get to work and get across the map. But it's risky because Hydras don't scale amazingly into the late game. So if you aren't playing it safe, this means that Blinchik will get his 3rd. He will get his 3rd up and running. Fiant is going to back off, joining up to 84, and he will be maxing out on Queens and on Corruptors. He will also have some Ravagers to help support. Could even work up to Skytos. Could even work up towards an Infestation Bit and Hive. Could work towards Hive Tech. We'll see if that's what Fiant does go for. So we are still amassing an army, still building up towards the 3rd base. Blinchik, of course, still saturating. Lings, they have arrived. They don't quite focus on the cannon, but they do confirm the carriers. So now, Fiant knows for certain it isn't Mass Void Ray. It could have been Mass Void Ray, but instead it's going to be Void Ray into carrier. Void Rays are moving out. I believe Flux Veins has not been researched. Nope. So it's just vanilla Void Rays with +1. 17 corrupt. Oh my, that's a lot of Corruptors. 17 Corruptors on the way. Void Rays do arrive. Queens are in position. We do force this back. Good target firing out of Fiant. Oh, what's the transfuse? Ooh, just barely in time. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 transfuses to go off. We do hold the line. Void Rays are forced back. 19 Corruptors on the way. We're not investing into any upgrades. No Infestation Pits. Lings are amassing. Ooh, and Blinchik is attempting to take a 4th base. I don't know if he can. I don't know if we can get away with this. As we are breaking out. Baneliness on the way to help support. Still no Infestation Pit, so we're sticking with Lair Tech, but +1 air attack is on the way. Void Rays are going to be shut down. How many Corruptors? 19 Corruptors in total. Another 5 on the way, 24 in total. And we shut down all 3 Void Rays. Oh, they do fall. And with the death of those Void Rays, that means there is that much less to protect these carriers. We can dive on top of this, 100%. Cannons and shield batteries are on the way, but there's only 2. There's only 2 cannons and 1 shield battery active. You can see that Fiant, he's preparing his army. And he's getting here in time. Yeah, it does target down as many of those cannons as he can. The Corruptors are on the way. They're on the way, Bobby. They can focus now. They can one-shot 1, 2, 3 Void Rays go down. Every single Void Ray does fall, and now we can focus on the carriers, and there is nothing left here for the Protoss. A pure Skytoss army is being focused down. Again, unfortunately, his build just wasn't the most efficient, and GG gets called. Fiant will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I'm not opposed to the playstyle of Blinchik. We have seen things like this work, but the overall build order by Blinchik was leaving much to be desired there. Again, the fast +1 air attack was creative, I will say that, but did hurt him more than anything. It did hurt Blinchik, it slowed him down. Unfortunately, 2 games in a row, we were lacking a wall-off at the Naturals, so Fiant got a free scout of the main base both games and was able to get a free scout of what was happening, of the Stargate play, of the eventual Skytoss. Fiant saw everything he needed to against StarCraft, especially ZVP is a game of incomplete information. It is a game of incomplete information, and typically the Protoss player is doing the best they can to delay scouts, to deny scouts, to keep the Zerg player in the dark, and to keep them guessing. That's what's terrifying, right? Especially with a Void Ray opener. If we open up Void Ray, we shut down the Overlords, we deny a Ling Scout, and Fiant wouldn't know if there was Skytoss or Glaive Adepts or a Robo-based all-in. We've seen Void Ray openers time and time again catch Zerg players off guard, even at the highest level of play, but not quite here, as we are able to shut down our Protoss, and Fiant advances on into the next round, where he already has his opponent ready and waiting. As it looks like, we have our next series, we have our next player, !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let me just quickly fix up the out of game UI. There we go, setting up the correct logo. And let's catch up together. Let us catch up as I sort out our players. Beautiful. Bam. There we go. Okay, from the very top here, we have Max. Max, of course, will not be traveling for IEM Katowice, so it makes plenty of sense for Max to be here. He's going to be here in the upper half of the bracket, and we'll see if anyone can slow him down. Max is going to be one of the favorite players to win the entire event. We'll see if he can be stopped. As I scroll down a little bit further, we have our next series already here. We have Imius versus PSZ, or I don't know how to say that, but PSZ or PSZ. They are facing off to face off against eventually Max. And in the round of 16, we will either have Mindle VK or Fiant face off against Max as well. That is where we are focusing our attention. Fiant advancing on to face off against Mindle VK in another ZVP. So we will cover this series leading into, I imagine, Max in the round of 16. So that is where our attention lies. That is going to be our future series here on the CranKy Ducklings. So if you're curious what series we're going to be heading into, it's going to be Mindle versus Fiant into Max. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Night Phoenix. He just 2-0'd Matthew. We have confirmation. So Night Phoenix, he's waiting for the winner of Gypsy versus Defi. I imagine Defi, the Lithuanian player, will be facing off against Night Phoenix. Again, Defi, a pretty strong player in his own right. Hold on as I zoom in so you guys can get a better read on what's happening. You can see what's going on. As we do scroll down, we do have Disc. We do have Rare versus Sidious. To have them facing off. Winner goes up against Disc. Disc should be the favorite player going for a deep run. Meanwhile, we have just underneath them Cristiano versus Ibra. into Hatsu or Naji. Cristiano is going to be the favorite player there for quite some time. Disc should also be advancing on to face off against either Night Phoenix or Defi in the round of 32 or in the round of 16. We have Snogstar, a walkover. Oh my, I was not expecting this. But Flexi gets the walkover over Snogstar. Flexi waiting for either Orono or Dolan. The Danger Dolan, of course. The CranKy Duckling himself has a pretty easy road ahead of him. I mean, I don't know many of these players. I would have loved to have seen Snogstar versus Dolan, but Snogstar wasn't here. He didn't compete, so Dolan up against more amateur players. We'll see how far he can go, potentially up against Cristiano in the round of 16. And Dolan, he thrives in TVP. I look forward to it. I look forward to seeing how far Dolan can go. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have, Arrowfire gets walkovered. Unfortunately, Arrowfire is not here. He's not here, and Matrix gets the walkover over Arrowfire. Matrix, he advances on into the round of 32 to face off against Deka, the French Protoss player, in the round of 32. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have GG Machine looking to go up against The World or Hearthstone. Hearthstone, okay. I really look forward to Hearthstone versus GG Machine. That's going to be a PvZ. GG Machine, he's a young up-and-coming Zerg player, and he is quite a lot of fun to watch, so do look forward to his series against Hearthstone, leading into, I imagine, Deka, leading into, I imagine, either Cristiano or Dolan. So Hearthstone has a bracket in front of him. We have a Hero Marine, another big name in this tournament. Max Pax is the favorite player from the upper half. I would say Hero Marine is one of the favorite players here in the bottom half. Hero Marine into Shore F, into Boanen, into either Ashbringer or Foxer. Okay. So Ashbringer versus Foxer is going to be a pretty high-profile PvT. I'm unfamiliar with Dacula, unfamiliar with him, so not too sure how that series will turn out. But regardless, Foxer versus Ashbringer into Hero Marine is kind of where this area is headed. And at the very bottom of the bracket, we have Battle B into Hacker is Top. We just toured Gref into either Wayne. Oh my god, the bracket is huge. We have Geralt down here, Spazzy Mazzy. Milky Cow is down here as well. Nicaract, Baby Marine, Eba, and Lambo. And Shark Ripper. Big fan. Big fan of Shark Ripper. Do love it. So we got a lot going on. A lot of matches to be had. But we are focusing, of course, on our portion of the bracket. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Red Protoss player. We have our Red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. Has been patiently waiting for the winner for his next opponent. Is ready to roll. It is Mindle VK. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Zerg player representing Team Roddy, the Swedish Zerg. It is Fiat. Here we go. That's good. We're catching up with the chat. Paquito. Shout out to Paco Mike in the chat. Much love, much love. But yes, we are getting into here our second series of the night. We just casted Fiat up against his Protoss opponent, up against Blinchik earlier. Now he's up against Middle VK. Things don't get easier. Middle VK, he's a much more notable player, and I would say he's pretty comparable in skill. I would say Mindle and Fiat are pretty comparable overall. Who do I favor? It's hard to say. I would imagine this will go to the ace match. I imagine I can see this going all the way to game 3. I imagine a more back and forth, but we'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this. So far, Gain Expand into Cybercore, Economic Opener out of Mindle VK. Meanwhile, Fiat back at home going for a Hatch Gas Pool. Going for a Hatch Gas Pool opener. Let's go. Good. Also, share my back. Let's go. Dzień dobry. Welcome everyone. Hope everyone has been having a great day. Hope everyone has been doing well. And I look forward to the massive bracket that is to come. Again, like it's a little bit daunting, but there are so many matches, so many good players in today's tournament. We are missing a couple, and if you don't see your favorite regular player in this event, then it's very possible that they're traveling for IEM Katowice. Maybe they're traveling, or maybe they want to keep their builds hidden. Clem, for example, is a big name that's missing, and it's very possible that Clem is either traveling or wants to rest. Maybe he wants to rest as we are days away from IEM Katowice. Merely days away. Meanwhile, Fiant getting across the map with a couple of lings is slipping in towards the natural, trying to get a free scout off, maybe getting even a couple of workers. Does thread the mineral line, gets into the pylon. Pylon under threat here. Meanwhile, the Adept gets across the map, goes for a drone kill. Doesn't quite get the worker. Clutch sport trick there out of Fiant, and he gets a kill on the pylon. The pylon goes down. A massive pickoff, and does it all end here and now? We deny the pylons over and over again. That's a second kill as well. There is nothing here. Middle VK being punished for sending out his Adept and for not pulling the boys earlier. He is punished for it, and this is just a massive delay here on production. Massive delay on everything that Mindle has to offer. We get on top of the pylon. The boys have to be pulled for a third time. Link speed does kick in. Adept makes it back home. We will finally clean this up, but this did so much more damage. We get a surround. We're going for the Adept, and we do get it. Adept falls. Second Adept does pop, but behind this was a Stargate opener into a Void Ray. But Mindle VK, he has been slowed down. He has been disrupted. Had to waste so much mining time. His opener was delayed. Now, what I will say is that Fiant didn't get into the main. I spoke too soon. Didn't get in, but now will. As the Overlord does float in. Gets eyes on the tech. Gets eyes on the Void Ray. Now, we spoke about this. This is a much more standard Void Ray opener out of Mindle VK. The way this works is that we open up Void Ray, we go for a third base, and then we hide the tech thereafter. This could be Skytoss, this could be Glaive Adepts, this could be anything, and Fiant would have no idea, because we do have a full wall. We have a shield battery, we have an Adept, we have the Void Ray to shut down Overlords, and it is going to be a second Stargate. Now, this could be double Stargate Mass Phoenix, or it could be double Stargate into a Fleet Beacon into Carriers. We have options. We could even go Mass Void Ray, which is a little bit less popular. Carrier rushes are a little bit more trendy, a little bit more viable. Likewise, so are Tempest rushes. For now, we have our initial Oracle. I do like this. Going Oracle first throws the scent off your opponent, or throws the scent off yourself, as things look a little bit more standard. We send out the Oracle. We have a second Oracle behind this to harass, to of course gain map control, to go for scouting information. Little does Fiant know that there's a second Stargate. So we're trying to feed Fiant false information here, trying to make things look as normal as possible. Third base is getting up and running. Going for a safety Roach Warren, plus on melee, Lair is on the way, and we are amassing Void Rays. Okay, it's going to be double Stargate, massive Void Ray. As I mentioned before, this is a little bit less popular, is what I will say. But still does pack a punch. As the second Oracle has arrived. Again, with two Oracles, you can one-shot drones. We do dive into the natural. Queen is in the vicinity. We do pull away in time. Oh, we get two worker kills. Oh, we get two workers, but we lose an Oracle. Not worth it for Mindle VK. A rough loss for him. He commits. Gets 3 extra drones in the main base. Not too bad. Keeps the Oracle alive. As we are amassing Void Rays, we have a Fleet Beam behind this. The first Void Ray does... Oh, I mean, it has already been scouted. So far, no major scouts. Nothing major has been seen yet. We start up +1 air attack. This could either be for Mass Void Ray with Flux Veins, or we can transition into Carrier. We have options with that Fleet Beacon. And Fiant still has not pieced it together. If he does head towards the natural, then he will see the researching Cybercore, which will tell him, of course, of the Skytoss. It will confirm. Ooh, the Oracle does get taken out. Lings, they do check the wall, and they do confirm. The Cybercore is researching. Fiant sees immediately, bam, Spire. Spire gets thrown down. Spire is on the way. The rest of the Void Rays, they do move forward. Mindle VK, he knows the jig is up. He knows that he has been scouted, and now it's time to push. Carrier production has commenced. Void Rays have revealed themselves, but Fiant already knew that. He already did see +1 air. That's why he's getting ready for Corruptor. And the Void Rays, they do head towards that 5th, or the would-be 5th. And it will be denied. It will be cancelled. Nice pick up here from Middle VK. Queens, they're coming into support. And Middle cannot fight this head on. He does have to respect it. Does pull back. Fiant at the same time going for a Bane Bust. Bold move, but I do approve. Bold move there by Fiant. Gas Geyser gets taken out. Pretty crucial, actually. Gas is so important here for the Zerg. The Banelings, as the Banelings, they do roll in. There's no way out. There's no way to escape here. Banelings, they roll into the mineral line. The probes are trapped. There's no way out of here. And we do connect. Massive connections here at the third base. And every single worker goes down. The SimCity working against Middle VK as there was no escape. A handful of probes left, but we just go to town here on the mineral line. 27, 28 probes full. Across the map, the Void Rays are doing what they can, but last they did run into the Queens. Yeah, the Void Rays, they just moved into the Queens. 3 of them already fell. We can't deny the 5th, but we're double expanding. We have a 5th and a 6th base on the way. Looks like we should just barely force a cancel. But again, Fiant doesn't care. He has another backup base. And the economy has been crippled. And 12 Corruptors are on the way. Now, Void Rays, they can fare well against Corruptors. They can support carriers, but we already lost 3 of them. It happened off screen as we were focusing on the run-by. But 3 Void Rays fell. They ran into the Queens, they ran into the Spores, and they did end up getting shut down. Fiant, he's in control of this game. Very much so. Mindle was doing well for himself until the water buy. Until the water buy, Papi. The Void Rays, they were called out. They denied a base, but there was nothing at home to defend. There was not enough at home to defend, I should say. Corruptors, they do confirm the army. Void Rays, they have returned. They have returned back home. Fiant is looking for another way in. No cannons. We have 1 shield battery, 1 overcharge, 1 hope, 1 dream. But how many Corruptors? 19! 19 Corruptors. My god. Second Spire for upgrades, +1 air attack, Infestation Whip for Hive Tech. And Fiant, he's looking for any kind of stray units here. Cannons are done! Cloak is popped. We do shut down 2 Corruptors. Pretty good trade here for Mindle. Gets 2 Corruptors for energy. Did have to use the slow zone. He is amassing Void Rays. So, Mindle VK, he is recovering on 3 bases. He's building up his worker count. Unfortunately, Fiant has full map control. And he's droned up to 83. He has a full saturation here. Everything you would ever dream of. Taking up beautifully. Does dive on the army. Kills a carrier. A carrier for 3 for 4 Corruptors. We get a Void Ray as well. Good pickups here by Fiant. Lings, they collapse here on the would-be 4th base. And all he has to do is deny the 4th over and over again. Mothership does fall as well. And there just isn't enough support. The Corruptors, they commit. A bold move here. A lot of Corruptors are going to fall. But we do reset the Void Rays. Oh, not quite worth it. That was a brutal trade. That was 16 Corruptors going down. But Fiant did kill the 4th. And maybe that makes it worth it. We deny the 4th. We contain the Protoss player to 3 base economy. And even though Fiant did lose 16 Corruptors, which is a lot, don't get me wrong. That's a heavy loss for Fiant. He can remax. He has the economy to rebuild. And the Zerg player, they're more than happy to do so. To trade with their army. Massive Caustic Spray here on the Natural Waste. He's going to get a kill! A kill here on the Nexus. We focus down the Void Ray. We get the hell out of there. And again, Fiant is under no threat of a counterattack. There just isn't enough here. There is not enough here to counterattack. We can't go all in. At the same time, we catch Middle VK out of position. That's a kill! That's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain, and Middle VK is being pulled apart. Again, all this because he lost his Void Rays earlier. After losing the Void Rays, he became so vulnerable to a counterattack. He was just stuck at home, didn't have any kind of presence whatsoever. And of course, lost his mineral line, right? He lost his 3rd base because of that as well. And now we can come in. We take down another carrier. And Fiant is maxed out. Fiant, he has maxed. Mothership has arrived. And again, even though that was like 1 carrier for 5 Corruptors, or 3 Corruptors even, like again, well worth the trade. We do have to respect these Archons. These Archons, they do pose a threat. But the Lings, they get in once again. They surround that fourth base. Oh, and that's another kill. No shot. That's another kill, not cancel. 3 next high have fallen. It was this fourth base twice, as well as the natural. 3 dead bases. Expensive losses here for MindoVK. Urchins are coming back in. We yoink a carrier. We get 1, we get 2. Ooh, and we get 3. 3 carriers go down. We have, oh my god, we get a 4th. We get the mothership. GG gets called, and Fiance will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Fiance able to take advantage of MindoVK so well, taking advantage of the positioning of Mindle, aware of where the Void Rays were, of course, and abusing that. Abusing that fact, pulling MindoVK apart, and just not allowing him to get comfortable. Overall, this was a much stronger start for Mindle compared to the previous Protoss opponent. That is true. But alas, he just wasn't able to get away with it. The downside when you're rushing into Skytoss like this is you are very limited in how many units you have available. In army units, are very limited. Every army unit is valuable to you. And for Mindle to lose 3 Void Rays, to be caught out of position, that was the game-winning move. The game-winning move from Fiance, because that was the moment where he got ahead, he got map control, and he maintained that lead, he maintained that map control, and he used it to such great effect. Just, again, mass harass and just pulling Mindle left and right, pulling him apart. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Can we tie this up? Can we force an ace match? I know we can, but the pressure is on our Protoss player. In the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now. It is MindoVK. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the yellow Zerg player representing Team Roddy, leading the series 1-0. One más, one more is all he needs to advance on into the next round. It is Fiant. Here we go, going for a 14 hatch. Oh my, Dark, is that you? These 14 hatch openers were a little bit more common by... Oh, wait, what? 14-13? What is... I'm a little bit more unfamiliar with this. So 14 hatch timings here from the side of Zerg is something that was popularized by the Korean Zerg players, by players like Dark and Shin. Solar dabbled in it as well. It's an alternate way to go for a hatchery on location without being disrupted by the probe. It's an alternate variation of the 15 hatch, for example. The downside here is that Fiant has a very delayed gas here from our Zerg player. The upside is that we do get our base on location. It is a little bit less economic for our Zerg player, but it is safer overall. But we did actually get a really fast spawning pool with this, and as a result, there it is. 6 Lings are on the way. Very fast Ling production here from Fiant, and we'll see if he can get across the map. We'll see if he can punish his opponent like he did in the previous game. That is going to be, oh my, that's 8 Lings. My god, 10 Lings here across the map. Jesus. The 14-15, again, I'm not too familiar with this opener or this variation with such a fast spawning pool, but I'm getting introduced, and we can see the advantage of it, and that is just a mass Ling flood behind this. Now, drones are coming out behind this as well, but these Lings, they have to pay for themselves. They do need to gain some value here. Oh, we were supply blocked! We were supply blocked for a little bit too long there. Adept is on the way. Lings, they do get across the map. The Adept is halfway done. And we can get a surround. Good surface area on the gateway. The gateway is under threat. It's under fire. And the gateway will fall. Now, the Adept will come out just in time, but it won't be out in time to save the building. Okay, the gateway does crumble. Secondary wall behind this. Containing MindoVK to 2 bases. Forcing him to pull the wall off as well. And again, behind this, we're just droning. We're just saturating our bases. Ooh, Fiant supply block. This Overlord is late. Oh, everyone's getting supply blocked. But a very late Overlord here. Fiant, he's banking up so many minerals. 500 minerals in the bank. Not like this. Fiant, a little bit too excited. Did mess up his opener a little bit. And that means that MindoVK is in a decent position here. He's fully walled off, that's true, but he's working towards the Twilight Council, working towards, I imagine, Glaive Adepts. And Fiant is going to be in some trouble here. Remember, no gas. He's gasless right now. Gases are so late here for Fiant. Means late link speed, late roach production, and Glaives has begun. Oh boy. Okay, so we have Glaive Adepts on the horizon. Overlord does confirm. Now, with confirmation of this tech, do we skip link speed? Against Glaive Adepts, I don't think we can. I was gonna say, do we skip link speed? Do we go into faster roach production? That's possible, but Lings are still crucial in the defense, and we do need to keep up with the Adepts. We do need to keep up with the Shades. We'll see how Mindle can respond here. Proxy gateway across the map. Ooh, this is brutal. Okay, so it's going to be 4-gate. It's going to be 4-gate Glaive Adepts. But with a bit of a twist. No Robo. No Robo here from Mindle VK. That means we're going to be warping in across the map very quickly. This is going to hit faster than normal. And we'll see if Fiant can keep up. Lings are fanning out. Fiant, he does smell that something is wrong. Something is amiss. And oh, he barely misses. Barely doesn't scout that gateway, but it looks like he will eventually come across this. He does come across the gateway in the end. Gets on top of the pylon and will shut this down. Whew. Does force a cancel. And Mindle VK takes the third. Takes the third base instead. No Robo, which means he cannot reinforce. He is still moving out with Glaive Adepts, that is true. Glaives is done, but he has to warp in defensively back at home. He has to warp in back at home. It takes a long time to get across the map. Meanwhile, I assume that we'd be skipping link speed, and we do. Link speed has been skipped. We're going straight into roach production and lair. No time for link speed. We do have a full wall off here at the natural. Lings, they're going to be testing the waters. They do check that natural. They come across the third. They do come across the third base. Adepts, they deny mining here at the third base location of Fiant as well, but we have plenty of roaches to defend. Fiant is safe and sound. Shuts down the Adepts, and it can freely go back to mining. I love the little door that we've made with the spore. Asviano! Okay, there we go. The door does close. Now we can go back to mining. We can reposition our army. Behind this, we're working towards Blink, and the game is going to be stabilizing from here. It's been a very shaky game. It's been very back and forth. Again, I'm loving the ingenuity here behind this wall. Burrowing whenever we do see the Adept shade in. Speaking of Adepts, they do shade in once again, but we do wall up. Very similar, actually, to in PvP when you throw down a pylon or a shield battery, sorry, to wall off the main base from Adepts. Very similar. As behind this, we're working towards a second Robo and a Robotics Bay. We are taking up into double Colossus production. Very tech-heavy style here out of Mindle VK. Very tech-heavy. This will give the opportunity, if Fiant realizes what's going on, he can take up into Lurkers, can take up into Hive. Ooh, what's the Adepts say? Do get a couple of drone kills. 3 workers do go down. Not bad. Not bad at all. As the Adepts do not come into the shade. And the Roaches will force them back. This is a risky move. We are not going double Colossus production. We're headed into Disruptors. Double Disruptor production instead. As you can imagine, high risk, high reward. Disruptors, they can either make or break a fight for you, for the Protoss player. Oh, as that's a bit of wasted energy. We do pick off 2 roaches, but that was a lot of force fields. Nevers go up. Oh, they don't quite connect to the roaches. They collapse here on the army. They're going for the sentries. Sentries and disruptors. Never goes off, gets 1. Gets 1 roach. We collapse on the army. Overcharge, putting in a lot of work, but we do focus down one of those disruptors. And every single sentry. Yeah, every sentry goes down. The army is being forced back. This is a bit of an overextension from Fiant. Bit of an overextension. But the roaches, they do keep on pushing. Again, I don't think we can break through. We're getting some Stalkers, but we're running out of steam. We're running out of roaches. We do get another Disruptor. But this was a pretty efficient fight from Mindle. But the wave, the Swarm doesn't end. The Swarm does not stop. As we just rally everything across the map, we're just brute forcing our way through. Disruptor has arrived. Show us the splits. Oh, we don't need to. Disruptor goes down. We have one more Nova left. Gets a Zealot, gets one of those roaches. It's not going to be enough, and it looks like Fiant, he overwhelms his opponent. This has been a long attack, a long push, but he has pulled it off. He has broken the back of Mindle. Cybercore goes down. Only Zealots can be warped in. Charge is not done. They are slow. Slow lots to defend. Link Stalkers, they're doing what they can. Oh, as we do depower the gateways, the Artosis Pylon was real. The Artosis Pylon goes down. A second overcharge. That's how long this fight has been going. That's the second overcharge of this fight. But it doesn't matter. We can just focus through all these Stalkers. GG gets called, and Fiant overwhelms Mindle VK. Does take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Oh, GG there, as that was a bit of a messier game. It was a little bit more chaotic there, but Fiant, he was able to cook, Papi. He was able to cook, able to make some magic happen. Did end up getting eyes on the Glaive Adepts. As a result, he skipped Link Speed. He skipped Link Speed, went straight into, of course, Roach production, fully walled off. He found the proxy gateway, so he denied the 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Glaive Adept, did force a third out of his opponent, and Fiant was able to recover. He was able to recover and able to shut down the initial build of Mindle VK. And with that, GG, well played. Fiant does advance on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. With that, I believe he has an opponent. I believe that he has an opponent ready and waiting. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over here. And from the top, do we have any updates? We soon will. As we scroll in, we zoom in a little bit. There it is. We have Max Packs versus PSZ. Currently mid-series. Oh. We have Max Packs versus PSZ. They're currently mid-series. The winner will face off against Fiant in the round of 16. Fiant is already ready and waiting. Sorry, just messaging some of the players. But Fiant is ready and waiting for the winner of this series. Most likely going to be Max Packs. That is where we will focus our attention. That is where our attention does lie. That's where our attention does lie. Scrolling down a little bit further, do we have any other updates? We have Night Phoenix versus, Gypsy Danger. That's a bit of an upset in my eyes. I expected Defi to make it through, but no, Gypsy Danger does come out on top. Night Phoenix versus Gypsy Danger. I would still favor Night Phoenix in that series. Winner goes up against either, God, I was struggling with his name. Saysidis, that's it. Saysidis, or CranKy or Disc. Again, Disc is going to be favored to go up against Night Phoenix in the PvP in the round 16. We'll see if any upsets do occur. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Christiana versus Naji. Christiana going to be favored here to face off against Dolan in the round 16. That is going to be a spicy one. That's going to be a spicy series. I do look forward to the potential of Christiana and Dolan, but we'll see if they do face off against each other, if they do actually meet. Deca did take down Matrix. Again, Deca was favored there, waiting for either GG Machine, Hearthstone, or The World, as they are all mid-series. Meanwhile, Hero Marine up against Bowman. They're currently in a best-of-3. Hero Marine going to be favored, and Ashbringer versus Foxer has begun. Let's go. That looks like a spicy PvT. I wish them both the best. in that Protoss versus Terran matchup. Do wish them the best. Let's scroll down a little bit further here. We have Battle B, who 2-0'd Hacker is top. Solid result. Battle B waiting in the round of 16 for either Stasis or Wayne. Oh, sorry, Status or Wayne. Wayne going to be the favorite player. Wayne versus Battle B. That looks like a fun matchup. That does look like a lot of fun. Potential high-quality ZVT. We have Geralt up against Bariga. Winner goes up against Spazzy Mazzy. Geralt is going to be favored to go far in this tournament into the round of 16 to face off against either Milky Cow or Guitar King. Again, Milky Cow going to be favored there, but best of luck to Guitar King. Best of luck. Nicaract, ooh, he 2-0'd Baby Marine. Again, Nicaract, he is known as a TVT sniper. He 2-0's White Idra, the Mexican Terran, 2-0's Baby Marine, the Italian Terran, and Nicaract, he is going to go up against either Eba, Shark Ripper, Oil Town, or Lambo at the bottom of the bracket. Eba has been patiently waiting for quite some time. I was messaging him. He's like, I've been waiting for an hour. He got the walkover over Countess. Eba waiting for either Lambo, Shark Ripper, or Oil Town. Lambo going to be favored, of course, to go for a deep run. We'll see if he can be stopped. See if Lambo can be stopped. As it looks like we might have some updates. One moment here. Un momento. As we do scroll up. MaxPax is out of game. And MaxPax, did he finish the series? I did just refresh quickly and... Oh, he did! There we go. We have our next series. We're going to be going on a short break while our players are conducting their Vitos. And I do message them. We'll message our lovely players. And we are getting ready for our next ZVP again. Fiant has been playing nothing but Protoss, and it just gets harder and harder. The Protoss opponents have been leveling up quite a bit. From Blinchink into, of course, Middle VK, into now MaxPax. So you don't get better than MaxPax, not in Europe. The best Protoss player in all of Europe here, looking to face off against Fiant. Oh boy, how will this go? How will the story end? Again, MaxPax is one of the favorite players to take the entire tournament. And we'll see if Fiant can rise to the challenge. We'll see if he can threaten the throne of MaxPax. We're here to find out. We are here to find out. It's going to be a brutal match here, a brutal series for Fiant. We'll see if he can rise to the challenge. Again, our players just need a moment to finish up their Vitos. And we're going to be going on a short break. A very short break. When we return, we'll have our next series. Even Zergs have doors. Agent Protoss still none. I mean, I was comparing it to shield battery blocking adepts. So yeah, it's somewhat of a door, somewhat. But yeah, we're gonna be going on a short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with MaxPax versus Fiant. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize. It looks like we did have maybe the wrong map. Potentially the wrong map there in that series. Or maybe it looks like we might be joined by another caster. I'm not too sure, but welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the continuation of ESL Open Cup Europe number 213. We have our next series. We have our next matchup. It is indeed going to be a PvZ between MaxPax and Fiant, and we are just getting things ready here. It looks like the lobby was remade, because it does look like we are getting into, or it looks like another caster is going to be joining us. Looks like we will be joined by Rotterdam, as he'll be joining our series. Oh, good, as he'll be joining our best of 3. Which makes sense. Rotterdam, of course, is the owner of Team Ruddy. It's in the name. So he's going to be joining us. It is a little bit unfortunate. Ideally, we do like to avoid each other, just because there are only 2 English casts going on. So we like to spread out. There's a lot of really good matches. I'll be honest, I would have assumed that he would have gone for Hearthstone. But regardless, we are diving on into this. We're following our players here and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardled. We have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the yellow Zerg player representing Team Ruddy. It is Fiant. Here we go. And again, we have been following Fiant the entire tournament so far. He's been building his way up, knocking down Protoss after Protoss, but it doesn't get harder than this. He's up against the best Protoss in all of Europe. How can he compare? He's warmed up, is what I will say. Fiant, he is nicely warmed up here for MaxPax, but I mean, it's still MaxPax. You know, you could be warmed up, but it's still, you'll be at a disadvantage. It's still going to be an uphill battle. Can Fiant make a series out of this? That's what I'm hoping for. Here's what I'm hoping for. For the time being, it's going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener out of Fiant. Everything looking as it should, as he does get into his build. Meanwhile, we do see across the map, MaxPax likewise going for a gate expand as well. Does scout with this probe, does confirm, it does force the unnatural natural as we load into Hardled. As we load into this map, I imagine that Fiant is maybe potentially thinking about being aggressive. I say this because Hardled has a very short rush distance by ground, very short, especially when you knock down these rocks. These rocks get knocked down, and it doesn't take long at all to waddle your queens across the map and go for a roach queen all in. Very common here on this map, especially when the Zerg player takes the triangular third. Again, we are right next to those rocks. We can just launch our creep forward, knock them down, and go for an all in, go for a timing attack with queens, with roaches, even with Joppa Lords. Pick your poison, even with Nidus Worms. But that doesn't have to be what we see. It's a viable build, it's a viable playstyle on Hardled, but we'll see what Fiant does embrace here, what he embraces in this PvZ. Behind this, 6 lings are on the way. We're just joining on. We pulled out a gas. We do have 100, or we have our ling speed on the way with that first 100 gas, and we have our tech of choice. MaxPax, he's going for a Stargate. Stargate opener here out of MaxPax. Here we go. As lings are fanning out. Stargate opener makes plenty of sense. It should be an Oracle first, Oracle into a third base, or triple Oracle opener into a third. MaxPax playing standard. Meanwhile, we are flooding link. Oh, we're cutting workers. We're going for a link flood. 20 drones. That's all we have. That's all we need. And we are just amassing nothing but lings here for Fiant. It's all or nothing. Who needs a queen walk with the lings they get across the map? They do try to get us around on the pylon. Quick reaction out of MaxPax. He does pull back. Shield battery is on the way. Oh, and the lings, they are zoned back. But we're not done. Again, we are completely all in. We're just massing more and more lings. But MaxPax, he's aware that something is wrong. He's got that shield battery on the way. He's soon looking to wall off. Adepts, they do force back these lings. Ling speed 10 seconds away. We are 10 seconds off. For the most part, the wall is looking solid. Can Fiant pull this off? Again, there's no turning back. Not anymore. There's no turning back from this. As more lings. The drones, the boys are being pulled. Let's go. No, they get spotted. They get spotted by the Oracle. Big scout there by MaxPax. He can turn back around. He can focus down as many of these drones as he can. Oof. And as we scout the drones, we fully wall off. We throw down the pylon behind the Adept. The wall is so very solid. GG gets called. MaxPax defends. He cleans it up. He shuts down the all-in. And MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. GG. Hard lead does favor aggression. As we mentioned, it doesn't take long at all to get across the map to go for an all-in. I was assuming it was going to be a Roche-based all-in on a 2-base economy, but we saw something different there. It was a straight-up 20-drone Ling Flood, and unfortunately, MaxPax saw it coming ahead of time. MaxPax, he was able to respond, able to wall off. He scouted the drones. So for those that are curious, for those that are maybe unaware, the purpose of the boys being pulled is that you can actually right-click on the minerals at the natural, and your drones will mineral walk. They will actually move past the unit, past the Adept, get behind it, so you can get a full surround, and you can focus the Adept down with a full surround, essentially. But because it got scouted, MaxPax, he responded with a pylon. He threw down a pylon behind the Adept, which means you could not actually mineral walk past it. You couldn't get a surround, and MaxPax just shuts down the all-in. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax does take a lead in the series, but we're not done. It's not over. We're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for a 15-15, we have the yellow Zerg player from the land of Sweden, representing Team Brody. It is Fiant. Here we go. There's going to be that 15-15 opener here from our Zerg player. That means we get our hatchery on location without being disrupted. It is a bit of a give and take. Briefly touching on this, of course, with a 15 hatchery timing, we can throw it down before the probe does arrive. Unfortunately, this does mean that link speed is going to be delayed, so gases will be quite late for Fiant, but it is a very safe way to play. It does sacrifice some of the economy for some safety. Here we go. See in the chat, no bailings, so kind of fail. I mean, again, like with the drone drilling, you don't actually need bailings with that. You can still succeed with that all in. We've seen players like Solar, players like Dark, they have pulled that off before. But again, because it got scouted, Fiant was able to just shut it down completely. Just shut down the all in. Oh, sorry, MaxPax was able to shut down the all in completely. I mean, did shut it down. And with that, we are now getting into game number 2. Going to be a gate expand into the Cybercore standard opener here by MaxPax. Meanwhile, Fiant back at home, just going to be droning on up, saturating his bases. He could decide to skip link speed. That is possible. He could just go straight into roaches. We'll see how he makes use of this gas, of his eventual gas. As the probe is forced away, queens are amassing. Fiant is droning, should eventually be working on his third. As he works towards his third hatchery, that is when we should be taking our gases. And that is when we should be eventually taking on up. Speaking of tech, we have our tech of choice. MaxPax opening up Stargate once again. Again, a very standard opener out of MaxPax going for a Stargate. I imagine going into Oracles from here. Oracle opener into a third base, into triple Oracle. That should be the direction that MaxPax is headed. As our Lings, they do slip in across the map. They do get a free scout of the natural. They try to get the probe in. Oh my god. They will barely. One Ling goes down. They do not get the probe. Adept does arrive, and the Ling gets shut down, but not before it does get a scout of the main, not before we get eyes on the Stargate. So we're fully aware of what's going on. The Adept does slip into the natural. One drone goes down. Oh, can we get a second? For the time being, we cannot. So far, just one drone kill, which is still good, don't get me wrong. But a clean defense from Fiant does minimize his losses. We have 100 gas. And do we skip link speed? The answer is yes. Oh, wait, what? Am I crazy? Oh, he just got into gas. My apologies. Just got into gas here. So still not at 100. There's a third base on the way. But again, you can see how late link speed is here just because of the late gases. Oracle's moving out across the map, but they do shade into the main. And are we ready for that Oracle? The Queens, no, we move out of position. The Queens, they are distracted. 3 drones get picked up. Good damage done here by MaxPax as he's working on his third base and he's building up his Oracle counts. Additional Oracles on the way. Fiant is investing into link speed. It is in production, but it just now started. And until then, the Adepts, they can wreak havoc here as they shade into the natural, once again getting another drone. 5 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. 5 workers, and again, we're not done. Nowhere close. As 2 Oracles can one-shot workers, so we're headed towards the main. We are headed towards that main base. Queens are keeping up, but no Spore. Oh my god, we're cutting corners, and this is the lack of Spore. We are being punished. 3 more workers go down. Spore not quite done here at the natural. It's just now finishing. And MaxPax will escape, just barely. With barely any HP, with 2 HP even. And honestly, MaxPax, he's in full control of this game. No Spore at the third either. Fiant, he was trying to cut corners, he was trying to be greedy, he was trying to be economic, but alas, is being punished for it hard, left and right. MaxPax in full control. Behind this, he's transitioning into Forge, into Twilight Council. It should be +1 and Blink. We can work towards Charge as well. We have options, but Blink should be on the horizon here, as we're getting even more damage done in the main. That's going to be 11 dead workers. I'm afraid to look at the units lost tab, but that is going to be 17 drones killed in total. Not a single Oracle. 17 drones for 2 Adepts. That is brutal. Oh. Finally, we do force back the army. We commit to the shade once again. Adepts are going to be going down, but these are trades that MaxPax, he can afford. At this rate, he can afford it. As look at the worker count. MaxPax is on 60 workers. He's almost up 30, 25 drones. And he's not done. Even more workers going down. Fiant, he just cannot keep up with the harass of his opponent. He's all in. A massive link flood across the map. But we are in position. This is the power of the Oracle. The Oracle, of course, can harass across the map, as we've seen, but can also defend against these link floods. Like the Lings, they do nothing here. They get us surrounded on a shield battery, but they cannot touch the economy. They cannot touch the mineral line. As Fiant has to back off. He's making 26 more Lings behind this. He's all in completely. It's all or nothing for Fiant. The Queens, they waddle across the map as well, doing what they can. Again, we cannot macro out of this. Fiant, he knows that it's all or nothing at this point. Shield batteries are done. Overcharge is available. We don't even waste it. We don't even use it here. We don't need it. There we go. It is now being popped. The overcharge keeping the Stalkers alive. The Lings, they do squeeze their way into the mineral line, but they're being cleaned up completely by the Oracles. The Queens are doing what they can to help support, but they cannot transfuse. They're off of creep. And with the death of these Lings, it's going to be the death of the Queens as well. And MaxPax snowballing out of control. The all-in was the only option, the only answer that Fiant had, but it's just not going to be enough. Again, he just lost far too many workers here in the lead-up to this third. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take the series 2-0. GG. A solid game, a solid performance there out of MaxPax. Again, he's the best Protoss player that Europe has to offer, so he came in as the favored player. And Fiant's game 1 went for a failed all-in. Did try his best, but he was scouted, he was shut down. Here in game number 2, he tried to play macro, he tried to get his way into the mid game, but he was just being too greedy. He skipped his spores, he was caught out with his queens, and he lost a game-ending amount of drones. It was insane how many workers he had lost. So this time he was forced all in. It was never his initial plan. He never wanted to go all in, but it was the only option. It was the only answer. And unfortunately, it just was not enough. GG, well played. Congratulations to MaxPax as he does advance on into the next round. My condolences to Fiant. He had a good run, don't get me wrong, but it's difficult for anyone to face off against MaxPax. Regardless if you're Fiant, if you're a Lambo, a Laser, even Rainerin, several have struggled against MaxPax in the past. So again, he is the best Protoss in the region for a reason, and is looking to make a deep run here, looking to take the entire tournament. We'll see if he can. We will see if he can. Meanwhile, big shout to Fiance. Again, he did an amazing job making it this far. He did struggle against Max Packs, but he looked confident and looked good against everyone else. So very nicely done here by Fiance, as he does end up falling. Max Packs, meanwhile, advances on into the next round. And we need to take a moment to have a look at the bracket here. To have a look at the bracket and to try to find our next series. It looks like Hero Marine versus Ashbringer is just now starting. It is just now starting, and you know what? Let's have a look together. Well, let's switch our scenes over. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We do have some updates. So here we go from the top. Max Packs, of course, advancing on to the quarterfinals, waiting for his next opponent, waiting for the winner of Night Phoenix, of Disc, and Solicitous. Of Solicitous as well. Looks like they are all mid-series. Again, Ashbringer versus Hero Marine just started, but I believe I do believe that Rotterdam has jumped on Hero Marine versus Ashbringer, so they've got you covered there. We will try and split up. I had the option to join Ashbringer versus Hero Marine, but we'll be avoiding that just so we can all split up and the casters can cover as much ground as possible. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Dolan versus Flexi, mid-series. Winner goes up against Cristiano. I think he's actually playing against Cristiano at the moment. So let me just double check. Uncertain. As they all facing off, scoring down a little bit further, we have Deca still waiting for the winner of GG Machine, The World, and Hearthstone. A little bit surprised, but those matches are still ongoing as well. Meanwhile, we do have, again, Ashbringer versus Hero Marine. He did take down Foxer. It looks like the bracket hasn't been updated. I don't know whether it was a 2-0 or a 2-1, but Ashbringer, he did take that series, and he is up against Hero Marine in the round 16. Scoring down, we have Battle B versus Wayne. Oh my god, that's, again, a juicy series, a very nice EVT. In the round of 16, we have Geralt versus Spazzy Mazzy in the round of 32. Milky Cow, he just 2-0'd Guitar King. He's now in the round of 16. And Nickerax still waiting for either Eba or Lambo. Now, I'm a little bit sad. Eba versus Lambo, they just started, and I missed their series by a second. It was available, but I did barely miss it. So, unfortunately, they just started, and we could wait. We could wait for game number 2 of Eba versus Lambo. We could wait. That does lead into Nickeract, which leads into either, most likely, Geralt, maybe Spazzy, maybe Milky Cow. It's possible. But I guess we are going to try and catch whatever we can. I guess we're just going to chill here and dive on whatever is possible. As I did just mention, we do at least know that Rotterdam is in Hero Marine versus Ashbringer, so I'm going to try and avoid this series. I'm going to try and avoid this section of the bracket. I'm going to try and avoid this portion of the bracket as we do scroll up. And it looks like we may have a series. We do have our next series here, potentially. So Dolan, he just took down his opponent. Dolan, he just took down Flexi in the round of 32. And Dolan versus Cristiano is about to begin. Of course, Dolan, he's our boy. He is one of our own. He's one of the CranKy Ducklings. So Dolan versus Cristiano is most likely going to be our series here. Most likely going to be our next matchup, as vetoes still have to be conducted, and we still have to find Cristiano as well, as apparently he is MIA. He's missing in action, so we will find him. Otherwise, I could follow Disc into Night Phoenix. I could wait for that series to open up and follow that into Max Packs. I guess I could focus on the upper half of the tournament, especially if Rotterdam goes for the lower half. That may be how we try to split up. That sounds like a plan. Does sound like a plan. And tentatively, for now, Dolan versus Cristiano, that is our next series. That is our next series. I guess while our players do conduct their vetoes, there it is, as it has been updated. As our players conduct their vetoes, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have a match. Not too sure which one, but we'll find a series here for you. So stay tuned. Do stay tuned. Until then, take this moment to get some water, get some snacks, prepare yourselves, freshen up here in preparation for the next half of this tournament. We're working our way through the round of 32. We're working our way through our round of 16. We are nearing here the later stages of the tournament. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the break, and I apologize for misleading you as well. We were going to jump into Dolan versus Cristiano, but Cristiano, he is missing in action. He is nowhere to be found. Hopefully, he doesn't get walkovered. Oh, there we go. Hopefully, he doesn't get walkovered. Hopefully, we do have a series there. Again, it's going to be an amazing matchup. I do think Dolan has a good chance against Cristiano, only if they do face off though. So fingers crossed that that matchup does occur. Otherwise, we have found ourselves in another best of 3. We're jumping in mid-series, and as we just got notified, we have our Zerg player leading the series 1-0. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the German Terran player representing Berserker Esports down in this series, but not out. Not by any means. It is Battle B. Here we go. Again, unfortunately, we missed out on game 1, and we missed out on a couple of series, right? We missed out on Eba versus Lambo, and again, Cristiano versus Dolan has not begun. I would love to cast them. I'd love to jump into them, but Cristiano is still missing. And again, hopefully he does all right. Hopefully he does show up. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that that does happen. As at least we have found ourselves in a lovely Zerg versus Terran matchup. Again, both these players are pretty comparable in skill. I would favor Wayne overall, but I want to believe that Battle B can make a series out of this. Here we go. We do have a Rex Expand standard opener out of Battle B. Meanwhile, Hatch Gas Pool by Wayne. Everything is looking as it should. Everything is looking quite standard for the time being. for the time being. Nothing too out of the norm. We're also loading into Hecate, a pretty macro-oriented map as well. There are a lot of choke points, a lot of points of elevation. It can be quite difficult to be aggressive early on, and it is a little bit easier to set up on a 3 and even 4 base setup, which is why it does lead to some longer games. But we'll see if that is going to be the case here as we get into game 2. Reaper has arrived, going to be dancing with these Lings. Threatening that mineral line. Gets a bit of damage done on some of those drones. Good pullback here by Wayne. Good control overall. Doesn't lose any Lings. Doesn't lose any drones. The Queen has arrived and Battlebee is forced back. Is forced back for the time being. Is going to rotate around towards the main. Once again, though, Wayne able to keep up here. And Battlebee, oh my god, going for a 3rd CC before Starport. Very economic opener here out of our Terran player. Going for that faster 3rd CC. Starport is on the way. We have our add-on swap to get into Hellion production. Very meta, very safe play overall. If we do see a tech lab on this Rax, we can go for an add-on swap, and we can go for a Banshee base play as well. That is also on the table. That is also viable here for Battlebee. But we should have seen one by now, and there it is. Tech lab in production for, I imagine, Banshee play. Not, it isn't actually quite lined up though, so we'll see if we commit to Banshees or if we go for a Viking first instead. There it is. Add-on swap is upon us just in time as well. Very crisp build out of Battlebee. Banshees are on the way. This is a great way to play safely as well. You can harass, of course, the mineral lines with those Banshees, and you can also shut down any kind of roach-based aggression. I do think this is really smart against Wayne. Wayne, he is known to be a bit of a pupil of Dark in a way, where Wayne, he is willing to embrace roaches quite heavily. Does play a very similar style to Dark. So Banshee-based openers make a lot of sense against Wayne. Hellions, they do try to dive in. So far, Wayne is in position, does zone them away. The Queens, they are able to keep up. And Wayne behind this is happily droning up from this point forward. Ooh, going for a very safe opener. As the Lings, they do shut down the Reaper. Reaper does scout the lair. Again, it's going to be a lair first here at the 4-minute 30 mark. It's a very safe play. This lair leads into a Bailey nest. Speaking of, there's that Bailey nest. And basically the nest is lined up with the lair so we can start up Bailing speed immediately. Now, I say this is really safe because what this does is that this delays 1-1. This delays the Evo chambers. So we delay our upgrades in favor of Bailing speed and of a faster Bailing nest. Now what this does is this does keep you safe against Hellbat pushes. Hellbat pushes, early game aggression from the Terran player. Just a very safe way to open up in ZVT. This does mean though that the Terran will be ahead in upgrades. The eBays are well underway here for the Terran player, and they will have that advantage. Meanwhile, Banshees, they have hit the field. We do have 2 of them. They do now move out. I believe Cloak was researched. We do have it. And with this force, Battlebee, he can get some economic damage done. As it looks like he wants to go for the Queens. There we go. Does focus one of them down. Queen getting very low here as we do pull back to the safety of the Spore. Lings are in position. Queens as well. Don't even need a transfuse as Queen does survive. And Battlebee doesn't achieve too much with this. It's going to be clearing up some creep, but not much more than that. As Wayne is going Ling Bane into Hydra. Okay. You have my attention. Hydras are on the way behind this. Banshee's rotating over towards the main. They do rotate over. Yeah, they get behind the mineral line. Drones are getting picked off. We got a couple of workers, but only 2 so far. Pretty minimal losses and a manageable amount of losses here for Wayne. Still very much so in control. As a Battlebee. Behind this is going to be transitioning to Bio, of course. We do have our 5-rack setup. Oh, as I say that, we haven't taken our extra gases here at the 4th base, and we are getting up to 8 Raxes. My god, a very aggressive style here out of Battle B. It's been a while, I'll be honest, since I've seen an 8 racks from a Terran in TVZ. But it's coming. A very aggressive style. Big delay on the 4th base. No 4th base, no 2nd factory. No gases at the 4th, or delayed gases at the 4th. Essentially from Battle B, this is looking like a 3 base all-in. 3 base all-in from our Terran player. Basically, our signs that we're looking for is another gas at the 4th, 2nd factory, of course, a 4th CC. All these 3 things are missing. And we have just maximum production here on 3 bases, as we can barely sustain 8 Raxes. And Wayne, if he's too greedy, he will be caught off guard. He will be shut down. Wayne, he's taking his 5th, as he already has his 4th base. Banshee's coming in from behind. Wayne, he did drone up to 67, but he's, sorry, 76, but he's not droning up any further. He's amassing Ling Bane, which is important. He needs an army because here comes the all-in. That'll be just doubling down. He has 1-1. He has not started 2-2. He could, to be honest, as he does catch a lot of overlords. He does supply block. Wayne, now is not the time. Now is not the time to be supply block. Drones are going down. We zone Wayne away from his own 4th base. And drones are falling. Wayne late to react. He's going to lose a lot of workers. The Queen as well. From here, Battle B backs off. He did a good amount of damage, but he did bleed out some units, and I'm a little bit surprised he didn't commit. But there we go. He's waiting for reinforcements. Here comes the 2nd wave. Wayne, he cannot engage. He's going for it. He's diving on into a massive choke point. The tanks are going to be going down. But can we really chase this off of creep? There are so many Marines. The Bailings are being targeted. We do get all the tanks, but Battle B has a massive army. Wayne does retreat. That was such a bold move. So risky to dive on that army when he did, but it paid off. He reset the tanks. He reset the tank count. That was the backbone of the army. And again, Battle B still not transitioning. Still no gases, still no 4th base. Still nothing else other than just a purely 3 base all-in. He does start 2-2. 2-2 has begun. Spinning off his army, going for a split push. Wayne trying to resaturate his bases, but he does get caught out. A Queen almost goes down. As Wayne takes down a full medevac. Big pick off. At the same time, we do have another army pushing towards the left. Where are the Bailings? No Bailings in position, and Battle B, he's breaking through. He catches Wayne off guard. Without any Bailings, this base will fall. We're coming in with a little bit. We have 3 Bailings rolling in. Good kiting here out of Battle B. And Wayne will barely get on top of that. Will barely get on top of that tank. Does barely shut it down. And oh my god, Wayne catches Marines. He saves his base. I thought this was a foregone conclusion. I thought the base was going to go down. But no, Wayne, he barely holds. And again, Battle B is still all in. Does catch some Hydras. This is a rough trade for Wayne. So many Hydras going down. Expensive losses for the Zerg. Wayne does overextend. He's pulling back. We need Bailings. We do need some defensive Bailings. Wayne, he's been losing too many drones. He's down to 66 workers. Barely a 3 base economy. Wayne has been struggling, but he does catch another tank. Gets 1, gets 2. Once again, 2 tanks go down, but the Mass Marine! The Mass Marine does engage. Battle B trading so efficiently here. He catches so many more Hydras. And Wayne, you can see that he's falling in supply. Drop on the right-hand side. This ARAX is 3 base all in from Battle B. It is working. He is breaking Wayne. The hatchery does fall. Wayne loses 6 more drones. He barely has an economy. Wayne, he's becoming all in himself. The problem is that Battle B, he has the better army. Who does lose a couple of Liberators. Like, every now and then, Wayne, he pulls something like this off. He's able to catch out a couple of units. Speaking of, does bleed out some Hydras. This 3rd base looking vulnerable, but reinforcements have arrived. Battle B out positioning Wayne. He gets a kill in the hatchery. Wayne knocked down to 3 bases. Battle B stimming on forward, focusing down even more drones. Yeah, Wayne's fixation here on Hydras. I mean, he does focus down a lot of these Marines. Does get the Marines, does get the medevacs. Ooh. Gets another medevac in the retreat. Okay, this is getting very scrappy. Battle B has been all in this entire time. Now we have a 4th base on location. Wayne becoming all in. Has a comparable army. Where are the tanks? Tanks are in position. A massive amount of Marines as well. Hydras, they cannot fight this. Not head on. And the Hydras, they're gonna melt. We still on 4. We still step forward. GG gets called. The Hydra army melts. And Battle B does tie the series 1-1. GG. We are going to the ace match. Going all the way to the ace match. Again, that was an 8 racks out of Battle B. I haven't seen that in quite some time. And it did catch Wayne off guard. Unfortunately, Wayne was going for a Hydra heavy composition, and that is not what you want in this scenario. You want more Ling Bane, as much Ling Bane as possible to be able to survive. And instead, Wayne, he was being greedy, investing so heavily into Hydras. Hydras which need support on their own. They're fragile. On their own, they're vulnerable, as we saw. And Battle B did break through, did pull Wayne apart. And now, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Meanwhile, I have confirmation. It was like 5 or so minutes ago, but Cristiano, he has arrived and he is playing against Dolan. They are mid-series, which is good to hear. Unfortunately, we will miss it. I would have loved to have caught them. So it feels a little bit bad, man. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Red Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg representing Starlight Twinkle being forced into the ace match. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. Here we go. Battle B fighting back, forcing us into game number 3. Now, an ARAX can be scary. It can be terrifying. As we saw, it can hit like a truck. But this is not a build that you want to be relying on. This is a build that you can do to catch your opponent off guard, to really catch them maybe being a little bit too greedy. As we saw, Wayne clearly was not aware of the 8 racks. He was in the dark as to what the Terran was up to. But again, it's not typically something that can work multiple times in a series. So Battle B will have to deviate away from that 3-base all-in style and bring something different to the table. What can we get into? Now, we are loading into Golden Aura. Golden Aura has a short rush distance by ground. Is pretty defendable on 3 bases, that is true. But because of the short rush distance, if we did want to 8 racks, this would be a good map for it, I'll be honest. It would be a good map for it. Wouldn't oppose Battle B to trying to go for that kind of style, but as I did mention, Wayne is going to be a little more wary of that. He's going to be a little more aware that Battle B is willing to go for these aggressive builds. And Wayne will be keeping his eye out for it. Bear that in mind. As Battle B is going for the Rax Expand, meanwhile, Wayne back at home going for a Hatch Gas Pool. Standard openers all around, for the time being. Everything is looking as it should. Everything is looking normal. We got that factory follow-up, and it's looking like a 3rd CC before Starport. Looking like an economic opener from Battle B. Likewise, Wayne hiding his drone, looking to take his 3rd base once the Reaper does get revealed. There we go, the dance has begun. 3rd base soon to be on the way. 3rd base has been thrown down. Ooh, the Reaper does get a drone kill. Very nicely done. Wayne a little bit distracted in that moment. Did throw down the hatchery. Did lose a Ling. And will force back that Reaper. So a nice little pick off there by Battle B. He does confirm the 3rd base location. Does get eyes on it. And behind this, we should soon be throwing down our follow-up here. Ooh, actually a lot more aggressive. Okay. I was expecting a 3rd CC before Starport, but no, we have a straight up 1-1-1. Very aggressive build here by Battle B. A much faster Starport, a much faster add-on swap, much faster Banshees as a result. Or we could even go for Medivacs and faster stim. Again, this stim is quite quick here for Battle B. We don't need to add-on swap. What do we go for? What is our plan? For now, Wayne stabilizing. Okay, we do go for the add-on swap. We are going for Banshee production. But again, we are going to be hyper-fixated on Hellions here. And we could even throw down an armory. My eyes are peeled. My eyes are peeled for an armory. Lings try to dive in. They don't get much done. They are shut down. Hellions have been revealed. Speaking of, well, big catch! Battle B does overextend. One Hellion goes down. Doesn't look like a lot, but because we're delaying our third base, every unit matters so much more here for Battle B. Like, every unit is so valuable. We cannot throw things away. So a pretty big loss for the Terran. And it does mean that his follow-up Hellion push is that much more delayed. It's going to be that much weaker. That'll be going for his tech lab on the Rex. Should be going for stim, I imagine. There it is. Third CC has been thrown down. Very delayed, but on the way nonetheless. So it's not a 2-base all-in. That's what we know for certain. Not going to be a 2-base all-in. Stim is being researched. And we do see Wayne going for a very safe opener. Once again, 4-minute 30 layer timing into a Bailey nest, into fast baiting speed, just like the last game. Very safe play out of Wayne. Will keep him safe against Hellbats. Or against early game aggression. Hellions do push forward. They do move out across the map. Wayne so far in position. Ooh, even delays the third base. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, the third is already late. Even further delayed here by Wayne. Wayne also confirms the third base timing as well. He knows it. He knows himself it's not a 2-base all-in. And Wayne is coming back in to delay the base even further. I won't be able to. As Battle B, he's working towards a 5-rack setup. Pretty standard here on 3 bases. 5 racks in total. Banshees are met by a Queen army. They are forced back. And Battle B hasn't really achieved any economic damage. Not a single drone has gone down. Banshees are going to peel away from the main force. We are headed towards the main. At the same time, Hellions are threatening the left-hand side. Once again, the same style out of Wayne. I'm not too fond of this, but he is going into a Hydra Den. Really fast Hydra Den. It looks like he wants to go for a Hydra heavy composition like we saw in game number 2. We did see it earlier. Banshees threatening the main base. They almost kill a Queen. Almost. Speaking of, Queen's going to be rotating around. We leave our Ling Bane in position to defend against those Hellions. As Battle B is forced back. Now behind this, he's now taking his third. Again, very late third base here by Battle B, but he's working towards 1-1. Combat shields. So far, this late third hasn't been worth it. Typically, you would like your Hellions and Banshees to achieve some economic damage, but that just wasn't the case. As Battle B is moving out with his double drop. When he does get caught, again, bailing speed is done. We collapse on the Marines. We force a pick up. And Wayne, he does defend. Behind this armory is on the way for 2-2. Infestation bit out of Wayne, taking up quite heavily here in towards Hive. Potentially even lurkers. As Wayne is fully saturated on 4 bases. Up to 77, soon to be 80 workers. Our 5th base is a little bit delayed, but it should be on the horizon here by Wayne. We could be tempted by the golds, but we should be working towards a triangular third. As Battle B is moving out. Does get caught. Marines do have to lift. And there it is, Hive on the way here for Wayne. Again, it does feel like this 5th base is later than normal, but, you know, the delayed 5th is because of that Hive tech. And there it is. What are we doing with the Hive? Not going to be Ling Bane into Hydra Viper. I mean, we can head towards Vipers eventually, but it's going to be Lurker tech. Hydro Lurker Viper gonna be on the way for Wayne. Oh, Banshee does get picked up. Battlebee doing whatever he can to slow down that creep, to keep his opponent at bay. Gets a lot of creep tumors, that's true, but Wayne still has map control. And is soon to be respreading all that creep. Meanwhile, Battlebee, that is a second factory on the way, taking extra gases. Unlike the previous game, remember, these were the signs that we were looking for when it came to a 3-base all-in. Battlebee, he avoided these gases, he avoided that factory. We should be working towards a 4th CC. Should be working towards a longer game. 2-2 underway. 3 more Raxes, 8 in total, that is true. 8 Raxes, but with a factory and with extra gases at the 3rd, we should be looking to expand. Should be. I'll be honest, instead of these 3 Raxes, we should have seen the 4th CC, so I'm a little bit wary. A little bit wary of how aggressive we plan on being. There it is. 4th CC is on the way as Battlebee does push. Is going to be moving out. Lurkers are in production as we speak. The creep is lacking is what I will say, so all that creep denied earlier is actually paying off. Meanwhile, Wayne looking to try to come in from behind. It doesn't quite engage though. Does pull back. Very quick siege by Battlebee as he does keep on pushing. But there are lurkers lying in wait on top of that ramp. Marines trying to push on forward. They do reposition. They rotate over towards that 4th, or towards that 5th. Vipers have arrived, and we can collapse on this army. Show us the blinding clouds. And there they are. They cover 2 of those tanks. You have a solid line behind this, but again, don't have another blinding cloud available. Not yet. A decent engage out of Wayne. He cleans up 2 of those tanks. He retains his lurker lead. He retains his lurker army. And he's remaxing on Morling Bane. Battlebee going for a drop. Is spotted by the Ling. Is spotted by the Zonaga. Is going to have to retreat. Oh, a couple of lurkers do get caught out. Nice catch from Battlebee. As we are committing, we're pushing towards the 3rd base. There are a lot of tanks, but they're exposed. The tanks, they are exposed. Where are the Vipers? They're coming in a little bit late. Big spine shot's going to be going off. Yeah, the Vipers are back at home, gathering up NG. They're not a part of this, but we do deny the 3rd. It was an expensive trade by Wayne. Looking at the units lost, that we lost 6 lurkers in the process. Oof. That's a lot of lurkers going down. Oh, can we get the tank? It's so close. Oh, we do barely get the tank. SCVs are falling. Battlebee pushing towards the left-hand side without his tanks, just with his bio army. Oh, but this one lurker, oh my god, it's getting so much done. 10 SCVs. 11 workers go down. At the same time, we collapse on the bio army. Lurkers from behind, lurkers from the front. Ooh. Big spine shots here on the army. Good parasitic bombs as well. Oh, as the medevacs, they stack up and so many go down. Late split out of Battlebee. And Wayne, he's in the driver's seat. He has lost a lot of creep. That's the one thing I will say, is that the creep has been stifled. But the base count is looking solid. The army is maxed out. So Wayne is snowballing out of control. He does retain his Vipers once again. Yeah, pushing on forward. Focuses down one of the tanks. Gets the other. Liberations have arrived, but there's not enough freedom. There's just barely not enough freedom. Both Liberators will be targeted down by the Hydras. And Wayne, he's again very much so in control. Battlebee in a lot of trouble. Wayne is taking more bases, expanding all around the map. We're yoinking the tanks, both of them. A GG gets called. There's just an overwhelming swarm, and Wayne will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Wayne does advance on, does take down his opponent 2-1, and will make it here to, I believe, the round of 16. My condolences to Battle B. He had a great showing, especially in that second game. Had a great showing, but unfortunately does meet his end. And Wayne actually advances on to the quarterfinals. GG, well played. My condolences to Battle B. Again, he had a good run, but his run does end here. And we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat, and we can head over some of these results. As, ooh, Max Packs. I missed it. Max Packs currently mid-series. He has his next opponent. It's going to be Max Packs versus Night Phoenix in a PvP. They started 2 minutes ago as we were casting, as we were in the last game. 2 minutes was quite some time. So we do have Max Packs and Night Phoenix currently in potentially game 1, maybe game 2. The mid-series as Night Phoenix did take down Disc 2-0. Big win there for Night Phoenix. Wish him the best against Max Packs. Again, a big fan of the channel. Night Phoenix does pop by whenever he can. Meanwhile, we have Christiana versus Dolan. They are also mid-series as well. They're 8 minutes into their game. So I will keep an eye on the two of them. Meanwhile, scrolling down, Hearthstone has not been updating the admins. I can't believe that Hearthstone is still against the world. No shot. So, I think he's against GG Machine, maybe Deca. Hopefully, he's able to update us. Hopefully, Hearthstone is able to update the admins on some of these scores, because it looks like he hasn't said anything. So, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So, we can work through this. I'm pretty sure Hearthstone is up. I mean, wait, hold on. He's streaming his POV. I think, right? Hearthstone, I think he's live right now. Maybe he was? Not anymore, if that's the case. So, actually, hold on. Deca's streaming. Deca, he's up against a Zerg player. Wait, is he up? Did GG Machine win? No shot. No shot. Did GG Machine beat Hearthstone? That'd be crazy. That'd be wild. We'll wait for again. We don't know. We don't know what's been happening there. So hopefully we get some updates at some point. Fingers crossed. As we scroll down a little bit further, we have Wayne advancing on to the next round where he has his next opponent, and I guess we know where we're headed. Wayne, he's going up against Hero Marine in the next round, and I should update our lovely admins as well. Should update our admins here. Again, Hero Marine has been patiently waiting. Hero Marine up against Wayne in the quarterfinals. That's where we're going to be focusing our attention. We have Geralt versus Milky Cow, still mid-series. And we have Eba versus Lambo. They are in a long one, by the way. Eba versus Lambo. They are, I believe, in like a 20-minute game. It's been a while. Has been a while. So wish him the best, as Nicorette is waiting for the winner of that series as well. Nicorette is still waiting for Eba versus Lambo. But I guess we have our next series. We have what we wanted. Is going to be Wayne versus Hero Marine. Okay. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here while we wait for our players to conduct their vetoes. And once the vetoes are done, we can dive into our next series. Dive into our next matchup. Ooh, as I say that, Dolan is that a game? I mean, this is a fresh series. I wish I could cast everything, but I wish I could cast everything. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Just messaging some players. I was gonna go on a break, but it looks like the lobby has been made, and we are jumping on in. We have our next series here. We have our TBZ. Vetoes are done. Hero Marine versus Wayne coming up next. Here we go. Here we go, as we're jumping into this. Again, a big shout to Naruto. Naruto, of course, our lovely German casters are going to be covering this, I believe. Didn't see them earlier. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our Red Terran player. Our German Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. Here we go. Here we go, as we have entering our quarterfinals match. Again, we're nearing the, in a way, we're kind of nearing the end of the tournament, but there are still some earlier round matches that are still ongoing. Like, there have been some faster portions, some slower portions of the bracket overall. But we'll see where we end up. As we do have, again, our players getting into their openers. It is going to be a Hatch Gas pool opener here out of Wayne. Meanwhile, we do have Hero Marine opening up with a Rax Expand. No CC first. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Here we go. Once again, Wayne just getting into his opener here, just setting things up. Likewise, so is Hero Marine. Nothing too crazy here in the early game. There's no proxies, no hyper greed, no hyper aggression either. Wayne, he is warmed up after bringing down Battle B, another German Terran, fun fact. But Hero Marine is one of the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Terran players. He's top 3, arguably top 2. Definitely can make that argument. I'm still of the opinion, like, I was just so impressed by Spirit last year. Like, I still want to play Spirit above Hero Marine, but I do know they're both comparable. They're both comparable and they're both interchangeable. Spirit, he did perform better than Hero Marine in most offline events last year. In most. Not all, is what I will say. But again, Hero Marine is here, Spirit is not, and we'll see if he can go for a deep run. We'll see if he can vie for the championship here for this tournament. So far, Reaper doesn't quite get a drone. Oof. Doesn't get any links either. Is forced out. Wayne does defend. He does preserve his units. Ooh, and Hero Marine, he does fly too close to the sun there. Does get knocked out by the Queen. Bit of a mistake by Hero Marine. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence there, as he will be losing that Reaper back at home and going for a third CC before Starport. A very economic opener from our Red Terran player. Very economic. Following it up with that Starport with what looks to be an add-on swap as well. Again, third CC into a 1-1-1. Pretty standard economic build here from Hero Marine. We'll see if he does go for that tech lab and does go for the add-on swap. We'll see. Hero Marine, he is moving out. Moving out with his Hellions. Yeah, just testing the waters, looking for a way in. No saturation at the third base, so Wayne, his drones are perfectly safe and sound. And we did not go for a tech lab. We don't go for an add-on swap. We're going for a Hellion Liberator opener instead. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Again, it is a way to, get into something a little bit spicier, and it is going to be spicy. We have a second factory. Now, we did cast Hero Marine during Home Story Cup a couple of days ago. If you remember, we casted Hero Marine take down Raynor with Mass Cyclone. Hero Marine, he Psy Cloud all over Raynor and all over Scarlet. Took them both down with Mech, and Hero Marine, he's looking to whip out the Mech once again. Overlord comes in for a scout, and we do get eyes on the second factory. Big scout for Wayne. We do get eyes on the factory. Wayne back at home, working on his lair. Baneliness, safe opener overall, but is soon to be introduced to quite an army composition. as we go for a delayed Tech Lab, a delayed Banshee. Very interesting. Going for another add-on swap. Tech Lab can lead into Hurricane Thrusters, into Mass Cyclone. Speaking of, there it is. Hurricane Thrusters is on the way. Cyclones are upon us. And the Hellions are going for a dive. They're diving into the natural. Not enough Lings to stop this. We try to engage with the Lings. They're getting roasted. Their Lings, they can barely keep up, and so many of them will go down. We get into the mineral line. Liberator comes in from behind. The Queens are keeping up, though. We haven't lost too many drones yet, but emphasis on yet, because we get into the mineral line. 9 drones go down. The barbecue is real. 11 workers fall before cleaning this up. That is a good amount of damage here from Hero Marine, bearing in mind that he's still amassing more Hellions and more Cyclones behind this. Getting his third base up and running. Hero Marine, he takes an economic lead. Does take a lead, is ahead. And we do see Wayne going for a Spire. Okay. Let's go. We have a Spire on the way. It is going to be Lingbane Muta out of Wayne. I'm not convinced. Mutas used to be a decent response for mech, and they'd force out, you know, Thors. The problem is the new Cyclone. The new Cyclone does actually do more damage to the Muta, as it doesn't do bonus damage to armor anymore. It just does just stronger flat damage instead to any unit. And the Cyclones, they actually, with their speed, with their DPS, they can shut Mutas down quite hard. Oh, who is it? No! Cabby. Cabby! As it looks like we may be losing one of our casters here. Ay. A little bit unfortunate. One of our casters is experiencing a little bit of latency. Of course, they can always join us here in game number 2. Hopefully their latency issues do clear up, and thankfully this lag is happening in a bit of an intermission. Like, there isn't a big fight occurring, there isn't a big engagement, there isn't a lot of, you know, micro happening, so thankfully it doesn't disturb the game too much. Not too much here. As we will be settling in and eventually getting back into this game without too much issue. But again, it is going to be Lingbane Muta, and I believe the Spire hasn't been scouted. I will confirm as... Oh, we do quickly switch on over. Yes, Spire hasn't been seen, but Mass Cyclone can shut Mutas down quite hard. Cyclones, they have been revealed. Now, to be fair, we're not making that many Cyclones. We have 3 factories, but we have tank production, and we are also investing gas into Banshees. Yeah, Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Because we're investing gas into tanks and Banshees and not into reactored or double reactored factory Cyclone production, Mutas can work. They can work if the Cyclone count is low enough. We shall see. Roachhorn is being thrown down to help support. Mutas are making the way across the map, and we have not scouted. We are not aware. Turrets are in production though. Again, Hero Marine playing this out safely. We've got turrets in every single mineral line. As Mutas, they do slip in. Yeah, they dive in towards the main base. Cyclones are in position. Yeah, the Mutas are being forced back. Oh, this is brutal. So the Mutas aren't dead, thankfully, but this was a big investment. This is how many? 6 Mutas. 600 gas, plus a Spire, plus delayed tech. Again, we delayed Roaches, we delayed upgrades, we delayed so much here in favor of the Spire and the Mutas, and they have not paid for themselves. They have not paid for themselves. 1 Muta got picked off. Yeah, here, Marine, he's looking solid. We're going into it. Oh my, Swarm Host. Okay. Swarm Host. Interesting. I do like Swarm Host against a tank-heavy composition. Against Battle Mech, less so. Swarm Hosts are vulnerable against Heli and Cyclone. Now, to be fair, here, Marine, he is mixing in some tanks. Like, the more stationary the army is, the more damage Locust Waves can do. As it is going to be 11 Swarm Hosts. We'll see what we can get done. The first Locust Wave is the most important. 11 Swarm Hosts. What can we get done? We can clear up the tanks. We can head towards one of these bases. The problem is that here on the right-hand side, we have Hellbats and Cyclones. We're ready. We are ready for a push. Wayne, he's pushing in. Locust Wave is being sent out. Oh, and it's, yeah, being wasted on these Hellbats. The Locust Wave is being cleaned up. The Ling Bane does roll in. Decent Baneling connections, but the Ling Bane has been evaporated. And we dive on top of the Ravagers. Hireen, he takes a very decisive fight. He shuts down the Ling Bane. The Locust Wave does nothing. And we get on top of the Ravagers. It triggers a massive counterattack, and Wayne is in a lot of trouble. Good kiting here with the Banshees. Does focus down so many of those Ravagers. You can see here Marine rotating back around. His Banshees are safe. And Wayne, he's on the back foot. He is technically up in supply, but the supply does lie. Roaches and Ravagers, they are inflated. On top of that, Swarm Hosts are dead supply as well whenever they don't have a Locust Wave available. So Wayne has to be very careful with how he maneuvers, and here Marine has a much more efficient army. As the Locust Wave does get sent out, does collapse on a CC. That's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. Decent, but the Locust Wave is going to go down. At the same time, Wayne pushing on the right-hand side with some Roach Ravager. It is spotted. Tanks are in position. We shut it down. Oh, we catch out the Mutas. Corruptors are being focused down as well. Really good positioning here from the Cyclones. The Roach Ravager does catch a couple of tanks. We get one. We do get one tank, but that's not worth it here. Wayne, he takes so many tank blows to the face. He gets a second tank, which is better. Meanwhile, here, Marine, he's getting to the late game. He's getting to his ideal composition. It's going to be Mech with Ghost to support. Mech Ghost is the ideal late game composition for Terran. We're getting there. Locust Wave is being sent out. Massive tank volleys going off here on the Ravagers. The Locust Wave, it's going to be evaporated. It's going to be melted here. The Roach Ravager once again exposed. The massive lock-ons. We chase back the army. Again, here Marine trading so efficiently. These Swarm Hosts haven't been worth it. I'll be honest. The Swarm Hosts, we spoke about it, how it doesn't really work too well against battle mech like this, against a mobile composition, just because after you defend, you can counterattack. And that's exactly what Hero Marine's been doing. Whenever the Locust Wave falls on its face, Hero Marine, he pushes out and he punishes Wayne. Oh, but has he overextended? Bailey's rolling in. We do hold the line. Good splits here with those Cyclones. Locust Waves comes in from the right-hand side. Big snipes go off. Oh my god. Taking down so many Ravagers. That wasn't a bad fight though for Wayne. He did clean up a lot of Cyclones. Look at the units lost tab here. He lost a lot of Ravagers. That's true, 13 Ravagers, but he killed 14 Cyclones. This was maybe the best fight that Wayne has had so far. The best fight in this game, and he trades relatively evenly. Wayne doesn't have the best economy though. He's down to 78 workers compared to the 89 SCVs plus mules. I would say that this high worker count is maybe hurting Hero Marine a little bit. I think he can afford to throw away some SCVs. Regardless, Locust Wave coming in. Where are the tanks, by the way? Hero Marine out of position. Yeah, the tanks are a little bit late to the party. The Cyclone's going to be going down. Wayne, he's breaking through. He's breaking through. Bailey connection. They do connect with the Ghost. Massive cleanup here. So many Ghosts go down. Planetary will survive. But that was a big loss for Hero Marine. Again, these past two fights, not bad at all for Wayne. How many Ghosts did we get? 8. 8 Ghosts went down. How many are left? 7. We cut the Ghost count in half. But again, a good fight. Good cleanup there from Wayne. Does reset that Ghost count. He doesn't touch the economy though, that's the problem. He is still yet to really get too much economic damage done. Locust Wave on the way. Oh, that's a little bit less than ideal here. We do pick off a tank at the same time, though. We have these Banshees going ham. 12 drones go down. Wayne already had a stifled economy, and now it's even worse. And this is worrisome. Wayne doesn't have a bank. He is redroning, he's resaturating. But he does need time. As the Wayne is rotating back around. Headed towards the right-hand side instead. Here, Marine getting ready to expand, taking the center base. As he is maxed. He is maxed out. Going for a Hellbat drop of all things. What is it? It's Heart of the Swarm. It's 2015. Hellbat drop is on the way. Scan does reveal the army. Hero Marine, he does rotate over in time. Good positioning out of Hero Marine. A Hellbat drop does delay some mining, does soften up some drones. Not achieving too much here. As the armies are engaging, we catch out the Infestor. Big piles here on the tanks. But overall, we force back the army. The anti-armor missile was just a little bit too much. Hero Marine taking a good fight. And we are breaking through. Big fungal on the ghosts. Good last second split. Does avoid the piles. One tank goes down. But here, Marine, he is gaining ground. He's pushing on through, threading the bases here of Wayne. And Wayne cannot stop this push. He cannot save this space. The hatchery will fall. Wayne, he's waiting for another Locust Wave. He needs a little bit more time, a couple more seconds. And he can collapse on this army. There we go. The Swarm hosts are ready. Lingbane pushing forward. Here, Marine, he does retreat. Does pull back in. Wayne, he collapses on the army. Yeah, the tanks are caught on siege. A big fight here for Wayne. Catches the tanks. Catches out some of the SCVs. And what's he going for? He's going for the base. Well, can't quite get it. At the same time, a tank waddle by here towards the north. But you can see how better the Swarm hosts are trading now that there are no Cyclones. With the lack of Cyclones, lack of Hellbats, with the abundance of Ghost Tank, Swarm hosts are that much more useful. And we clean up 4 tanks for free. Here, Marine being very wasteful. This tank run by was so ambitious and he loses 3 tanks for almost nothing. Again, Wayne, he has been looking better here as the game has been going on. He has been getting some better fights. He's been preserving his Swarm hosts. Locust Waves are moving out. Thors have arrived. Thors are here. Wayne, though, is successfully denying this base on the right-hand side. Big snipes do go off. Swarm hosts are looking a bit exposed, but they're still alive. A big fungal once again on the ghosts. A good catch there by Wayne. Does catch out the ghost. Baileys, they do roll in. They're headed for the ghost once again, but they will not make it. Oh, a bit of an overextension from the Zerg player. A lot of aliens do go down. Other Swarm hosts, they get caught out. Massive snipes here. We leave them idle. And every single Swarm host, massive pickoffs. 2 Swarm hosts make it out alive. That was a brutal loss. There was potential. There was definitely potential for them. But Wayne, he plummets in supply. It's a kill, not a cancel on that hatchery. He's remaxing with Lingbane, Ravager, Infestor. Here, Marine is getting another base up and running. We have to deny this. We have to deny this Nexus. Nexus? Planetary. Go for the caustic spray. Ravagers are coming in. The snipes. Oh my god, the snipes are brutal. But the Biles will connect. Oh my god, almost every single Ravager goes down. The Corruptors as well. Here, Marine, he takes a dominant fight once again. It's been a while, but he does take a brutal engagement. And Wayne, he's up against the wall. He bleeds out everything. He does not kill the base. Losing 10 workers behind this to the Liberators. Harassing in so many mineral lines. And yeah, here, Marine, he's taking this. He's running away with this at this point. Dragging his opponent apart. Pulling him apart left and right. Bases are falling. Drones as well. And there's nothing that Wayne can do. Not anymore. especially after losing so much of his army here trying to break this planetary. Infestors are coming in, but what else do we have? No more Ravagers, just Failings, a couple of Roaches. Yeah, Wayne, he does pull back. Notice he cannot engage. And here, Marine, he's maxed at this point. He's maxed out. We have more Swarm Host in production. And GG gets called. We don't even get a final fight. The writing was on the wall. Here, Marine will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of here, Marine. Again, whipping out the mech. Had a really strong start. There were some really good fights there for Wayne. I will say that. There were some good moments where he caught some ghosts. He did catch some ghosts, and he was also able to catch not just ghosts, but also a couple of cyclones as well, a couple of tanks here and there. He had some good fights, but unfortunately was not able to really get much more than that. The economy was left untouched. The economy was left untouched, and with that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2. Here we go. We'll see how this story ends. Meanwhile, we're getting some updates here, and it looks like Hearthstone did go down to GG Machine. Oh, that would have been a great series. That would have been amazing. Hearthstone did go down to GG Machine 2-0. That's why Hearthstone did end his stream. Makes sense. And GG Machine did advance on into the round of 16. Big win there for the young Zerg player. Again, GG Machine, he has been on the up and up. He has been on the rise. I know that there were some people that were asking for Hearthstone, but unfortunately he does get knocked out in the earlier rounds of the tournament. A little bit unfortunate. And we are now getting into our next game, getting into game number 2. How will this story end? Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the red Terran player representing Mouse. Leading the series 1-0, it is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. Down in the series, going for a 15-15, it is Wayne. And a big shout out to Old Faust in the chat. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great, I'm assuming, ladder session. Hope you had a good time. As we are live here, we are in the middle of ESL Open Cup Europe, number 213. We are halfway through the tournament, essentially, just over halfway. We're here in the quarterfinals. Winner of this series advances on to the semifinals. Who will it be? Will it be our Terran or our Zerg player? We have yet to find out. Yet to find out here. Again, the tournament is progressing. It's well underway. Looks like we do already have a couple of matches wrapping up. So we settle on into this. Again, here Marine just going for a Rax Expands. Meanwhile, Wayne going for a Hatch Gas Pool. Sorry, what the hell did I just say? He went for an Extractor Trick. Went for an Extractor Trick into a 15-15. Into a delayed gas here. But we'll have extra Queens to work with, some Lings as well. Reapers moving out across the map, but the Queens are going to be that much faster to pop out. So a bit of a deviation from Wayne as Reaper does rock up. Again, the Queens that come out just in time to defend. Still a couple seconds away. Does pop. Again, a 15-15 opener in this matchup does mean you can cut corners. Essentially it means you skip Lings. Traditionally, you skip Lings, but we did make 2, and we are going for that 3rd CC before Starport. Nothing here at home to defend. These Lings, they do slip in, and Hero Marine would not be expecting this. With this kind of opener, Lings are not really made So we do try to go for some cheeky damage here, but alas, we do not kill any SCVs. Lings are forced back. And behind this here, Marine working towards his third CC before Starport. Very economic opener. Economic build. Now, if you remember, last game we had the same opener which led into Mech. We just spoke about how here, Marine, in Home Story Cup, he did use Mech to beat Raynor. He beat Raynor, he beat Scarlet, he beat a lot of Zerg players with Mech. Did the same against Wayne in game 1. Do we see the same in game number 2? Do we whip out the Mech once again against Wayne? We can. But will we? But will we? As we do have Hellions from here, Marine dipping in towards that mineral line. Oh! Do you get a couple of drone kills? Do you get a couple of workers as the Hellions are being shut down? We do actually commit to the dive. Bold move. 2 drones to 2 Hellions. Not worth it for here, Marine. A bit of a crazy maneuver there from our Red Terran player. Doesn't quite pay off. Doesn't quite pay off here. Behind this, a very fast Roach Horn. This was around a 4-minute Roach Horn timing from Wayne after the Hellions got shut down. It looks like Wayne wants to go for a Roach Rush. Unfortunately for Wayne, here Marine is going for Banshees, and he's going into Mech once again. I mean, it makes sense. Here Marine has had a little success recently with Mech, and is doing it again in game number 2. The Mech is upon us. The Cyclones, Poppy, they're coming. Banshees are on the way. Cloak about to finish up. And we'll see if here Marine can get any economic damage done. As we do dip in, 1 drone does go down. Banshees are revealed. I believe we do get eyes on the Roach Horn, and we're going all in. My apologies. I'm so used to seeing Overlord speed and being like, oh, it's a Queen drop. That's where my mind does go, but we are droning. We're droning behind this. Queens are keeping up with the Banshees. Hyperflight Rotors on the way, and we're going for Mech, yes, but this time a different variation. We've seen this from TY, we've seen this from some of the Korean Terrans. It's going to be double factory Cyclone with mass Banshee to support. Oh boy, Banshee Cyclone coming out from here Marine. A very mobile composition with a lot of firepower. And, okay, I shouldn't ignore my instincts. When I saw Overlord speed, I was like, yo, are we going for a Queen drop? Are we going all in? The answer is yes. Yes, we are. The Queens are amassing. Roaches are on the way. Wayne, he's cutting workers at 54, and we are going for a massive push. I assumed loading up those Queens, and yep, the Queens are loading up into the Dropper Lords, and we are sending everything across the map. It's a 3-base all-in, or sub-3-base economy. 2.5 base, basically. All in here out of Wayne, sending everything across the map. And what do we have to defend? The Hellions, they do meet up with these Roaches and Ravagers. The Banshees, they get ahead of this. They focus on a Ravager already. 1 Ravager goes down, a Roach as well. Do pick off one of those Banshees. Clutch pick off there from Wayne. Additional Cyclones on the way. Banshees, they're hiding their hearts out so far. Good target firing out of here. Marine, he does take down one of those Overlords. But the creep is spreading. Transfusers are available, and here Marine, he evacuates his 3rd base. He knows he cannot hold. The base is forfeit. Both players are supply blocked. Banshee speed kicking in. Oh! Trades 1 for 1. Gets a Queen for Banshee. Behind this, Wayne is droning. He's droning up, taking another base, taking up into an infestation pit, taking up into a Hydra Den. He's trying to work on that next step. Trying to work on what comes next. But here, Marine, still not able to break through. Is trading well, is kiting well against this. Trading very efficiently. And Wayne, are we overextending? The Lings have gone. Oof. Whilst they do graze some of the army, but the Queens are falling and the Banshees are getting out of control. How many Banshees Seven Banshees in total. Nothing shoots up, and we can chase this down. We can follow this all the way home. And Wayne will lose everything. Good Biles. Oh my god. The Biles, they take down 2 of those Banshees, but again, Wayne, he's on the hunt. Or here, Marine, he's on the hunt. He focuses down almost every single one of those Ravagers. 2 of them survive. And the Banshees are just going to town. Getting another Queen, another Hydra. Ooh. Another Banshee will fall. Behind this, third base getting up and running, fully saturated. And here, Marine, he's in the driver's seat here. Wayne was all in, and he needed to do more damage. He needed to gain more value, and he just couldn't. He could not kill his opponent. Wayne, he's trying to transition out of this, but it is a rough transition for Wayne. Banshees, they come in from behind. We get a surround here on the Hydras. Not a bad fight, but GG gets caught. Hero Marine, he cleans up the army. The economy is crippled. And Hero Marine, Big Gabe, will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Wayne attempted to go for the all-in, but he was scouted in the center of the map. And Hero Marine was doing such a great job just slowing down the army, picking it apart, picking away at the Ravagers, the Queens, the Roaches, whatever he could get his hands on. And, of course, Wayne did run out of steam and did overstay his welcome. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero Marine as he does advance on into the semifinals. And who will meet him in those semis? Who is up next? As we do try to catch up here. Ooh, we do have some results coming in. We do have some results as we try to catch up here in the bracket. Exclamation mark B if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us switch on over, refresh, and catch up from the top. From the top, we do have Max Pax taking down Night Phoenix 2-0. Does advance on. It does advance on in the quarterfinals to the semis to face off against the winner of Cristiano and GG Machine. I mentioned before that both Cristiano and GG Machine... Oh, actually, they're out of game. They are out of game. But GG Machine, he toured Harsum, he toured Deca. GG Machine, he's a very young player. He's a young Zerg player. And he's popping off here. He took down Harsum and Deca. Very nice results. Cristiano is still favored though, so how will that series turn out? That is the question here. What will be the results, as it looks like they're finished, they've wrapped up, potentially. They may be available. We'll slip into some DMs and figure out what exactly has been going on. As we do try to catch up. But again, Max Pax is waiting in the semifinals for either a Protoss or a Zerg. We've still yet to confirm who. Still yet to confirm. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Hero Marine waiting in the semifinals for the winner of Milky Cow, Nicorect, and Lambo. Some big results coming in. Eva went to the ace. Eva, he went to the ace match against Lambo. A big result here. I barely missed that series. I do regret it a little bit. I do regret it. Went all the way to the ace match. Big results coming in from Eva. Doesn't win. Doesn't win, but does have a good showing nonetheless. Nicorect mid-series here against his opponent. Oh. Mid-series against his opponent. And Milky Cow takes down Geralt 2-0. A big result. A bit of an upset. I was not expecting that. I was expecting Geralt to go far. I was expecting Geralt to go very far in this tournament, but alas, he meets his end at the hand of Milky Cow. Massive result there. He is a massive result, and with that, we are getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for our ZVP. As we're all filing in, it's a fresh series. Let's go. We're diving into Cristiano versus GG Machine. So happy to be casting GG Machine. Again, he's a great player, and he is an up-and-comer. He's a very young up-and-comer in the region. we go. We have had the luxury of casting him every now and then for the past couple of weeks. GG Machine, he has been getting some better and better results. Again, he's like 14 or something. Like, he's not as young as Eba. He's like a couple of years older, but still a young player nonetheless, still a teenager. And for GG Machine to take down Hearthstone is a massive win. How does he compare against Cristiano? I do consider Cristiano stronger than Hearthstone. Hearthstone, he's a great player, don't get me wrong, but I do think Cristiano is in better form. So I do think that Cristiano is going to pose a bigger threat. He's going to pose a bigger threat to GG Machine. So we'll see if GG Machine can keep the run alive. We'll see if he can keep this going and cause another upset. Oh boy. As the videos are done, and we're jumping into our next series. We are jumping in. You're going to hear the beeps. You're going to hear the lobby loading. Quickly checking the bracket as well. The winner of this series actually advances on to the semifinals to face off against MaxPack. So we're nearing the end of the broadcast. We're going to be following GG Machine and Cristiano into MaxPacks, into either the grand finals or potentially the lower semifinals, depending on how long and how slow matches are. Again, Eba versus Lambo was a very long series, so the lower half of the bracket has been delayed, but now we're getting into this. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the red Zerg player representing 3D Clan, the young up-and-comer. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Protoss player representing Team Blazer, the Polish Protoss. It is Cristiano. Here we go. Yeah, and GG Machine, from my experience with him, he is a relatively aggressive player. He thrives in the mid-game from, again, my limited experience, but it is quite limited. I've casted GG Machine like twice in the past, 3 months. So relatively frequently, or recently, but outside of that, I haven't been able to cast too much of him. So I'm ready to be introduced even further. I am ready for it. Here we go. For the time being, it's going to be a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of GG Machine. Across the map, we do have Cristiano going for a gate expand into the Cybercore, standard opener as well. Of course, Cristiano has been hot recently. He is recently off the back of a finals run in the House Galactic Battle. For those that are curious, we did cast last week a Polish LAN. It was a Polish offline event where we had a Laser, Spirit, Cristiano, and Cristiano came second. He did knock Spirit down, and he had a really good series against a Laser as well. He actually beat a Laser in the upper bracket. So Cristiano had an insane run in that offline event, bringing down Spirit and a Laser. In the end, he fell in the rematch, and Cristiano did actually come second in the end, but a really good result nonetheless. A really powerful performance out of Cristiano. So we'll see if he can replicate that success and have an even deeper run here in ESL Open Cup Europe. Here we go. As GG Machine is just working on that third base, joining on up. Is just happily saturating and building himself up, getting towards the mid game. Meanwhile, we have our take of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Cristiano. Pretty standard. It is what we should expect to be seeing from him. Stargate opener into a third, into Oracle production, of course. "30 years older than GG Machine. StarCraft is a beautiful game." Yeah, I love that there's still, like, new faces, right? Like, Eba is a young teenager, right? We have Night Phoenix, we have GG Machine, we have Arrow Fire. Like, there's a lot of, like, relatively, like, fresh faces in the scene, especially in Europe. It's great to see. It is great to see. As Lings, they do collapse here on these Adepts. Oh, both of them will fall. They do get a couple of drones, but 2 Adepts for 2 drones. Not ideal for Cristiano. A good defense here by GG Machine. Behind this, we're following it up with a Robo. Very aggressive follow-up. Robo and a Twilight Council. Now, if I remember correctly, Cristiano does like going for Immortal Chargelots, like Charge or Archon. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if he does go into Glaive Adepts. If this was a standard player, if this was anyone else, I would say Glaives from Cristiano 100%. But again, Cristiano, he's quite fond of charge-based openers. We'll see what he goes for. Gateways are on the way. 4 gates in total. Robotics facility as well. Again, this looks like Glaives, but what do you got for us? What do you have? Yep, there it is. Temple Archives on the way. Charge. It's going to be Charge or Archon. As we did mention, this is very unique to Cristiano. He's very fond of going into Charge or Archon Immortal-based compositions into delayed third bases. Like, this third is so late from Cristiano, but he's not all in. He's getting it nonetheless. It is going to be on the way. And this is how Cristiano beat a laser. With the same style, with the same build. Across the map, GG Machine throwing down gas geysers, getting into roach production, throwing down a safety lair. I mean, everything is on time for our Zerg player. And hopefully he doesn't overreact. He does get eyes on the third. And he has been droning up quite freely. Adepts, they do shade into the natural though, and drones are going down. 2, 3, 4 workers do get picked off. Oh, we get a 5th. And barely a 6th as well. A much better trade for Cristiano. At the same time, massive stasis into the main base, and 6 drones do get caught in it. Again, GG Machine testing, sorry, Cristiano testing the reaction time here of GG Machine. And so far, GG Machine, he is struggling to go for the tri-pronged attack. Adepts into the natural, Oracle into the main, and Archons towards the third. Damage is being done. The Queen almost gets targeted down. Plus transfuse. The Queen does survive, but we get 9 drones in total. Very nice damage here. The Archons survive. And Cristiano does pull back. Cristiano, he does pull back. GG Machine. Trying to keep up still with the Archon drops. Unable to, though. That's Cristiano. He has done an amazing job at getting ahead. He's now takes a worker lead. Fully saturated on 3 bases. And soon to be working on a 4th. Meanwhile, we spoke about it. Again, he's building up Charge, Archon, and Immortal. Emphasis on the Immortals. We have 2. I believe by the time we push out, we're going to have 6. 6 Immortals. We're halfway there. Just wait. Just you wait. This Immortal count is going to multiply. And it's going to look terrifying. And against a Roche-based composition, Cristiano's army is going to snowball out of control. That is 3 Immortals have arrived. 4th Immortal on the way. Just so you wait. We still have more ahead of us. +1 attack halfway done. Charge halfway done. 3rd base up and running. GG Machine back at home, trying to resaturate. Another stasis trap did go off here at the 3rd. He's trying to get his 4th up and running. Still droning, working towards a hive. Okay, so Ling, Roach, Ravager into Hive Tech. No Baling Nest. Oh boy. No Baling Nest is available. There we go, up to 4 Immortals. 5th Immortal is on the way. And we're pushing now. We're pushing a little bit earlier, but I think this is a wise move. We're in the middle of teching. Hive is on the way. Hydrogen is on the way. We're not quite ready. Oh, as we do have a bit of a pause. Looks like a little bit of latency. And now is the time to pause. Especially if there is latency, we do need to make sure that we are just coming in clean here because the rocks are about to be knocked down and Cristiano is about to push. What kind of army are we looking at? 15. 15 roaches. This is not enough. This is not enough of an army. And again, we're in the middle of teching. We're in the middle of working towards that next step. GG Machine, he is in trouble right now. And here comes Cristiano. The Prism is here to reinforce the juggle. Zealots on the way. Sentries for Horse Fields. Archons for Lings. That 5th Immortal is routed across the map. And here we go. We're pushing in. And we catch out the roaches. Nice force fields out of Cristiano. Cleans up a good chunk of roaches. He collapses on the army as well. And GG Machine, oh, he bleeds out most of his army. We get into the mineral line. Drones are soon to go down. The roach army is amassing. The biles up. We barely do bring down the prism. But the army is getting out of control. As we mentioned, GG Machine, he was caught teching. He was caught with his pants down. And Cristiano, he does shut down this base. GG gets called. Cristiano takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Cristiano. Again, this is a very unique playstyle to Cristiano where he goes for a delayed third base. He does tech up quite heavily, getting to really fast Immortal production, Archon production, builds up a death ball of an army, and if you are unaware of the push, then you can be caught with your pants down, as we saw from GG Machine. Again, he was in the middle of transitioning into Hydras, into Hive Tech. He was droning. He wasn't ready. He was not ready for the push. And Cristiano snowballed out of control. With that, he does take a lead in the series. And we'll see if he can extend that lead as we get ready for game number 2. Meanwhile, in the chat, I do see... I feel like the Koreans stopped getting new faces, but Europe and some Americans are still appearing out of nowhere. Koreans did get new faces in COVID. If you're familiar, Koreans, they got Mondo, they got Honmono, they got Quanta, they got 3 Point, Stephen Curry, Lunacy as well, Jinio. I mean, Jinio's been around for a while, but Jinio, Percival, there were a lot of these like up-and-coming Koreans, like 2020, 2021. Unfortunately, Control is another one. Chance, if you remember Chance, the Korean Protoss. There were a lot of like Code A Koreans that popped up, but none of them made it. None of them broke through. The Korean scene, unfortunately, is really cutthroat. It's very top-heavy, and unfortunately, the old guard of the Koreans just did not allow any of the up-and-comers to thrive. Of all the Korean names that I mentioned, most of them are retired. Even Quanta is like semi-active. Mondo is semi-active. I think the most Control, he's a streamer. Nowadays, he isn't practicing. I think the only active player, I think the most active player is 3 Point. 3 Point and Honmono. They're the only 2 active, like up-and-coming Korean players. The others, they slowly retired over the years, which is a shame. It is a shame to see. Again, it's really hard to be an up-and-coming in Korea just because the skill level is so much higher compared to any other region. It's really difficult to thrive. Really difficult to thrive in Korea. So unfortunately, all the up-and-coming Koreans, they all retired. They all retired. I want to say last year, basically. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Red Zerg player representing Clan 3D. Ooh, down to the series, looking to fight back, it is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Protoss player representing Team Blazer. Leading the series 1-0, it is Cristiano. Here we go. The other thing I wanted to touch on, unfortunately there aren't any new American players or NA players, unfortunately. Likewise, just like how in every region during the COVID era of StarCraft, a lot of players popped up. Patty Mac popped up for the Americas and Trigger as well. Patty Mac, he rose in 2020 and Trigger rose in 2021. Both of them rose up. But Patty Mac has since retired. You know, he's focusing on his studies. Trigger did thrive, but they are the only 2. Outside of them, everyone else is part of the old guard. You know, everyone else has been around for many years. It was Patty Mac and Trigger that were the newer faces. Anyone else? There were some up-and-comers in the Latin American scene, but Latin American scene was shrunk, and a lot of them did retire as well. So really, it's the European scene that has the most support. The European scene does have a lot of support, a lot of weeklies, a lot of organizations. I guess it's because it's so big. So what I mean by a lot of support in Europe, you have a lot of regional Finnish events. You have like the Finnish tournament organizers. You have the Polish tournament organizers, you have the Russian/CIS tournament organizers, you have the German tournament organizers as well, like German regionals. I think they've been the Leipzig Cups, the Leipzig Opens. I think they've been falling by the wayside, but like basically a lot of these individual countries, they do support their local countries and their local regions, and that helps the overall European region, right? Meanwhile, Korea on its own, America on its own, like there isn't as much there, unfortunately. So as a result, like those scenes have since shrunk. But you know, we that's why we do our part. That's why we do what we can. That's why here on the CranKy Ducklings, for a very long time, for years, we did host our own oceanic events and Southeast Asian events to try to pop up our region, right? The oceanic region and the Southeast Asian region. But they've also shrunk over time. But you know, we do our parts. We do what we can. We do what we can. And again, it's great to see the European region thrive here. As we have Cristiano getting across the map. Does shade into the main base, and he's looking for some more drone damage here. Does get one, does get two, three. Oh my god. 3 workers do get picked off. So far, much better than last game. We're not done. Oh my god, we're not done. As we shade into the natural, we get 5 workers in total. Very nice trade here by Cristiano. Back at home, he should be going for a Stargate. Then we go Stargate opener into Oracles. And you may be thinking, hold up, didn't we just lose a couple of adepts? Doesn't that mean that the third base is vulnerable? There is no third. Remember, we delay the third intentionally so. And the Oracle gets across the map. We get another 2 drones. GG Machine, he is going to be struggling here. Has lost 7 workers in total. Cristiano, just like the last game, it's the same build. Same build. Robo, Twilight Council. This should be for Charge, should be for Temple Archives, Immortal Production. The exact same build here for Cristiano. It is the Cristiano special. Again, this is what he's known for. This is his stylistic playstyle, or like what he's known for in PvZ. We'll see if GG Machine has a better response. We'll see if he has a better reaction this time. Here we go. As there it is, there's that delayed third base for Cristiano. And as we mentioned, there is that Temple Archives for that Archon production for eventually charge ults. As I mentioned, same build from game number 1. GG Machine is going for his Roach follow-up. Similar timing to that previous game as well. Roaches, Lair. What I will say, really the only thing that GG Machine has to take care of is taking up too quickly, is rushing towards Hydras and Hive Tech. If we settle things down on 4 bases, if we stay on their tech and build up a Lingbane Roach Ravager army, GG Machine should be okay. He should be able to survive the eventual aggression from Cristiano. Ooh, was a big stasis trap into the main base. Oh my, Cristiano, once again, his harass is insane. Another stasis! Not like this, as we do catch even more drones. Almost the entire mineral line does get stasis. Cristiano locking GG Machine down. Yeah, as the Archons, they head into the main base. Not much to kill, but the stasis is about to run out. We even get on top of some of these Overlords. Yeah, 1 Overlord does get picked off the Lings. They struggle against the Archons, and we are pulling GG Machine apart. We're getting far too much damage done. Another 2 workers. Back at home, we're building up that Death Bull of an army, building up those Immortals. So Cristiano will be pulling back. As GG Machine, he has some recovering to do. He has some droning to do, and at the moment, he's just stuck droning as hard as he can. As he drones up, though, that means that his army is going to be lacking, and Cristiano, he is getting a bit further and further ahead. We're building up towards 3 Immortals, soon to be 4, soon to be 5. Archon's getting back in. So do pull back. Cristiano, he will be retreating here. Meanwhile, again, we're just building up towards, actually it would be 4th base. Quite different to the last game. If you remember last game, there was no 4th inside for Cristiano. But here he's building up on that 4th. Towards that 4th even. And I do appreciate that this time GG Machine, he throws down a Baneling Nest. So he is staying on Lair Tech. He's staying on Ling Bane Roach Ravager. He will have a more robust army. He is building up here on 3 bases. And he should have a better response, a better army to deal with the eventual push. Speaking of, we're moving out. Once again, the same timing out of Cristiano. 4 Immortals, 2 Archons, 5 Sentries. And of course the Prism to reinforce. This time GG Machine is better prepared. But does he have enough? Because he lost a lot of drones in the process. That's a problem. He lost a lot of workers. Balze take down some of the Zealots. Good force fields. We catch out the roaches. We catch out the... oh, so many roaches going to be going down. The Ravagers are trapped as well. And Cristiano, he just dealt far too much economic damage. He killed 14 drones in the lead up to this. And he snowballs out of control. Banelings are rolling in. But GG Machine does not have enough of him to defend. Does get into the middle line. Massive connections. 16 probes go down. But GG Machine, he's lost his army. That's what matters most. The army has fallen. Cristiano, he still has the Prism. GG gets called, and Cristiano takes the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A solid performance there from Cristiano. Does take the 2-0. Does take down GG Machine in a pretty dominant fashion. Again, just the same playstyle, same builds, and I guess if you're in the chats, I do recommend studying this if you are maybe interested in replicating Cristiano. There's a lot of replays, or there's a lot of games out there of Cristiano playing this style. It's very solid, very robust, and again, if you do enough damage early on, economic damage specifically, and if your opponent cuts too many corners, then you can just punish them hard here, and it can look terrifying to play against. So congratulations. Cristiano will advance on into the next round where he has an opponent ready and waiting. If you remember, MaxPax was able to take down Night Phoenix 2-0, and MaxPax has been patiently waiting for this series to conclude. MaxPax has been patiently waiting. Here we go. Well, I see in the chat, this is a global game you can play anywhere. As is being restated in the chat, and maybe I didn't make myself clear, I was talking about how a lot of these individual European countries are propping up their own respective players. For example, we just spoke about how Cristiano just came second in a Polish LAN, and there are a lot of Polish bi-weeklies as well. Because of that, not just bi-weeklies, monthlies. We just casted the Infolet tournament. Sometimes we have some indie show matches or Aristory show matches of the like. Because that the Polish scene can thrive, and we have players like Cristiano, Geralt, Bapi, Rodzin, Alazer, Spirit that can all thrive in their own regional events, and of course fan out and break into these more open events like the ESL Open Cups for Europe. Same can be said for a lot of the regional events in Russia, for example, or the CIS regions that we've also been covering, in Finland, in these other European countries. Epic LAN is another big example where EBA has been thriving. Our most recent Epic LAN champion, for example, which is a LAN in the UK, and that all kind of comes together. Unfortunately, like, that hasn't really been the case for Korea, for example. Again, it's very top heavy. There's Alima League doesn't exist, for example. There's no Alima League. There's no Korean. There is a KSL, that's true. We do have KSL in the aftermath of Alima League. But again, very top heavy, unfortunately. Very top heavy. And same for the NA region. There's no more Battle of the Americas. There's no more Copa America. There's no more Sentimiento Latino. There's no more Copa Hyperion. There's no more La Espida. That was all the Latin American events. And there's no more NA Apprentice. NA Apprentice is very sporadic. So yeah, it's a little bit bittersweet, but you know, we do try to support the players that we do have in our respective regions. We do our best. Do our best. Do our best. As also being said, because Koreans can't play, or they have really bad latency in the European weeklies, that's why they avoid it. Europe is borderline unplayable for Koreans. That's why they avoid the European weekly. So it's almost like the European weekly is region locked and forces out the Koreans. Unfortunately, the NA Weekly is not the case. NA Weekly doesn't have that kind of region lock, which is why it's kind of I almost said infested. I want to say a better way of putting it, but it's again dominated by the Koreans and the Europeans. If you look at the weeklies, Koreans and Europeans, they just flood the NA Weekly because there are so many servers on NA. There's East, Central, and West. West is good for Koreans. East is good for Europeans. Central, good for, or decent for everyone. So because of that, you get players from all around the world competing in ESL NA. They don't have that luxury that Europe has when it comes to like the pseudo region look, because their server is so isolated. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame. That's also why Europeans don't play in the Korean Weekly, because the ESL Open Cup Asia has that. It's just really bad for Europeans. That's why that's the case. That's why the NA region has had a rough time. And to be fair, there has been a lot of sentiment recently. I don't know if you've been watching, or been listening, but a lot of the NA personalities like Steadfast and Biomorph and Fear Dragon and stuff like that, they have been, I think Sal Uppertree, they were talking about how in hindsight they wish that the ESL Open Cup NA was region locked and the ESL Open Cups were region locked in general to support their respective regions. Unfortunately, wasn't the case, and it's kind of too late now in a way. It's been a lot of years. It's been a long time. Oh. Been a long time. But regardless, we do have our next series. It is going to be starting up. Vetoes are done. We have a PvP between MaxPax and Cristiano. Here we go. Here we go, as we are getting ready. Vetoes have concluded, and this is a semifinals match to determine who makes it into those finals. Will it be MaxPax? Will it be Cristiano? Who will it be? As all the casters are filing in. Again, plenty of coverage on this tournament. We got Belair, of course, from Germany. We have Funka casting in French. We got Indy in Polish. And of course, we have Rotterdam also covered in English. As we are loading in. And game number one are going to be on Oceanborn. Is going to be on Oceanborn. Here we go. And now we can focus on our series. We can focus on our tournament. I believe the lower bracket is progressing. I believe Lambo did just take down Nickerack 2-1. Big shout out to Nickerack. He also took a game off of Lambo. Both Nickerack and Eva making Lambo bleed. And Lambo is slowly working his way towards Hero Marine in the lower semifinals. I believe that will soon commence. That will soon be upon us. As I believe Lambo is now up against Milky Cow. He's still working his way through. Which means we'll most likely cast both semifinals. But here we go in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. Ooh, the best Protoss in all of Europe. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the pink Polish Protoss player representing Team Blazer. It is Cristiano. Again, Cristiano has been hot recently. I did just mention it earlier. I'll reiterate just because it was a lot of fun. We recently casted a big offline event in Poland, in Warsaw. It was, of course, the House Galactic Battle where the best players in Poland faced off, and Cristiano, he beat both Spirit and a Laser. Two top-tier Europeans. A Laser considered top 3, top 4 Zerg player in all of Europe. Spirit, he's top 3, arguably top 2 Terran in Europe, and both of them fell at the hands of Cristiano. It was insane to see Cristiano's run in that offline event that was last week. But can he replicate that success in a PvP? Can he take down the best Protoss in Europe? Oh boy. MaxPax is standing in his way. MaxPax coming in as the heavy favorite. Cristiano has been finding success, that's true, but there is still a bit of a gap. He still has to prove himself against his opponent. Can he do so? Can he bring it all out here and now? We do see a gate expand here from MaxPax. Going for a double gas opener, this typically leads into a Stargate before expand. Cybercore is done, Stargate is thrown down. A very safe way to open up with a more economic opener here from MaxPax. Stargate before expansion. Meanwhile, Cristiano goes double gateway, and is Cristiano tempted to all in? Is he tempted to go all in? Is he tempted to punish MaxPax, or will he just be behind? Nexus has been thrown down. Cristiano opening up double Stalker. Cristiano, he does open up double Stalker here across the map. And he does expand. We are not going for the all-in. Now, a lot of pressure is on Cristiano because of these openers. MaxPax is just ahead. He's just ahead economically and can snowball that into a win, of course. The pressure is on our pink Polish Protoss player to try and punish this, to try to gain value, get damage done, and recover. Behind this, we have a Twilight Council follow-up. MaxPax, he gets in with the probe. He gets a free scout. Very, very big moment. Very big moment here for MaxPax. Gets a free scout of the main, and probe will go down, but we get eyes on the Twilight Council. We are aware of the would-be Blink. MaxPax going for his own Twilight Council follow-up. Blink on the way for everyone involved. MaxPax even skips out on the Void Ray, does go Oracle first. He can threaten the mineral line. Of course, Cristiano, remember, he did scout the Stargate. He is aware of the potential for oracles, and he is in position. We have two Stalkers in the main. Nothing in the natural as it isn't up and running yet. We'll see if MaxPax can pull this off. Oracles are forced back. They are being forced back. Likewise, behind this, we're building up towards additional gateways. Again, MaxPax, he has had a bit of a better start to kick things off, but Cristiano, he is catching up here with his worker count. The Oracle still not finding too much damage. As MaxPax will pull back. Cristiano going for a safety robo. A bold move here. This will keep Cristiano going for a safety robo. This will keep him safe against something like DTs, Dark Templar. MaxPax, he takes a risk. He delays his robo, which means if there was a Dark Shrine, he'd be in some trouble. But he delays his robo, goes for the third base. So MaxPax, he will have a slightly faster third. Cristiano one step behind with his own third base. Only by a couple of seconds. Nothing too major. Only a couple of seconds behind. We do see both players with now comparable economies. MaxPax has been mining more for longer, but he did invest into the Stargate, to be fair, and so far the Stargate hasn't paid for itself. The Oracle has yet to really kill too many workers, as MaxPax is going to be pushing. Does move out. The Stalker count, in favor of Cristiano. MaxPax has to respect it. He does back off. Waiting for reinforcements. Forges are on the way, +4/+1. The game is settling into the mid-game. Again, MaxPax applying pressure at the third base location, but Cristiano, he should have plenty to defend. His micro being put to the test, but so far, good blinks from both sides. Looking at the units lost tab, not a single Stalker has fallen. Oh, but I spoke too soon because we get a couple of probes. 3 probes go down. Decent damage here. At least we pick off something with the Oracle. And just like that, MaxPax does take a worker lead. Third bases are getting up and running. The army is going to be forced back. Adepts a shade in towards the main. We have Adepts into the natural. We have the Oracle into the main base. And workers are being targeted down. Oh, Cristiano not quite in position. We'll eventually clean this up. But that is 7 more dead workers here. In a mirror matchup, this is brutal. Again, 2 Adepts do one-shot probes. MaxPax does take a massive economic lead. A Dark Shrine on the way as well. Bold move out of MaxPax. Meanwhile, Cristiano goes for a massive gateway explosion. 6 gates on the way, in addition to the 2 that he already has. That is 8 gateways in total for Cristiano. He's going to be doubling down on gateway aggression. As you can see here, Cristiano does have the higher army supply. That is true. But MaxPax is catching up. And again, he has a superior economy. He can afford more. Speaking of affording more, both players working on their 4th bases. MaxPax moving out. MaxPax does get eyes on that 4th with the Oracle, and he is moving out to try and deny it, if at all possible. Cristiano doesn't have map vision, doesn't see the army, he's not in position. And MaxPax will dive in. Does get the pylon. Does get the pylon, but not much else. Cristiano will force this back. Cristiano losing a couple of stalkers. Again, a better engage, a better fight from MaxPax. At the same time, the Oracle comes back in, gets 2 more drones. I was concerned here that the Oracle wasn't going to pay for itself, but over the past couple of minutes, it's gotten 7 workers in total. And Adepts, they get into the natural. We force a recall. MaxPax, he's pulling Cristiano apart. Not with the main fights, but with the harass. The Adepts and the Oracles, they've gotten so much between them. I'm afraid to look. 18 probes have fallen. That was only to Adepts and Oracle harass. And MaxPax's main army is getting stronger and stronger. Cristiano, his hand is being forced. And he's going to be committing. He does have charge. Charge is done for Cristiano. We are even in upgrades. Charge about to finish off for MaxPax. Cristiano, he's pushing in. Oh. Does catch out some DTs. Does catch some Dark Templar. As he does keep pushing, collapsing on the army. Zealot's going ham here. Do you have a shield battery? Do you have an overcharge? Cristiano, though, he's running out of that buffer zone, running out of those Zealots. Oracle's still alive. And you can see the disparity in supply. You can see that MaxPax is just getting further and further ahead because of his economy, because of his 4th base. Cristiano doing what he can. Does have a better concave, to be fair, but we're running out of Zealots, and soon we're getting into the juicy center of Cristiano's army, the Stalkers. MaxPax having a bit of a rough engage. Boys are being pulled, and yeah, MaxPax, he is taking the fight. Waiting for reinforcements. But MaxPax, he should take this. We are focusing on the Nexus. We do get a kill in the base. The 4th base goes down, but at the cost of almost the entire army. Not quite worth it here for Cristiano. It was a desperation move that he went for. Technically, he's up on bases. That is true, but Cristiano, he is struggling here. He doesn't have an army. DTs are coming in. And MaxPax, he's going for the kill move. Again, he set himself up for success with his Adept harass, with his Oracle harass. The Zealots are going down. MaxPax coming in from behind, going for the 4th base at the same time. Cristiano, he does force back the army. Does have a bit of concave. But once the Zealots get cleaned up, the Immortal can go ham, and we kill 16 probes. 16 workers go down. Cannon gets up and running, but GG gets called. It's just too much, and MaxPax will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does take the first game here in a pretty strong fashion. I mean, for the most part, Cristiano was keeping up until the Adepts came in, right? The non-stop Adept aggression, the non-stop Oracle harass as well. MaxPax just set himself further and further ahead, was just picking Cristiano apart, and with that, MaxPax, he does take a 1-0 lead, but it's a best of 3. We have more games ahead of us. We could tie this up. I want to believe that we can force an ace match. We'll see. The pressure is on. And we're getting ready for game 2 on Golden Aura. Let's go. Golden Aura is coming up next. And we'll see if Cristiano can make some magic happen. Can we force the ace match? Personally, I hope so. I would love to see another game here. I'd love to see an extended series, but the pressure is on Cristiano. We cannot slip up. We cannot make these mistakes. Not against MaxPax. Especially not against MaxPax. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. One game away from advancing on into the grand finals. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Polish Protoss player representing Team Blazer. I almost said Team NV. God. Representing Team Blazer, it is Cristiano. Let's go. Let us go. The PvP does continue. And MaxPax, he needs one more to win the series to advance on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, Cristiano, he needs to win this game to force the ace match. To force the game 3. As we load into Golden Aura, much smaller map in the map pool. And, oh, MaxPax going for a gateway on the high ground. Very interesting. Going for a gateway on the high ground. Now, this still looks like a gate expand. We have seen MaxPax go for these gate expand builds with the gateway on the high ground just to preserve the gateway itself. That's exactly what it's going to be. Gate into Cybercore, into Nexus. Went for double gas, so it looks like a Stargate before Nexus. Meanwhile, Cristiano is opening up double gateway. So standard opener out of Cristiano, greedy opener out of MaxPax. So there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, yes, the production is safer for MaxPax. It's further back in the main. But that also means that the natural is going to be exposed. The natural is going to be that much more exposed here, as there is that much less SimCity to work with. That much less SimCity to wall off and to keep the space alive. As we mentioned, because of the double gas opener, it is going to be a Stargate first, followed by the Nexus. As the probe is on the way, Cristiano trying to delay the space for as long as possible. We'll throw it in a pylon. Will delay. Zealot has arrived. And we are opening up with 2 Stalkers. Double Stalker opener here out of Cristiano. And there it is. The expansion's on the way. Cristiano not too far behind with his own. Getting his own Nexus up and running. We have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council. I was curious if Cristiano was going to be baited into an all-in, but the answer is no. He's just transitioning quite normally here. Looking like a standard game. Does look like a standard follow-up here. From Cristiano, MaxPax building up towards his Oracle, just like the last game, is opening up Oracle here into Adepts. I imagine, into Adepts to harass. Ooh, this time MaxPax, he's committing to a second Oracle. Okay, I mean, he had a lot of success with the first one, so why not double down? Why not double down into a second Oracle? This will delay the Twilight Council. Twilight Council is later than that of his opponent. But the reasoning for that is to invest further into Oracles. Speaking of, we try to dive in. Pylon is going to be denied. We shade into the main base. Probe is going to be going down. We get 1, we get 2. 2 workers do fall. The Oracles pull back. And the aggression from MaxPax is continuing. Oh, we're trying to distract the army here. Zealot is being dragged away. Or is trying to drag away those Stalkers. We have an Oracle for each mineral line. Oh! Blink, still not quite done. Oracle goes down in the main. Big pick off. Meanwhile, MaxPax dives back into the main base as well. Gets another 7 probes. 7 workers in total. That's a decent trade, but MaxPax did lose an Oracle. Not the best moment there for our red Protoss. having less success than the last game. Does kill more probes, that is true, but again, losing seven probes for 1 Oracle, it's more or less an even trade. I would say 6 probes. It's more of an even trade. At least MaxPax still has an Oracle. True. Still does have it. Behind this, we're just building up on 2 bases, working towards 4 gateways, actually. MaxPax, being very aggressive, is going to be losing his Oracle, though. Oh, just barely does escape. Gets 3 more drones, sorry, 3 more probes and gets out of there. But you can see here as Cristiano is taking up towards a Robo as he's building up on 2 bases, soon to be taking a 3rd. We have MaxPax doubling down, and he's building up a massive Stalker army. Blink is later, that is true, but we have 4 gateways. 3rd base is on the way. Stalkers are going to be engaging. Cristiano with a Stalker lead, though. Yeah, it does zone back the army, and can we force a cancel? It looks like we can. Additional Stalkers have arrived. And the 3rd base is denied. Oracles try to come back in. MaxPax being forced back. Again, it looks like we are missing some warp-ins here. We do need some extra Stalkers. MaxPax banking up a lot of resources. I mean, that was meant to be spent on the base, on the 3rd. And now it is on the way. The Stalker armies are pretty comparable with each other. They are pretty comparable. Again, Cristiano, he does have the base lead. He's taking a defensive position here at his 3rd. Now he's going for his own gateway explosion. MaxPax dipping in, but I don't think he can deny this. He's getting some damage done, but Cristiano, he has plenty to defend. And Cristiano, he does have enough. As long as we can blink. It's a big if, though. Yeah, overcharge is popped. Rough move command there from MaxPax. He does get forced back, but he will be killing 4 probes. Still maintains his worker lead. Warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. Cristiano doubling down, getting up to 6 gateways. MaxPax taking a lead here in the supplies. Reinforcements are still on the way. Good blinks out of MaxPax. Yeah, he is breaking through. He's overwhelming Cristiano slowly but surely. MaxPax is gaining more ground. We spoke about it. He did prioritize Stalker production earlier on. Oh, and can he get a kill in the base? Oh, it's going to be close. Yeah, focusing on the army. A better concave, a higher Stalker count. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. And MaxPax, he will be forced back, but he kills the entire mineral lines. 15 probes go down. GG gets called. It's just too much. The army of MaxPax snowballing out of control, and MaxPax will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano did well denying the base. I assumed that he would have enough to defend his 3rd, as he had the faster 3rd as a result. But he was down in army supply. He was down in gateways. His 3rd and 4th gateway were delayed. You could see that he was trying to make up for it. Remember, he threw down the 5th and 6th gateway a lot faster from the side of Cristiano. But the gateways was still getting up and running, and he was overwhelmed. He was slowly overwhelmed by MaxPax. The production of MaxPax did catch up with Cristiano. Did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. We had some good blinks out of Cristiano, but a better angle, and again, just better production for MaxPax. Does snowball out of control, and with that, just updating our lovely admins. Updating our lovely admins here, and MaxPax advances on to the grand finals, and he's going to be waiting in those finals for his next opponent. He's going to be waiting here for either Hero Marine, a Milky Cow, or Lambo. Let's go. Let's quickly switch our scenes over, and we can catch up on the bracket. We do have an update so far. Un momento here. One moment. We do have some updates coming in. Okay, so from the bottom. Of course, Hirmine, he's been patiently waiting. Oh. Has been patiently waiting for his next opponent. But we can see here that we have Lambo. Oh, can we scroll in a little bit? Okay, we have Lambo facing off against Milky Cow. He took down Nickrak 2-1. Milky Cow took down Geralt 2-0. And we just got an update. Milky Cow is leading the series 1-0 against Lambo. He is up in that series. Very, very surprising results here. But Milky Cow has been popping off tonight. He 2-0'd Geralt. He may even 2-0 Lambo. Now, if Lambo wins game 2, then we will have an ace match. We will have a game 3, and we will all jump in. But with bated breath, we're waiting. We're chilling. We're waiting for the results. Otherwise, Milky Cow could 2-0, and then we would have a TVT semifinals as Hero Marine is waiting for the winner of this series. So for the time being, we still have a Zerg in the tournaments, but Lambo is up against the wall, and things are looking a little bit dire for him. It could be a TVT semis, which could lead into a TVP grand finals with either Hero Marine or Milky Cow, yet to be determined. Regardless, we will be here for it. One moment. So, I know what I pressed. We will be a moment. We're going to be going on a short break, waiting for this series to conclude. And when it does, we will either have the semis or game 3 of the quarterfinals. Then leading into the grand final. So we have 2, at most 3 series left in the broadcast. And yeah, so far no major upsets here. Nothing too major yet. I think we expected Max Packs to make it to the finals. I think we expected Hero Marine versus Lambo, but Milky Cow, he could be the dark horse, the dark cow, if you will. Could be the dark cow of the tournament. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes on it. For now, we're going to be going in a short break. Again, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some food. Take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and we're going to be back with our quarterfinals or semifinals match. We'll figure it out. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have returned with the ace match of this final quarterfinals match to determine who faces off against Hero Marine in the semi-finals. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Germany representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go. As spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. He's been having quite a turnout so far. He took down Geralt 2-0, and he is forcing his opponent into the ace match. A bit of a dark horse, a dark cow, if you will. It is Milky Cow. Here we go. Again, we are settling into this series now. Unfortunately, we did miss out on Game 1 and Game 2. I was able to catch a little bit of Game 2, and I was able to get eyes on a more longer macro game. It was pretty back and forth. It was very close between these two players, as Milky Cow is going for a CC first. Oh my god. I love that Milky Cow is kind of working against his reputation. To be honest, he's kind of known as a cheeser. For a long time, he was known for like aggression and more just aggressive plays in general. But in that last game, we saw a back and forth. We saw the Lambo was going toe-to-toe with Milky Cow in the mid to late game. And here in Game 3, going for a very economic opener as well. Great to see Milky Cow just kind of spread his wings and spread his horizons in how he does approach the game. So I wonder where this is going to take us as well, and how Lambo responds, as Lambo went for a fast pull, went for an early pull. Lings are already out, queens are on the way. Lambo with a very aggressive build, he's getting across the map, maybe anticipating a CC first. Maybe he was aware of it, but I believe the CC should be done. I believe this is the power of a CC first, is that early pulls don't do too much because the CC will complete. And Lambo, he's looking for proxies. He fans out his Lings, he checks proxy locations. Lambo playing very safe here, and as a result, Lambo is falling behind. Remember, this hatchery is delayed because of the faster spawning pool. Now we're rushing into a third base, but this investment into Lings, this investment into a fast spawning pool was not worth it. Not worth it at all. Milky Cow gets away with his greed. Very greedy build, does get away with it, is looking poised to get ahead here in the early game, but now we're working towards the later stages as the Reaper is moving out. Overlord will spot it, and Lambo is getting ready. Lambo is preparing back at home. Milky Cow turning back around. He did confirm the late hatchery with the SCV, does confirm the third base. So Milky Cow is staying back at home. Wise choice here after confirming the build. Will chill out back at home, going into a 1-1-1 follow-up. I like this. So Milky Cow, he opens up in a very greedy way, following it up with aggression. 1-1-1, Hellion production, potentially Banshees or Liberators. This could even lead into a Hellbat push. Just a very aggressive follow-up here by Milky Cow. We'll see what he can get done. We'll see if Lambo is too greedy. Remember, because the opener of Lambo worked against him, because Lambo set himself behind, he's going to be wanting to be greedy to cut corners to catch back up, to make up for the opener. As a result, he could be caught with his pants down. It is possible. There's Yadon Swap, we're going for a Banshee-based opener. Tech Lab on the starport. And Cloak is being researched. Banshee is soon to be on the way. Milky Cow already being a little bit aggressive. Does poke out. Queens are in position. Queens are here. Queens are ready. That's Milky Cow, again, rotating around. Working on his second rack, so he's not going into mech. I didn't see mech in Game 2, for those that are curious. I believe Take TV, he was, they were casting it, so they were in that series. They were there. Lambo going for a safe opener as a response. I do appreciate this. So Lambo, he goes for a Lair first. Lair first leads into a faster Baneling nest, leads into Baneling speed, leads into delayed upgrades. Just a really safe way to play. So Lambo, he isn't cutting too many corners, thankfully. Meanwhile, third CC getting up and running here. Milky Cow is not going for a 2-base all in himself, but is building up in Building up towards these Hellions. Cutting Hellions at 4, though. Interesting. So my apologies. I do have to kind of pivot away and pivot back to this. We went for an add-on swap really quickly. Very fast reactor on the racks. We get an abundance of Marines. We cut Hellions at 4. Not something typically done. Oh. Does get one more tumor. Slick moves out of Milky Cow. Milky Cow, again, he does go for a faster add-on swap into Marines. Goes into 1-1. As the Banshees rallied into the natural, but Lambo is in position. Lambo's here. Ooh. Some good volleys off. Banshee's forced back. Banshee does no damage, but does keep Milky Cow safe from any other form of aggression. Unfortunately for Milky Cow, Lambo is not going Roach. He's going Ling Bane. There's a double Eva chamber on the way. Baneling's speed is delayed. Lambo banking up a lot of minerals, actually. Taking a 4th base, but yeah, the upgrades, I mean, I guess we're going to be lining them up, that's true. As plus on melee, yeah, is now on the way. Oof, drone does go down. 5th base is delayed, is denied. Lambo double expanding, though, does get a hatchery up and running. Does get his 4th. Banshee's a force back. Behind this, 1-1, soon to finish. We have the Armory for +2. Armory also allows for Hellbats to be morphed in, and we will have 4 of them. And here we go, Milky Cow is pushing. She's moving out on the left-hand side. Lambo working towards a Hydra Den already. Ooh, risky move here out of Lambo. Rushing into the Hydra Den. Meanwhile, Milky Cow is pushing on the left-hand side. Lambo does see the movement. Does see the army. Banshees try to dive in. Marines have arrived. We have 1 tank with this army. Only a singular tank. Not that terrifying, but he's got Hellbats. He's got soon-to-be Hellbats. There we go. The Hellbats are being morphed in. You can see the Ling Bane amassing for Lambo, getting ready to collapse on this position. Getting ready to collide with this force, and Milky Cow needs to get out of here. I think we've overstayed our welcome. He's pushing it even further. Okay, there we go. I was like, he's crazy. Does pull back, rotates around, clearing up some creep. Hellbats are going to be shut down. But the Marines do survive. Really nice positioning here out of Milky Cow. He catches the Queens. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 Queens go down. Can we get 4? Can we get 5? Oh my god. Meanwhile, Lambo, he was distracted by the Banshees. Banshees, they wreak havoc in the main base. They got 5 drone kills, and we lost so many Queens on the front lines. That was 4 dead Queens. And very nice trades. Very nice positioning out of Milky Cow. Behind this, here comes the reinforcements. Thankfully, we collapse on this and we take down a tank. It would have been brutal. If Milky Cow joined both of these armies, that would have been insane. But Lambo does clean up one of them. The other is pushing on the right-hand side. They are cut off from each other. Thankfully for Lambo. So Lambo does push in. Double drop towards the south. Oh, Medevac's taking a lot of damage. But we are looking to deny the 5th base. Yeah, we get on top of the hatchery. The hatchery is going to go down. Good pick off there by Milky Cow. Double drop into the main base. Oh, Medevac's are falling to the spores. Oh my god. As they barely do evacuate. But again, we did distract Lambo. The tanks survive, more importantly. Yeah, most of the tanks do. Most of the Marines do. Tanks, they will make it out. And Milky Cow reinforcing towards the left instead. Pushing towards the 4th base. Clearing up some creep. Dives on the Queen. Doesn't quite get it. Medevacs start being focused down. Oof, 1 Medevac falls. Banshees back into the main. Oh, Banshees? Drop into the main. Does get cleaned up. And Lambo stabilizing. Oh, takes down a Medevac. Big pick off. Lambo, he is stabilizing. Momentum is swinging in his favor. He is down in economy compared to Milky Cow. Milky Cow, he has a better economy, has a 4th base, soon to be a planetary. His macro is insane. Milky Cow, it's popping off. It is popping off right now. As Lambert going to keep on pushing. Massive mine shots. Oh, on the Lings. Very good connections, but the Bailings, they're rolling into the middle line. SCVs are going to be going down. Big connections. 15 workers full. And that will trigger a counterattack. At the same time, Lingbane here hitting the planetary as well. Lambert, he's all over the economy. Massive connections. But Milky Cow has the supply lead. He's turning back around. He turns back around to defend, and right now, Lambo, he just has to buy time. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Lambo. As Milky Cow has a massive army, but he's not making use of it. He's stuck at home. He leaves a bunch of supply back at home as well. I feel like we need to be committed, but we're not. Lambo, he just has to survive. He can afford to lose a base. Even 2 bases, that's okay. Catch some queens. Does catch some queens, does catch a hatchery. But we collapse on this position. The tanks are late to siege. They're late to siege, and Milky Cow gets completely shut down. Lambo in control of this game. Initially, Milky Cow was looking impressive. I stand by that. He was looking very impressive. He was pulling Lambo apart, but all it took was 1 big counterattack, or 2 big counterattacks, and Lambo, he shuts down the aggression of Milky Cow, shuts down the bases. Lambo will lose 2 hatcheries, that is true. But Lambo still has an overwhelming army. Gets into the mineral line once again. Kills 3 more SCVs. Milky Cow, he's running out of steam. Running out of army. Going for a double drop, but we have Vipers to pick away at these medevacs. Big yoinks coming in. We get 1. We do get 1. And alas, Milky Cow. He's on his last legs. Again, very impressive play. I am very impressed with how he performed here against Lambo. Was pulling Lambo apart, was looking better at times, to be honest. Was looking impressive, but alas, Lambo, he did recover. Did get an insane amount of damage done. Killed the 4th, of course. Annihilated the Mineral Lions. And Lambo's about to max out. He's about to max out. He's about to snowball out of control. Or he is snowballing out of control. And we are looking for an all-German semifinals. Hero Marine is waiting for the winner of this series. Who's it going to be? I mean, the writing is a little bit on the wall. Milky Cow is fighting back. He's trying to claw his way back into this. If he can somehow catch the army, like catch half of the army, if he's able to catch Lambo out of position, then maybe. There is a drop into the natural. We're killing some drones. But Lambo, he collides with the main force. Picks off a tank, a second, and soon to be a 3rd. Yeah, the army is being shut down. The drop into the main was deflected. And Lambo, we can keep on pushing. At this point, we can keep on pushing. We can chase this down. That's the main. The main base is being lifted and landed as the 4th. That's how desperate Milky Cow is. But Lambo, he has more than enough to deal with this. Decent mine shots. Ooh, forcing red friendly fire as well. The SCVs, they get ignored. We collapse on top of the army. Oh, but the friendly fire is brutal. Massive shot on the bio. GG gets called, and Lambo will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. Lambo does take the series here. It was close. It went to the ace match. Unfortunately, we missed out on game 1 and game 2, but at least we were able to bear witness to the finale here of this series. And congratulations. Congratulations, Lambo will advance on. And we have our next series being set up. We have our next series on the way here. It is going to be another ZVT, but a bit of a higher profile one. And I'm a little bit concerned. If Lambo was struggling against Milky Cow, how will he perform against his next opponent? Doesn't get easier from here. Hero Marine has been patiently waiting, and up next, we have a TVZ between Hero Marine and Lambo. Let's go. Let us go. Again, we have 2 series left here. We have this best of 3, and we have a best of 5 waiting in the finals. Max Pack still chilling, you know, watching some Netflix, getting some food, waiting for his opponent. We're here to find out who it's going to be. As the vetoes are done, lobby has been made, and we are filing into our next series. Oh boy, now it looks like we're going to be getting a small break here. Some of our casters need a moment, so short break. When we return, you know what comes. Oh, well, looks like the break may be over. All good. All good. We're getting ready for our semis. And I'm excited. Always excited to see these two face off. Hero Marine, he's a beast though, and he has been flexing his mech. If you were here earlier, you would have seen Hero Marine versus Wayne, and every game in that series, he did whip out his mech in some form or another. We casted Hero Marine in Home Story Cup, and he was playing nothing but mech against the Zerg players there as well. I'm curious, will the trend continue? Will Hero Marine throw down a second factory and whip out the mech again against Lambo this time? Let's find out. Let us find out. Here we go. As videos are done and we have our first lobby of choice, we have our first map. It is going to be Alcyone. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our blue Zerg player, our German Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player, the Red Terran from the land of Germany, representing Team Mouse. It is Hero Marine. Here we go. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 1 here of our next best of 3. Between these two players, and yeah, we'll see how this does turn out. For the time being, it is going to be a hatch first. We did see Lambo going for a pool first in the last series against Milky Cow, but again, I'm sure that was a part of the series. I'm sure that's a part of how things were turning out, a part of how the series progressed, and I'm sure there was reasoning behind the pool first. For now, Hatchcast pool standard opener out of Lambo. Meanwhile, we do have Hero Marine going for a Rax expand. Here we go. So nothing too out of the norm, at least in the early game of this series. There it is. CC is on the way for Hero Marine. And everything is above board. Talking about the map a little bit here, Alcyone, of course, is one of the larger macro maps in the map pool. Does lead to a lot of late games, so if you were thinking about sticking around for another half hour or so, game 1, looking poised to head in that direction. But we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. Again, if Hero Marine does whip out the mech again, he does go for a more aggressive style. Is very much so in his in the face of his opponent. With battle mech, with Ferrari mech, you know, Hellions, Cyclones, is willing to do so. So we'll see if that's the case. We'll see if he does go for that mech. Meanwhile, first breaks across the map. Gonna be dancing with these lings, picking away at those units, and we don't quite get a ling yet. So far, good control out of Lambo. Does pull back, does preserve his lings, does save his drones as well. Good control overall, and we don't lose anything yet. Oh! Hero Marine, he wants that tumor, but he will be forced back. And does confirm the location of the third base. We're good. Things are looking good here. As behind this, we're getting into our follow-up. It is going to be, ooh, a 1-1-1, a hidden 1-1-1. Okay, Hero Marine, you have my attention, and it is going to be a two-port opener. So I was going to say BC, but I believe you delay the second starport if we were going for battle cruisers. This looks like two-port Banshee. Okay, so a mech variation. 2-board Banshee into, I imagine, another factory. Here, Marine, he's having fun. He's spicing it up here. We have the Tech Lab on the way for an add-on swap as well. Again, should be for Cloak, for Banshee production, or even Banshee speed. There's the add-on swap. Fun fact, if you're curious, you do not add-on swap if it's VC. If it's Battlecruiser, you don't need to add-on swap because it takes a long time to make the Fusion Core. And here we go. Yep, there it is. It is not going to be Cloak first. It's going to be instead speed for those Banshees. Hyperflight Rotors on the way. I was trying to think of the name. I couldn't quite remember. But Hyperflight Rotors from Hero Marine. He's going 2-board Banshee. And we'll see if Lambo can get a read on this. We'll see if Lambo can piece this all together. We did mention that recently Hero Marine has been embracing mech styles and mech variations. But important to point out that it's variations of mech, right? We already saw 2-port Banshee. We actually saw 3-port Banshee with double factory against Wayne. We already saw that. We saw like just mass factory, mass mech against Wayne. We've seen it all. Has Lambo seen it all? And he's been busy playing. He's been busy competing. Not too certain if he's aware of what Hero Marine can bring to the table. I like to hope so. As here we go, we have the 3rd CC on the way. Hellions vying for map control. They pick off a tumor. They pick off a tumor for the time being, rotating back around. Meanwhile, Lambo is running up on 3 bases, getting a 4th on the way. We have a lair, Bailey Nest, safe opener here at a Lambo. Going to be prioritizing Bailings and Bailing speed. But how many queens? That's the question. 8 queens in total. That's not too bad. Spores are on the way. Looking at his vision, he hasn't seen too much. Ling is denied. Ling is denied entry into the main base, and there's that factory. As to be suspected, again, Hero Marine has been playing nothing but mech recently, and that continues to be the case with another factory on the way. As we are just amassing more Banshees. We're on 3, we're soon to be on 5. Again, with double factory Cyclone production. This is similar to what Hero Marine did against Wayne. Similar, but not quite the same. As Hero Marine is going to be rotating around. Clearing up a lot of that creep. Ling does get eyes on the Cyclones. Big scout here. We don't get into the main base, but we are aware of the mech. We are still not aware of the Banshees. That's what's scary. We have an idea of the composition of the Cyclone Hellion. We have no idea of the Banshees. And here we go. Cloak is activated. The Banshees are head straight for that linear base, that southern base. Queens are in position, but only 2. Yeah, we dive on the army. 2 queens is not good enough. We take the queen down. We go ham here in the middle line. Drones are falling, and the Hellions, they come in to support. They come in towards that would-be 4th. Banshees, they do turn back around. We go for the queens. But a nice surround here from Lambo. He did not skip on his Ling Bane. Collapses on the ground army. Cleans up the Hellions. Cleans up the Cyclones. The Banshees do survive. They did some damage, but not worth losing the entire ground army. Again, that was 6 dead Hellions, 2 Cyclones for a handful of Lings and a Queen. The Banshee count is still looking terrifying. We're getting into Hurricane Thrusters, Mass Cyclone. Banshees, they do dive in between the bases. They go for another Queen. They get 1. So far, 2 Queens in total. Yeah, we get into the main. We focus down the Hydroden as well. That's going to be a kill on the Hydroden. We do produce 5 Hydras, but not good enough. It's going to have to be rebuilt, and there it is. Hydroden being thrown down behind the mineral line. Banshees, they rotate over towards the southern base. More Lings go down. We go straight for the Spore. Jesus, the amount of DPS is insane. We get the Spore. The Queens are out of position. Another Spore goes down. And here Marine gets the hell out of there. How much did we lose? 2 Banshees. 2 Banshees went down for 13 drones. And 2 Queens. Behind this, 4 CC is on the way. More factories as well. Double armory into 1-1. And here Marine, he has given up on the Banshee play. He's stopped Banshee production. He's getting into Cyclones. Cyclones and tanks, to be fair. Tanks are amassing. Hellion Cyclone to support. Just vying for map control. Clearing up whatever we can. Clearing up whatever we can. As here, Marine, he splits up his forces. He's got Banshees on the left. He's got his Hellion Cyclone on the right. Not much to defend here, to be honest. But Lambo, yeah, he's being active with his links. He's looking for surround. Looking to try to catch this army up. And he will. He does catch these Cyclones. Catches them out of position. Once again, another trap was set. Good cleanup there by Lambo. Shuts down the army twice now. And here, Marine is in a lot of trouble. He has tanks, but very little to support. Banelings are on the way. We don't have any more Cyclones. The Cyclone count was reset. We have Hellions, Banshees, and tanks. Is it going to be enough? As Banshees get eyes on the main army, Lambo rotating towards the left-hand side. Is going to knock down those rocks. Banshee's pushing towards the south as well. Gaining some value here, picking up some Lingbane. I can't fault here Marine for that. Trading well here with the Banshees, but what about the main army? That's a lot of tanks. Oh my god, that's a brutal tank line. Without Vipers, how do we push into this? We can't. Invitation bits on the way for a soon-to-be Hive. Lambo trying to get a surround set up. Oh, he wants to pull the trigger. He wants to collapse on this position. He thinks about it. Does think about it, but doesn't commit. There it is. Hive is on the way, 2-2. Rotating around. Looking for a better angle. We could maybe head into the mineral line. That is possible. Knocking down those rocks. Tanks are getting up and running, and here Marine is maxing out. Despite losing map control, that is true. Here Marine lost Cyclones, lost Hellions. This is still Alcyone. We spoke about this at the start of the game, winding it back. This is a very mech-oriented map. It's very difficult to push into 4 bases. Very difficult to break a defending player, which is why we end up in late game scenarios. It's why we end up in split map scenarios, because here Marine is heavily fortified and we cannot push in. Here Marine, he has turtled up, and Lambo cannot break him. So we are taking up towards Hive. Additional upgrades on the way. Hatcheries, Spire Tech on the horizon here for Lambo. Banshees, they come across another base. The gold. Not going to be able to punish it. Punish is not real. Yeah, more CCs on the way. Turrets, sensor towers, bunkers. Oh, not quite bunkers, but Liberators, tanks. We are just turtling. We're completely walling up here. This is the power of Alcyone. We cannot be broken. Now, basically, Lambo, he's waiting to tech up. He needs to tech up, get ready for a Broodlord switch, work on upgrades. This 5th is a little bit exposed, so this is the base that Lambo can try to punish. Outside of that, pushing into these fortified locations, not going to happen. Here, Marine, though, he's already rotating over. He's in position. Tanks are sieging up, and turrets will soon be thrown down. There it is. Turrets are on the way. Here, Marine establishing another base. This gold is going to be next. This gold has a ramp, has points of elevation. Also very difficult to punish. So again, all these bases are heavily fortified. And here, Marine cannot be stopped. So Lambo, again, he's embracing a longer game. Greater Spire on the way. We should be seeing a second Spire in 1-1. Like 1-1 air attack and air defense upgrades. Air carapace. Lambo rotating towards the right-hand side. There's only 3 tanks. We can push in. We can and we will. Oh, we try to. Lambo thinks better of it. There are additional tanks behind this. Here, Marine, he does rotate over, and Lambo doesn't find a way in. Oh, does catch, not quite. Catches some Hellbats. Almost some Ghosts. Speaking of Hellbats, are out of position. They were cleaned up. We collapse here on the tanks. 3 tanks going to be going down, and we get into the mineral line. 6 SCVs. Oh, but the Planetary survives. Not the best trade from Lambo. Not the best trade. Oh, we can focus on these Hydras as well. Big pickoffs. Very efficient trade out of here, Marine. Again, the tanks went down, but the planetary lives. Only 6 workers. Here, Marine, he can afford to lose SCVs. He doesn't want them. He has mules. That's why he has mass CCs, mass orbital, to mule up and to spend his supply on army instead of on economy. As we rebuild our wall. Meanwhile, behind this, Broodlords are on the way. Now, I'm not too fond of this. I like the Broodlords, don't get me wrong, but we're on 0-0. We have 2 Spires. The Broodlords are 0-0 upgrades. Here, Marine, he can fight that. He can 100% engage with Thors, and Thor production has commenced. He has 2-2 Thors, soon to be 3-3 Thors, which is insane. So the upgrades are very much so lacking for Lambo. Now he's working on +1 air attack. He should be working on +1 air carapace soon as well. But the upgrades are going to take some time to really get into. Scan reveals the Broodlords, so here, Marine, he knows to focus on Thor production. Yep, he's cleaning up his Hellbats, cleaning up his Banshees. It's a brutal decision to make, but basically here, Marine, he's refining his army even further. Ooh, massive extractor trick from Lambo, getting up to 213 supply. A little bit old school, you don't see that too often anymore. But here, Marine, he kills his own units. We have 4 Thors in production. Meanwhile, Lambo with a super maxed army. For those that are curious, as a Zerg player, you can morph in like 10 or 20 spores, build units, and then cancel the spores. Then you are up in supply, oversupply even. And here we go. We do engage a rough fight there. Baileys are rolling into Thors. They roll into the Thor lines here. The Baileys go down. The Thors, they do stand strong. And now we can try to focus down these Broodlords. Broodlords are being focused one after the other. They're trying to work their way through. They do try to split, but you can see the Broodlords just melt. There's 1 Thor left. Good juggling here. And there's 4 Broodlords left. Now 3, now 2. And every Broodlord goes down. Again, 0-0 Broodlords. No upgrades. They just melt. Here, Marine takes a massive fight. I'm afraid to look. That was 15 Broodlords for 2 Thors. Yes, they did kill the ground army. They did kill like 6 ghosts. But essentially 15 Broodlords for 2 Thors. That is insane. Very efficient trade here from Hero Marine. Very nice fight. Now, to be fair, he also lost workers. He lost some of his economy. He lost a lot of ghosts. Does still have to rebuild. But we are pushing forward. But we've remaxed on Ling Bane. We come in with the Ling Bane army. We collapse on some of these Thors. A much more efficient fight for Lambo. He catches out the Thors, cleans them up, and here we go. We're snowballing out of control. We keep on pushing. Thors are good against Broodlords, but what about against Hydras? What about against Ling Bane? Not ideal. The tech switch catches Hero Marine out of just off guard, completely off guard. We needed tanks, not Thors. This is the power of Zerg. You can lose an army, which did happen, right? That was a brutal fight for Lambo, but you can tech switch. You can go for a hard tech switch, and Hero Marine, he was stuck remaxing on more Thors when he needed tanks. He needed tanks and Hellbats. He needed a ground army. Lambo stutter stepping forward, taking down more tanks, taking down more Thors. Is running out of steam, but trading well. He goes for the neural. Goes for the neural here on the Thor. GG gets called, and Lambo fights back. He breaks through. He takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Lambo, again, more than willing to be flexible with his army, goes for a massive switch into Ling Bane Hydra, away from the Mass Corruptor and the Mass Broodlord. And here, Marine, he was caught with his pants down. He was caught with his pants down. He was caught, unfortunately, with an army designed to fight against Broodlord, not against Ling Bane, not against Hydra. So, unfortunately, Hero Marine, he just wasn't able to confirm what was being rebuilt, what was being remade, what were we remaxing on. That's one of the most important things here for the meching Terran player. Does need to figure it out. Was not able to. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Game number 2 going to be taking place on Golden Aura. Here we go. Again, Lambo leading the series 1-0. Can he go the distance? Can he take the 2-0? I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Mecking Terran player. He might switch into Bio. We'll see, we'll see. The German Terran representing Team Mouse. It is a Hero Marine. Here we go. Whew. Again, a wild turn of events in that last game. The pendulum swung quite quickly from one player, then into the other. And we'll see how Hero Marine will approach this overall. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Now, Hero Marine, every TVZ so far that we've casted tonight, he has gone for mech. Do we deviate? Do we finally play some Bio? Do we whip out the man with gun? Or do we not? Do we embrace the mech gods once again? Oh no. We shall see. We're here for it. We shall see. For the time being, though, we are just getting into our openers. Hatch Gas Pool here from Lambo. Rax Expand out of Hero Marine. Everything is looking normal, and we're loading into Golden Aura. Golden Aura, of course, having a short rush distance by ground. What that means is that if a fight goes one way or the other, does snowball very quickly out of control. You can counterattack, sorry, so damn fast on Golden Aura. But what I will say is that your 3-base setup is very well fortified. You have a very solid 3-base setup here on Golden Aura. The 4th base is a little bit more exposed, but even then, you have some points of elevation you can wall up. If we did play mech, could work well. Could work well here. 'Tis possible. But we'll see if that is going to be the case. As the first Reaper does make it across the map, going to be dancing with those Lings. Going to be dancing with those Lings here. Ooh, trying to force them back. Chips away at some of those Lings. Doesn't quite get any damage done yet. Testing the waters. Goes for the drone. But is forced back. Overall, good defense here by Lambo. Behind this 3rd CC before... Oh my god. 3rd CC is on the way. Even before the natural is done. We're getting into something more economic here this time. Oh my god. Again, for those that are curious, if you do recall, Hero Marine did open up 1-1-1 last game. Oh, I say that. He opened up 2-port Banshee last game, and he did achieve quite a lot of damage with it. But this time we have a stark contrast of something far more economic instead. Much faster 3rd. Lings, they do get across the map. They do threaten the mineral line. Good stutter stepping here with that Marine. But that is quite a little lost mine time. We haven't killed any Marines yet. One goes down. Sorry, I meant to say we haven't killed any SCVs yet. But we have delayed mining by quite a bit. We also get a free scout of the main base. We confirm the timing of the 3rd CC. We confirm the timing of the starport. And we also get eyes on the tech lab on the racks. So Lambo is fully aware of the faster 3rd CC. He's fully aware of the Banshee follow-up. Lambo, he sees all. And he can prepare back at home accordingly. There's that island swap. Despite being scouted, Hero Marine, he doesn't deviate. He is committing here to Banshees. Cloak is on the way. And Hero Marine is moving out. This time he's making extra Hellions. Remember last time we cut at 4. Well, Hellions are on the way. We go for the dive. Oh my god! I'm not too fond of this, but he goes straight for the mineral line, and boys are being pulled. He gets 4 drones. But 4 workers for 4 Hellions, not worth it here. A 1-to-1 trade. Aye, aye, aye. Hero Marine, he loses map control, and we have confirmation. Hero Marine, he's sticking to his guns, or should I say he's sticking to his tanks, is once again playing mech. Shouldn't be a surprise. Every game so far in this tournament, it's just been mech, Papi. It's been mech. Aye, aye, aye. Third factory on the way. Now, to be fair, remember last game it was mass Banshee into mech. This time it's going to be only a single starport and only a single Banshee being produced at a time into multiple factories. Now, on the one hand, I would say that we had a rough start for Hero Marine, losing so many Hellions so early on, but he's got more on the way. Because he's playing mech, he can be a little bit more careless with his Hellions. A little bit. As he's moving out with another 4. We have Hurricane Thrusters on the way. We have, of course, Hyperflight Rotors, so we're committing to Banshee into Hellion Cyclone. We are committing. Meanwhile, Lambo back at home going for a safe opener. The lair is already done. Bailey is about to finish up 1-1 upgrades as well. We should be rushing into Bailing speed. Very safe play out of Lambo. But can he keep up with the aggression of Hero Marine? That is the question. Can he keep up? Oh my god, very fast Hydrogen out of Lambo. Risky move. We'll see if it pays off. Banshees, they do arrive here at the at the 4th. They do reveal themselves. They back up. Hero Marine pulling back with his Hellions as well. Does retreat. Does retreat as we're just building on more Cyclones, building on more Hellions. I believe we have confirmation, now we do, of the army composition. We're fully aware of the mech. Now, Lingbane Hydra can work against this kind of composition. We just have to be very careful with how hard we commit in certain aspects. We can see here that the Hydrogen is done. But we haven't made any Hydras yet. Again, we need to focus on Lingbane for now. The army has arrived. Focusing on clearing up some creep. Remember, Lambo trying to set up a surround if at all possible. Trying to bait the army in. Force the army further onto creep. At the same time, Banshees, they do rock up at the 5th base. And Lambo, he's going for the engage, but we do see Hero Marine being so careful. Does pull back. Good trades against the Lings. Lambert collapsing on this position. He does commit, gets us around on some of those Hellions. And he will clean this up. There is no escape. There is no way out. And every single Cyclone does fall. At the same time, was that a kill? That was a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Big pick off there by Hero Marine. He does lose his army, but he kills a hatchery. That helps. Doesn't make up for it. I do think that Hero Marine comes out worse for wear after losing all those Cyclones. But at least he did deny a base. As I say that, Lambo, how do we catch up? How do we make up for a dead hatchery? We double expand. Double expansion. And this is interesting. Okay, we have double armory for 1-1 upgrades. It is still mech. It is still mech. But we are transitioning very quickly into Ghost. Ghost Academy is done. We have 3 Raxes on the way. This is not for bio. This is for Ghost production. Very interesting. Now, because we're rushing into Ghosts, we don't have any map control. We have Banshees, but that's it. You can see here we're going into mass tank production. I hate to see it, but this is basically, we're turtling. We're turtling up very hard. After we lost the initial Cyclone Hellion composition, we're not rebuilding those Cyclones. We're going mass tank, mass Ghost. Turrets are being thrown down. Our 4-base setup is very much so secure. 5th base is on the way. This 5th is very exposed. If we can somehow get this up and running, if Lambo doesn't scout, if he doesn't deny this, this is going to be a huge win for Hero Marine. Very quickly expanding. Very quickly trying to gain ground here and gain territory, essentially. Rushing into this 5th. Now Lambo is going for the gold. Is saturating soon. So we'll get it up and running. Does go back to mining. But again, this planetary, this 5th, it shouldn't get up and running here. It should not get up freely. But Lambo has no idea. He has no idea it's being taken. He doesn't have vision, doesn't see the southern 5th or the northern one. Aliens take control of the Zalnaga. Ghosts are on the way. More tanks. More CCs. I love that we haven't thrown down a sensor tower here. The sensor tower screams and just screams out that we've taken this base. Instead, we just have control of the Zalnaga, which is good enough. We have the Zalnaga. Lambo, he's maxed out. So is here Marine. Rushing into more ghosts. Oh, the tank line is brutal. Oh my god. We shell away at the army. We shell away at the Lingbane. There's no touching this. And Lambo, he is transitioning. He's working towards Hive Tech, Spire, Greater Spire, Broodlords. That's the direction he's going in. Does take those Zalnagas. He's rotating around. Still hasn't scouted the 5th. It's too late. At this point, it's too little too late. We have so many CCs, tanks, turrets. Here, Marine, he has secured this position. And Lambo, he had no idea. No idea. So here, Marine actually has a better economy. He actually has a better economy than Lambo. The greed has paid off. Again, he was so nonchalant and expanding and taking this base, and he's getting away with it. Lambo's taking top right, that is true. He's soloing up the map, but his army is lacking. He's stuck on Lingbane Hydra. Yeah, now we confirm Lambo, he does get eyes on all the CCs. Is now aware. Is aware, as we do have our 5 Banshees moving out here towards the right hand side, and we do get on top of the hatchery. That's going to be a kill, no cancel. A bit of a greedy move out of Lambo, allowing that base to finish. We do get a kill at the same time. Lambo denying that southern base as well. Getting on top of that CC, trying to at least, but here Marine is getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it. Banelings, they roll in. Hydra's going ham, but the CC is being taken. It is being taken as here Marine is just taking more of these expansions, more of these bases. Lambo does, I believe, have his Hive. His Hive is up and running, his Spire's up and running as well. He does collapse on these tanks. Who does catch them out of here, Marine? He is spread thin. Yeah, he is spread quite thin here. Tanks are falling, big pickoffs. And can we get the CC? It's close. The CC is burning. We shut down the Banshees, but we do not get on top of the base. The base will survive just barely. So we do float back over towards that 4th. And we should barely get the repairs going. Meanwhile, we're working towards Thor's. Thor production has commenced. Liberators as well. We're just refining our army, getting ready for anything, getting ready for Broodlords. Speaking of, looking at the units tab, we do have the Greater Spire. Only 1 Spire, though. We're just now working on upgrades, but the upgrades are lacking. A Broodlord switch would be less than ideal. Meanwhile, Lambo, he rotates over towards the north instead. He is looking to deny some of these bases. We'll see if he can. What do we have here to defend? We only have a couple of tanks. The maneuverable army, the Ghosts, the Hellions, the Cyclones, they're not here. Yeah, we are pushing in. Blinding Clouds, they cover some of the tanks. And the Banelings, they crash into the planetary again. Here, Marine, he's not where he needs to be. He's out of position. CCs are falling. Planetaries as well. The base will remain, though. The base does stand strong, but these Thors... Again, so late to react, so late to rotate over. Lambo, not too bad. He kills 19 workers and he killed, what was that, like 4 bases? It doesn't show the buildings killed. But there was like 2 planetaries and an orbital did go down. At the same time, Hero Marine is still getting another base up and running. But Lambo is remaxing. He's remaxing. He has a massive bank to work with. He can collapse on this position again for a second time. And throughout all of this, he's slowly working on those upgrades for his Broodlords. He's getting ready for an eventual Broodlord switch. We'll see if he can. Going to be able to pick up a couple of drones at the goal base. Once again, we collapse on this position. 2 tanks are exposed. We have a couple of Thors as well. Again, Hero Marine, not where he needs to be. Doesn't see the main army. And this time we get a kill on the planetary itself. 15 SCVs fall. The Ghost as well. Now we see Hero Marine rotating over, but it's too little too late. The base has fallen. And this is all that Lambo needs to do. Again, just abuse these fringe bases. Catching Hero Marine out of position time and time again. We're going to be replacing this base as an orbital, not a planetary. It's that much weaker as a result. And Hero Marine, he is counterattacking. Oh, the neural EMP. The Lean Bane collapses on this. We have a couple of Thors, and we're going to be able to hold on. Hero Marine is breaking through. Oh, that was not a good fight for Lambo. That was not a good fight. This base will fall. Lambo, he needs time to remax. He does need time to rebuild. The hatchery does end up crumbling. You see here, Lambo just trying to rotate over towards the left, still producing Lean Bane Hydra. Working on +2. Well, we're getting there. We are getting there. Jesus, how many Liberators do we have? 9! Soon to be 11. 12 even. 12 lives. 12 Liberators, only 4 Ghosts. 14 tanks. Oh, we have maybe too much in tanks here. That's a lot of tanks. But the problem is that, again, the tanks are spread thin. Yeah, spread thin between the bases. Speaking of, we hit the southern base instead. We catch a fresh mining base. The planetary is going to fall. There's no saving it. 10 SCVs and counting. 15 SCVs go down, and we can even get on top of the tanks. Some of them at least. As Lambo pulls back. Again, just shutting down base after base. Hero Marine, he's down to 35 SCVs. Usually this would be okay because we would have an abundance of orbitals, but we have been losing orbitals. We've been losing orbitals. We have a limited amount of mules. Hero Marine, his minerals is in shambles. His mineral income, he has less than 100 minerals. Look at the resources. Oh my god. Was at one point in the red, but now deep in the blue here in favor of Lambo. He is in control. And Hero Marine, he's barely affording himself. He can barely max out. Not even. He's struggling to max out. They'll go base happily mining up. For the most part, there is a Liberator here, is what I will say. There are Liberators denying mining, but Corruptors have arrived. Making 5 tanks at a time. And we have a bunch of tanks stuck in the main. Uh-oh. No! 3 tanks and a Thor. We're stuck in it. We can't escape. We can't get out. Help us, Step Bro. No. This is quite significant, actually. It's a lot of supply. A lot of supply stuck in the main base. Not like this. Hopefully, we recognize what's happening in time. As Lambo, he ignores top right. He goes straight for a big counterattack instead. Goes for the natural. At least we have some supply in the main to defend Copium. As Lambo pulls back, he doesn't commit. Top right is going to go down. And he can actually start mining from bottom left again. Can do so. Can pull that off. Lambo massing his army. Catches out the tanks. So we're left exposed. 2, 3, 4 tanks going to be going down for free. And we go straight for the orbital as well. There are barely any minerals to begin with. Barely any mining, sorry, to begin with. We yoink in the Metavax. We focus them down. And can we get the CC? Oh, it's gonna be close. We barely do. We get a kill on the orbital. Powerbomb on the Liberators. Oh, the missed rally. Oh, some expensive losses here for Lambo. Does throw away a couple. No, all three infestors. All three infestors are thrown away. One Broodlord has arrived. But that is going to trigger a counterattack. That does trigger a massive counterattack here. Here, Marine, he still doesn't know the supply is still stuck in the main. We collapse on the tanks. The Lings, they go ham. They clean up most of the tanks on the ground. Every tank on the ground. But the Liberator stands strong. Here, Marine, he can still pull this off, by the way. Imagine this army. Oh, imagine this army with, what is this, 5 extra tanks and a Thor. I think Here Marine would win. I mean, he could just keep pushing and not stop. If only. No, he's still not aware of the dead supply. We collapse on this position. We surround these Thors. They're going to be going down as well. Do you have reinforcements on the way? Here Marine is breaking through. Again, you can see how close this is. You can see how Here Marine is so close to breaking the defenses of Lambo. If only. If only, Pop. We get into the middle line. Drones are going down. 20 workers fall. The economy is being crippled here. So much economic damage being done. No detection. Broodlord goes down. We get a fungal. Lambo is barely holding on. Barely surviving. Hellions, they're roasting up under the middle line. They're going for another base. They do get in. Scanning bottom left, no mining whatsoever. Lambo, he's struggling right now. And we still have not let these guys free. They're going to be joined by another tank. It's happening. Oh, no. Not like this. As Lambo, he has top right. He cleans up the Hellions, goes back to mining, throwing down spine crawlers. Here, Marine reinforcing, looking at the army. He lost his ghosts. He hasn't rebuilt them. No ghost left. Oh, Kiana here, the XD. Oh, he lets him free. They are free. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. As Here, Marine, he does unleash his hidden power. Tanks are pushing out. Oh my god. We do head towards the bases here of Lambo. Now with the death bull of an army. And he wins, right? Like, now that he has his army, now that he has unleashed his hidden potential. Lambo, he's up against the wall. He's hurting. Hellions, they head into the mineral line. They head for the drones. Workers are going to be going down. And I don't think Here Marine can be stopped. We have some infestors, that's true. We yoink in the Thor. It's mainly a Hydra-based army. Mainly Hydras against so many tanks. Oh my god. 18 tanks. From Here Marine. Scans top right, no mining. Bottom left, barely any mining thanks to that one Liberator. Oh, but we have the Thors. Where's the anti-air? No shot. Where is the anti-air? Where are the Thors? They're not here. We're making 3 Thors at a time. Lambo coming out with his Broodlords. Could do with an economy. That's the thing, though. He's struggling here with mining. Barely has any money going. He has bases, but he just cannot mine freely from them. He needs to. There we go. We are rotating over. Transferring drones. God, that's just a massive amount of tanks. We're trying to buy time. Big fungal here on the Libs. Oh, big volley, though, on the Hydras. Yeah, the Liberators, they're trying to pull this off here against the air army, against the Broodlords. But we are breaking on through. The Hydras, they melt. Oh my god, so many Hydras go down to the Libs. Every Hydra goes down. And that means that this Broodlord army, it's going to be shut down. The Vikings, they're going ham. We neural. We neural the Vikings. Trading as best we can. Liberation zones are thrown down. Do we have a neural left? We don't. We do not have a neural. Hero Marine holds, and Hero Marine, he is running away with this. He has done it. Fun fact, what do we have left? 4 tanks, a couple of Thors. This is basically the army that was stuck. This is the army that was stuck here in the main for the entire game. And they're the MVPs. They are what is left over. And not the same units, but in my mind, make it be the same units. It's fine. It's better for the storyline. Ugh. Hero Marine is long distance mining. He's also running out of money. He's running out of resources. Hero Marine pushing out. As he does waddle on forward here towards these bases. The boys are being pulled in a move of desperation here. Lambo trying to hold on. He fought so hard here. And he barely will clean up some of the... Oh, he does get the tanks? No shot. Oh, the Hellions are coming in. The tanks are barely going down, but it's costing every single worker of Lambo everything he has left. Hydras, they trickle into the army, but Hero Marine, he has far too much here. He has finally done it. We are forcing the ace match. We're forcing a game 3. As the Lings, they take down the tank. Oh my god. It's been a close game here. Been very close. Lambo never able to mine too freely. Hero Marine stuck with supply, just trapped in his main for so long. But finally he has done it. He has done it. Here we go for the neural. Not the best neural. He does kill a Hellion, but... Oh. Does kill a Hellion, but GG gets called, and Hero Marine will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. GG, well played. We're going the distance here. We're going all the way to game number 3. Lambo at times, things looking good for him. Likewise, things swung in favor of Hero Marine. Once he realized he had some free supply in his main, he let it free. He snowballed out of control. The Broodlords almost ended the game for Lambo, but because of his lapse of economy, because of his struggling economy, he just couldn't rebuild, couldn't remax, could not support himself. GG. GG, well played. Let's go. And here we go. We're getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on site Delta. Here we go. And it all ends here. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of site Delta, we have our Blue Zerg player. The Blue Zerg from the land of Germany, representing Shopify Rebellion. Oh, looking so good in that last game, but unable to really close it out. We'll see if he can bring it back here in the ace match. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Terran player, also from the land of Germany, representing Team Mouse. Clawing his way back into that last game, pulling it off, forcing the ace match. Can he go the distance? It is Hero Marine. Ooh, mixing it up, and for the first time, potentially playing Bio for the first time in the entire tournament. He's been doing nothing but mech every single game, but this looks like a 2x Reaper opener. Let's go. Let us go. Yeah, second Rex is on the way. Reapers are upon us. It took us until the ace match here, and finally we can see some Bio, Papi. We can see it. Let's go. Here we go. Again, the Rexes are in production. There are 3 Rex variations, that is true. Oh, I'm catching up. Just catching up. I missed the mech game, but you missed a lot of mech. There's been nothing but mech tonight. Nothing but mech. Aye. But at least we get to see some buy for the first time. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it here. I love the variety that we see from Hero Marine. As we are moving out across the map, we do see Lambo, of course, getting to his hatch gas pool standard opener. As the first Reaper has arrived, Lambo, of course, with his Overlord Scout, he is fully aware. He's aware of the Reaper production. He's aware of what's coming across the map. And so far, we don't quite get much damage done. For those who are curious, of course, this opener is designed to delay the third base, to contain the Zerg player to 2 bases for as long as possible. And so far, we do disrupt the economy. We disrupt some of the mining. Ooh, a very greedy follow-up. That's going to be a third CC before factory. Oh my god. So it's going to be 2-Rax Reaper straight into a third CC. Very greedy build here out of Hero Marine. Fun fact, if Lambo had responded with a Bane Bust, if he stayed in gas, threw down a Baneling Nest, then Hero Marine would be dead. Hero Marine would have nothing to defend. But of course, Lambo, or even a Roach Warren, like a Roach Rush. Like the factory is so delayed, the starport is so delayed. We have gone up to 4 Reapers though. Hero Marine forcing back Lambo. And Lambo, he's rushing into, oh my god, a very fast lair. I'm curious. Okay, he doesn't see too much. Lambo, he's responding with an all-in. Yep, very fast lair. This looks like Nidus. This looks like a Nidus rush. We'll see if that's the case. Lambo taking 3 gases. I spoke about it earlier. I spoke about how if he was setting up for a Bane Bust or a Roach Rush, I think he can win. I do think he can punish Hero Marine because Hero Marine, he has been so insanely greedy here. Because of how late this factory is, it's a late add-on swap, late Hellions, late Cyclones, late Tank, late Banshee production even. Hero Marine is vulnerable. And Lambo, he does see the add-on swap. He does get eyes on the would-be Hellions. Now, because it's an add-on swap as well, that means we have even less Marines to work with. It means the stim push is going to be delayed, or it's not going to be as strong. Oh, double Cyclone production. Interesting. Okay. Now, with this lair, we're going into Roach speed. We're not going for a Nidus Worm. But we are amassing Roaches. Roaches are on the way. The Cyclones complicate things, is what I will say. These Cyclones, they will be disrupting this push, and... Do we have link speed? No. Ooh, oh my god, we skipped link speed. Okay. That means it's going to be difficult to reinforce, but Lambo is making 5 Overlords. All in, 100%. There's no other reason to make 5 Overlords at this stage. We are amassing Roaches. Now, because we don't have link speed, we don't have links to reinforce, this is also why I'm concerned. If we had links to reinforce, then we could surround and shut down these Cyclones. That could happen. But without link speed, it's going to be a little bit difficult to really close the distance. Cyclone is revealed. Lambo, he cut workers at 42. He hasn't made a worker in quite some time. Roaches are revealed. A big moment there for Hero Marine. And here we go. We're committing to the push. And the Cyclones, yeah, they can have their way with this. They do get a couple of Locons going. Bunkers are on the way. We realize what's going on. We now have eyes on the all-in. Roach speed does kick in. Good movement here out of Lambo. Does take down one of the Cyclones. There's one left. One Cyclone does remain. Again, really good micro out of Lambo. He does pull back the weakened Roaches. Bunkers are just now finishing. They're still on the way. We need a little bit more time, as the bunkers are finishing up just barely. Yeah, we do load them up with the Marines, with those Reapers. Lambo still has an overwhelming army. Piles down the starports. It's gonna fall. The repairs are not good enough. The medevacs do come out in time. Really clutch, actually. Oh my god. Medevacs, they do arrive. But we focus down the first bunker. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. We do have to kite back. We do need to kite back here, as so many workers are falling. We can focus on the final Cyclone. Bit of a lapse in control there. No juggling. Hero Marine, he loses 19 SCVs, but he comes out with a tank. The tank does arrive. And we're holding. Hero Marine, he's barely holding on here. Yeah, with the help of this tank, we're droning. We're droning up back at home. Lambo, he doesn't believe. He is transitioning away from this. Oh, Overlord goes down. Yeah, the tank means everything here. Now, if the factory was left on the low ground, then I do think we win. But Huramarine, he actually sent the factory into the main base. It was safe, it was sound. And Huramarine is suddenly in a better position. On the one hand, yes, Lambo is up in drones. That is true. He's up in drones. He has a third base. This is all true. But the upgrades are so behind. Double Evo Chamber just now on the way. We have an Infestation Pit for Hive Tech. Huramarine has 1-1, soon to be 2-2, and he has a third base as well. Huramarine can outscale Lambo if given time, and he's going for a Doom Drop. Doom Drop across the map. He's got 2 tanks, abundance of Marines. Can Lambo hold? Can he survive? We do have to survive here. A couple of workers going to be going down. The tank positioning is brutal. We are building up another wave of Ravagers. So far, we preserved the drones. Drones are alive. So we push on forward, and we do collapse on this army, but hot pickup out of Huramarine. He keeps everything alive. Does save his units. Does preserve them. Again, we're rushing into the Hive before anything. Hive before speed, before 1-1. Love to see it. It's on the way. Again, this is still a very, very tense game. You can see that, remember, a moment ago, Huramarine was down like 20 workers, and you can see how quickly he caught up. Again, because of his advantage, because of his third CC, like, he is very quickly closing the gap here and taking an economic lead. 2-2 starting up. Vehicle weapons, second factory, tank production, bio as well. Again, in only a matter of time, Huramarine will take a supply lead. Lambo has to be ready for us. Now, with this fast Hive, what can we do with this? We still have access to Infestors. We already have access to that. We can get into Viper production, that's true. Adrenal, which will help. I feel like we may have to rely on Vipers. There we go, the Bio Army has arrived. We're pushing in. Lambo in position. Does force this back. Ooh, I was not thinking of this. Okay, so it's not Adrenal, it is Vipers. Adrenal's gonna be delayed. We actually prioritize Ultras. Bold move here. I kind of like it. So, Ultras, they thrive on creep. They thrive defensively. These like big engagements on creep, Ultras can trade very well if your opponent's pushing into you. Pushing into entrenched siege lines is difficult with Ultras, but defensively I do appreciate them, and it makes sense, especially if he believes that Huramarine is going to be in his face. Meanwhile, Huramarine should be working on a 4th. There we go, 4th CC is on the way. Tank production well underway as well. Getting into bio. As Huramarine is rotating around. Is going to be rotating around here. Looking for a way in. So far, Lambo not quite catching the army. Does catch a Cyclone. Marine even. Wait, what? There we go, Cyclone. Marine pushing towards the left-hand side. Lambo getting ready for a surround. He's coming in with the Vipers. There we go, massive blinding clouds here on the tanks. Covering almost every single tank. We will shut them down. Solid engagement here from Lambo as he collapses on the army as well. A beautiful fight. The most ideal fight here for Lambo. And Huramarine, he does save his Marines. But what else? What else is there? We have 2 tanks here behind this. Vipers are out of energy. And the tanks will hold the line. Lambo has to retreat. And we have those Ultras in production. Ultras kind of splitting. Adrenal, we're getting into 2-2. And Lambo, he has been able to drone up to 76. Huramarine, he still needs that 4th, and there it is. It is now on the way. Live VIP, the secret winner of the map. True, true. I just didn't want mech again. I didn't want it, Bob. I didn't want it. But here Marine is establishing his fourth, getting it up and running, and he is maxing out. This will allow here Marine to max out Lambert, getting ready for a Baneling run by. Ling Bane towards the left, main army towards the right. Gets eyes on the lack of base here. And it could push between the bases. Could push in, and he's going for it. It collapses on the army. Blinding clouds on top of the tanks. Banelings, they crash into tanks as well, not ideal, but we do connect with the Marines. The kiting is not bad, but there's just too much on the ground. Here, Marine, his army crumbles. GG gets called, and Lambo snowballs out of control. Does take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Lambo, he does it. He redeems himself after struggling in game number 2, after it's slipping away from him and in favor of here Marine. He does make up for it here in game 3. Started things off with an all-in, with a Roach Ravager based all-in, which did do damage but didn't do enough. We saw that here Marine was able to defend, was able to recover, able to get up on 3 bases, but the Hive Rush. The fact that Lambert rushed into Hive Tech, rushed into those Vipers, he was able to take an amazing fight. He cleaned up, what was that, like 6 tanks? I think he killed 6 tanks out on the map. It was insane. He took the best fight he could have hoped for. And with that, he recovered, he gained map control, he got into Ultras, and eventually he snowballed out of control. He did not allow here Marine to get back into that game. Did not allow it. GG. And with that, congratulations, Lambo advances on to the grand finals, where MaxPax has been waiting for like an hour. MaxPax has been patiently waiting for quite some time for his next opponent, and it is going to be Lambo versus MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the run of these players. They're both amazing in their own right. Lambert has been struggling. Lambert, he stumbled against Nicorette. He stumbled against Eba. He has not gotten here without effort, but he's gotten here nonetheless. A really solid run from Lambert to make it all the way to the finals. Can he go the distance, though? Because MaxPax is a terrifying opponent, and MaxPax is still going to be coming in as the favorite player. Doesn't matter if it was Hero Marine or Lambo, MaxPax would still be the favorite. Can he be stopped? Can it be shut down? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. We're going to be going on a short break. Very short break while our players conduct their vetoes. And we'll be back with the best of 5 grand finals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe 213. Oh my god, it's been a long broadcast. Already 5 hours in, looking to go all the way to 6. And we're here for the finals of the best of 5. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Radisson Station, we have our Danish Protoss player, the best Protoss in all of Denmark. Denmark? I mean, true. But in all of Europe, representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. Oh, he's been working his way through. He's been fighting his way through the bracket, and he has made it. It is Lambo. Here we go, and I'm shocked to see that Radisson Station has been chosen. We have found ourselves in a very interesting map here, the most viewed map in the map pool for the first time all week. We're going to be casting on it, and the question becomes, what do our players have in store for us? So far, Hatchcat's pool, standard opener out of Lambo. Very often we see players rush into Greed. We have seen Lambo play on this map before. If you remember, it was a couple of months ago, we casted Lambo versus MaxPax, actually. It's a rematch. We casted them in WTL, in World Team League, and Lambo, he had a Nidus Swarm Host based all-in or based playstyle here on Radisson Station. Lambo, he actually took the gold. He took the gold, and with the Nidus, he was actually just sending Locust Wave after Locust Wave here towards the bases of MaxPax, and MaxPax somehow survived. He held on to his third, held on to his natural, got a fourth up and running, got into Sky Toss, and MaxPax, he shut down the gold, he shut down the Nidus with Tempest, and MaxPax turned it on its head and took the win over Lambo. It was a really creative build. It was a really cool build from Lambo, where he was, again, going for a Stormhost Nidus and trying to kill MaxPax very quickly. He went all in, even took the golds, but didn't work out in the end, didn't quite come to fruition, and MaxPax, he did MaxPax things. He survived, as he always does. So I'm getting deja vu, but I'm sure we have a different specialized build here from Lambo. My eyes are on our Zerg player to see what he does. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for a gate expand into Cybercore into a Stargate. Gonna be a Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Behind this, Lings are amassing for Lambo. Actually, an abundance of Lings, and we're rushing into a fast lair. A very fast lair. Sub 3-minute lair timing from Lambo. I'm feeling Nidus. This could be a Ling Queen Nidus all-in. This could be Dropper Lords. This Overlord here, we could morph it into a Dropper Lord and drop units into the pocket base. That's also possible. That's also viable. We'll see how many gases are taken. Typically, a second gas is taken for a Nidus Worm. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Stargate opener. It is not going to be Oracle, it's going to be Void Ray. Void Ray first. That's really good. Honestly, with a Void Ray opener, we can shut down the Overlords. We can shut down, hunt down these Overlords, deny any vision for a Nidus or Drop a Lord play. Lair is about to finish. Lings and Queens are amassing. It feels like a Nidus Worm. It looks like a Nidus Worm. But again, we'll see. Again, we still are only on one gas. I don't know if we have enough resources for it. The Overlord getting further into the natural base. There it is. Nidus is on the way. But this Void Ray is going across the map. Never mind. I assumed that the Void Ray would be hunting down Overlords nearby. I assumed that we'd be hunting down this Overlord specifically. But we're going across the map. We catch out some of these Lings. And Lambo is going for a hidden Nidus into the main base of MaxPax. And MaxPax has no idea. He's working on a third. He's working on a third base. What does MaxPax have as an army? He has 2 Adepts, 1 Void Ray, and 1 Oracle. That is his army. And Lambo, he's coming in. He's going to be catching MaxPax off guard, out of position. Lings, they get us around. They shut down 1 Adept. Nidus is on the way. Not in the main, but at the third. Shield batteries are being thrown down. MaxPax, he now realizes what's going on. He does confirm the lack of third base. Void Rays in the main. We shut down the Nidus. One of them, but the other does get up. This third base is going to be denied, but we need more than just a third. We need to keep on pushing. We need to keep on pushing towards the natural. Void Ray shutting down the Overlord. Queens are waddling in towards that natural as well. Shield batteries are finishing. Uh-oh. Shield batteries are finishing. We have oracles in position as well. Void Ray from behind, and are we going to turn around? No, we can't turn around. We can't. No, there's no shot. We cannot turn around from here. Second Nidus on the way to reinforce on the front lines. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. The oracles are going ham. The oracles, they're shutting down these Lings, and the base is going to be full. Sorry, the Nidus is going to be falling. And MaxPax is holding. He's holding. He's just completely shutting this down. Again, Lambo is completely all in, and it's not going well for him. Does get a couple of workers. Shield batteries are out of energy. That is true. Void Rays, they focus on what they can. Really particular micro here out of MaxPax, pulling back those Void Rays. Forcing out a transfuse. And again, MaxPax, he's trading so damn well. Look at the trades. He's lost one adept. One adept has fallen. We popped the overcharge as well. We clean this up. One adept for 60 Lings. That's how efficient MaxPax has been. GG gets called. He loses one army unit, and MaxPax takes a 1-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there from MaxPax. Does take game number 1. A very nice defense. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. We're getting ready here for the second game, and that was a rough moment for Lambo. Again, I kind of wish that the first Nidus was in the main, not in the third. We were talking about it at the time, but really the third base was working for MaxPax. Sure, it went down, but it was buying so much time. It was buying so much time for our Danish Protoss. And he was able to shut down his opponent. Was able to hold, was able to survive. And does take it in the end. Was able to survive as he does best. And now we're getting into game 2 on Alcyone. Lambo, for those that are aware, for those that are curious, he does have a flight soon. Apparently, he does have a flight at 6 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. So, oh boy. We may see some more aggression. We may see some more all-ins. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Germany representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss. From the land of Denmark representing Psystorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. We go. MaxPax versus Lambo. Again, I do approve of the all-in overall from Lambo. I mean, things were going well. Remember, the Nidus wasn't scouted. The first Nidus did get up and running, but killing the third didn't matter. That's the reality. The reality is that the third base did not matter at the time. It was about the natural and the main, and Lambo, he didn't really deal any critical damage. MaxPax with a cool, calm, and collected head defended beautifully. And with that, we're getting into game 2. From here, Lambo rushing into more aggression. He will be taking the goal base as his natural. Bold move here out of Lambo. Not the first time we've seen this. Alazer, the Polish Zerg player, he's very fond of this build. Likewise, so is Dark. Dark, though, he takes the gold on this side of the wall, not on the right-hand side, just to be a little bit faster, just to be more aggressive, and a little bit more defendable as well. So we have seen this quite often, and we'll see how MaxPax does respond. We'll see how he does react. But now, going for his gate expand standard opener from our Protoss player. Likewise, Lambo so far has been unscouted, I believe. Yeah, MaxPax, he hasn't checked. He hasn't seen the gold. Not aware of what's been going on. Not yet, but I'm sure he will be checking momentarily. He does confirm the lack of expansion, and the probe is making its way back home, actually. We don't check the gold. We may be assuming. We may just be assuming that it has been taken. It's possible that these two have quite a bit of history, and he's just aware that the gold is under control of Lambo. And there we go, we do confirm. Adept comes in, and we get eyes on the base. Lambo fully aware. I mean, MaxPax fully aware. And the goal here is going to be to punish this gold if at all possible. Now, we don't have to punish the gold base specifically. We could try to harass the main instead and force Lambo to split up his units, to split up his defenses, and try and defend both locations at once. We can try and pull apart Lambo, as we do get a drone. Do get a worker. We deny a lot of mining time as well. MaxPax doesn't commit to the shade, and he gets punished for it. We get one, we get two adepts. We get one, I should say. But barely the other. Two adepts do go down. Lambo behind this, working towards his gateway. Building up onto his oracle. And again, the oracle harass is going to be paramount here. Interesting, we're going oracle into Void Ray. This feels like potentially Sky Toss. Before we get ahead of ourselves, the Lings, they do go for a big counterattack. Adept does shade onto the other side of the wall. Good defense here out of MaxPax. Doesn't turn around with the oracle. There is no Sport, but there are two queens. We get one, we get two, we get three drones before pulling back. Now, this Void Ray is going to be hunting down the Overlords. It's going to be denying vision from Lambo, and MaxPax from this point can go into a couple of different directions. He can go into Glaive Adepts or Sky Toss, or a standard game. And do you see what I see? I see a Twilight Council, I see a Gateway Explosion. This should be Glaive Adepts from MaxPax. Should be Glaives from our Red Protoss. Do have 4 Gateways, third base being taken. And we'll see if Lambo can survive, we'll see if he can defend. We'll see if he can make it out. As the Void Ray does fly a little bit too close to the sun, is going to have to back off. Roach Warren in production. Lambo, thankfully with this Roach Warren, it is a little bit early, but it needs to be early here to defend against the Adepts. Glaives is being researched. As we mentioned, this is a very common follow-up to a Void Ray, just because we can hide the tech, of course. So it is going to be 4 Gate Glaives. And the goal is to bounce between the bases, is to deal some critical damage. We get an Overlord. Oracle rotates towards the main, getting even more drones. Oh my god. This one Oracle has 7 worker kills, has 9 drone kills in total. Not too bad. But this needs to get damage done for MaxPax. If this fails to get economic damage, then Lambo will get out of hand. He will get out of control. MaxPax will fall behind, as this is going to be delaying Blink, +1, Saturation at the 3rd, Tech into Immortals. Our hopes and dreams are in these Adepts, as we are shading across the map. Here we go, Adepts moving out. We have DTs behind. Oh my god. We have DTs behind this as well, just doubling down on the aggression. Glaive Adepts alongside Dark Templar. Roaches are amassing. Queens were in the middle of moving out across the map, and the Adepts, they shade into the mineral lines. They shade into the main, they shade into the natural. Drones are somewhat going down. We at least take control of the main. And we clean up all the Lings. Roaches are massing. We are minimizing losses. We catch the Adepts. Very nice catch here from Lambo. He cleans up the Adepts in between the bases. This is not enough damage. We killed 2 workers. That is it. And Lambo is going for an all-in. We have Queens waddling across the map. We have Pneumatized Carapace on the way. This is for Dropper Lords. And there we go. The Overlords are being sent out to spread creep. We are all in. And can we survive this? Can we defend? Again, the lair is done. Detection is available. There are going to be Dark Templar to hold. And you can see here MaxPax is getting ready for the defense. Shield batteries, shield batteries, cannons, stasis traps. Overcharge is available. Blink is delayed because of the Glaives. And the Glaive Adepts, they did not pay off. They did not pay off here, as Lambert, he does push towards the bases, baits out a stasis trap as well, collapses onto the 3rd. And there may just be too much. Again, MaxPax, the numbers are working against him. Overseers on the way. DTs are getting damage done, but there are so many Overseers available. Clutch Transfuse keeps them alive as well. Yeah, we have detection. DTs are not going to be good enough. Not anymore. Whilst they connect with the cannons, they connect with the Archons as well, and it looks like Lambo, he will break the third. At least the third base. Oh, again, the Vials, they connect with the Stalkers. Void Ray goes down as well to the Queens. And we're just running out of energy. We're running out of units. Max Pack's running out of room. And with the death of this third base, we could either drone up behind this or go straight for the natural. Lambo, he has options. He has options right now. Drones did end up falling across the map. That is true. A lot of workers did go down. The Stalker army is amassing. We're getting on top of the Queens. Max Pax, he may lose his third base. But he is gaining value here. Ooh, trying to at least. Tries to pick up the Queens. Wile's going to be connecting. That blink is now done for Max Pax. But it may just be too little too late. The slab court's going to go down. It is exposed. And Lambo, again, he just has far too much here. Forcing his way in. Still not droning, by the way. Still all in. Refusing to saturate his mineral lines. That may hurt him, though. We're running out of lings. Again, Lambert doesn't really have another way out of this. It's all or nothing. As he does get a kill on that gateway. Oracle's going ham across the map. Blink Stalker's doing what they can. So far, it's been an impressive hold here from Max Max. Going for another warp in. Does have the overcharge. No shot. He's getting on top of the Ravagers. No shot. He lost his third base, but it doesn't even matter. He's getting on top of the Ravagers. Very efficient trades here by Max Max. The Stalker army is getting out of control. And Lambo, he's losing steam. He's losing control of this game. And he's losing far too much. And his economy is crippled. He lost far too many workers across the map. GG gets called. Lambo. The all-in fails. Max Pax he holds, and Max Pax he takes a 2-0 lead. No shot. GG. Things were going well. Things were going well for Lambo. He killed the third base, but I guess it's a similar story to game one. Remember, in game one, Max Pax also lost the third. He lost his third base on Radisson Station, but it doesn't matter when your opponent is all in. When your opponent is that committed, you need to do more than kill the third. You need to break the natural. And Max Pax knew that, and he traded so well. He traded so efficiently to the last, getting as much value as he could out of those units. And yeah, he was able to turn it around. I'm pretty shocked. I'm pretty shocked, pretty surprised there. But Max Pax, again, just using his buildings as a resource, using his third base as a resource to buy as much time as possible, to wait for Blink, to wait for +1. Honestly, Max Pax shouldn't have won that game. With a failed Glaive Adept push like that, remember, he killed 2 drones. That's all he got. He got 2 workers with those Adepts. That should have been game. That should have been it. Like Lambo did everything correctly. Lambo, he did everything well. He shut down the Adepts. He went for a counterattack. He went all in. He should have won. Anyone else, and I'm sure they would have fallen, but again, Max Pax is the best Protoss in Europe for a reason, and he somehow survives, and now he's on match point and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead. We have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion down in this series. He has to fight back here and now. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Danish Protoss player, the best Protoss in all of Europe, the red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Max Pax. Oh my god. Here it is, game 3, potentially the final game of the series and the final game of the tournament. It could all end here. I hope it doesn't. I wish the best of luck to Lambo. I hope that we can make a series out of this to fight back and to somehow claw our way back in and force an ace match. That's the ideal, but that was soul crushing. Like things were going so well for Lambert. The stars were aligning. He was getting away with his goal base. He was able to shut down the Adepts. Did lose a lot of drones in the process, but he was breaking the max packs. It was happening until it wasn't. And I hope that Lambo hasn't lost too much motivation there. I hope he still has that fighting spirit. I hope that we can bring this back. Here we go. As Lambo is forced to take the unnatural natural, expanding at a bit of a more awkward position. Going for a hatch gas pull. Meanwhile, Max Packs behind this, going for a gate expand into the Cyber Core. Here we go. It is going to be a standard opener into our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate. Stargate play at Max Packs. I mean, again, Max Packs, he hasn't deviated. We have had some very standard builds out of Max Packs. Of course, he spiced it up last game, but that was only because of the gold. Only because of Lambo's goal base did he go into the Glaive Adepts, which didn't quite work out. But overall, Stargate into Oracle, into a third. It's what we've seen game after game after game. So I'm assuming we're going to see the same. Meanwhile, as we load into Hard Lead, we can talk about the map. Again, this is a very short rush distance by ground. The shortest rush distance map in the entire map pool. If Lambo were to go for a 2-base all-in, this would be the map to do it on. To cut workers at like 50, maybe 55 drones, work towards roaches, a queen walk across the map, very common on Hard Lead. We'll see if we do go for it. Adepts, they shade in between the bases, they pick off a couple of lings. Max Packs just looking for more damage. So far, just keeping tabs here on the economy, on the saturation from Lambo. Pretty important. Yeah, we need to make sure that Lambo is droning. As the Oracle Guitars get across the map, we do have a second Oracle on the way, soon to be a third. A third base and a third Oracle as well. As the Spore is not quite done. Only one Queen in position, 3 drones go down. Very nice pickoffs here from Max Packs. Denying mining here at the third base, even getting a bit of hull damage or a bit of significant damage here on the hatchery. But the Adepts are going to be shut down. Yeah, one Adept will fall and so will the second, just barely. Meanwhile, behind this, Max Packs is getting his third base up and running. His third is exposed, but there's that warping of Adepts, making sure he's safe. Third Oracle's on the way. We go back in. We pick off even more drones. Oh my god! 5 workers go down. We get a 6th even. Roach Warren's on the way. Very early Roach Warren. Big scout here from Max Packs. To throw down a Roach Warren, this was around 4-minute 30, 4-minute 20. Is very suspect, especially against the Stargate opener. There is no reason to throw down a Roach Warren. This looks like an all-in. Looks like an all-in from Lambo. The problem here is that Max Packs knows. Like, he saw the Roach Warren. He knows how early it is, and he's getting ready. He should be getting ready back at home. Yeah, the Queens are waddling across the map. Lings are amassing. Roaches are pushing. Lambo is going for one big all-in. As we mentioned, Hard Lead is very common for this. It is very popular to go all-in. Very trendy. Very mainstream, if you want to put it that way. And Lambo, he's one to go with the mainstream as we're sending everything across the map. Lings, they collapse on the Adepts. But Max Packs, he's trading so well against this. Does confirm the Roaches. And saying that, Roaches are moving out. And what do we have at home to defend? We have 1 shield battery on the way. We recall back home. Turning back around with our army. Queens, they have arrived. No creep, though. No transfuse. And this is a late reaction out of Max Packs. He goes for a Dark Shrine as a reaction here. There is no lair. A Dark Shrine will end the game. But he needs time. And we're breaking in. Yeah, Max Packs is being caught with his pants down. He saturated his third. A little bit too greedy from him. And Lambo, can we finally break through? Can we finally pull off this all-in? Can we break the natural? If we can, that's going to be game. And we depower the gateways. One of them at least. And Roach is focusing down that cyber core. Now remember, this Dark Shrine, with DTs, there's no detection. Zero detection, zero lair, zero way to deal with Dark Templar. We just need to buy time. Massive pile does connect. Boys are being pulled. Lings are going down. We have the overcharge. We do have the overcharge, but it's not going to be good enough. The Stalkers are falling, and it looks like Lambo has finally done it. He breaks on through. He shuts down the natural. Now, all these workers don't matter too much. Max still has another base up and running. He still has full saturation. And DTs are on the way. No shot. Does he defend? He defends! The Dark Templar, they warp in. There's no answer. We can swipe away at the roaches. We kill the Nexus, but that doesn't matter. The Nexus does not matter here. We still have an economic lead. And Lambo, he has to race back home, and he will lose all his queens. He's going to try and push towards the third base, but this may be a mistake. As the DTs, they're going ham. Now, behind this, Lambo is droning. He's going to try and transition out of this. But he's bleeding out a lot of units. And Max is still ahead. Fun fact, he is still ahead in economy, still ahead in workers. So many roaches going down. We do see Lambo avoiding the main army, going for potentially a Ling counterattack, but we have oracles to defend. Got plenty of oracles. Big swipes here on the Lings. Lambo, he's got spores back at home in the main and the natural in the third base as well, so he has detection available. We're going to be getting into a longer game. Lambo is droning and Max is recovering. We still have Dark Templar threatening the bases. Does deny the would-be fourth. Lambo is still building up towards his lair, which means he has no mobile detection. He soon will. He soon will. As another fourth base is denied. Lambo just being perpetually contained to 3 bases. And how many oracles do we have? We have 5 oracles. My god. We can dive on the queens. We get 1. 1 queen goes down. We get into the natural. No queens in position. So go for a bit of a run by, and we do get even more of those drones. 6 workers go down. Max maintaining his economic lead. Does maintain that lead. From here, Lambo, you can see he's taking up into Hydra's. Bold move. It's quite an expensive tech choice. Quite an expensive transition from Lambo. And Lambo, the question becomes, do we drone off from here? Do we try to saturate the fourth, or do we go for an all-in? Would you have a pretty strong timing with +1 range? Yeah, we're going for an all-in. Okay, so it's going to be a secondary all-in from Lambo. He's amassing roaches and hydras alongside lings. His timing is going to be hitting with +1 range. It's going to be +1 range alongside roach speed and hydra range as well. Lambo is getting ready for his push. Meanwhile, Max, does he get a read on this? So far, he hasn't. He does deny the fourth. But the fourth doesn't matter. Ooh, as we are engaging a little bit prematurely here. Force fields are thrown down. We clean up the links, but the hydras are breaking through. Max, yeah, being a little bit greedy here. He does try to take a fourth base. Not going to happen. The Zealot run by does deny mining here at the third. And Lambo, he races back home. But Lambo, he hasn't droned. He hasn't made a worker in quite some time. He's cutting workers at 64. That is 3 base saturation. And Lambo is still amassing nothing but roaches and hydras. Again, fully all in. Lambo, what do we have at home to defend? We have a couple of shield batteries, overcharge. We have a second robo double immortal production on the way. But it's going to take a while. It's going to take some time to get into Colossus and Disruptors. So there's a window. There's a window. Before these robos can really get underway, before the production can get going, Lambo can end the game. And here we go. He is pushing in. So far, he is deflected. Trying to drag MaxPax out of position. Lings are amassing. Zealot run by once again distracting Lambo, forcing him back home. Ay, buying so much time here, and that means the Robos are up. Colossi are on the way. The Colossi will spell the end of this push. MaxPax even getting a 4th base up running. Unnecessary, but it's on the way. He's already up in economy. He's going to get further ahead in economy as well. Lambo, though, he has maxed out. Does take a stasis to the face. Another stasis does get baited. We have 1 stasis remaining here. Does trigger on only a single Roach. We are pushing in. Disruptors are on the way. The first Nova will connect. Big connection. Massive connection on the army. Hydras and Ravagers go down. But we're trying to camp the production. Another Nova. Another Nova goes off. The splits are not there. We depower one of the Robos. But it looks like there's just too much Protoss. We're breaking on through. Too many Novas to the face here. And Lambo, his army is crumbling. Yeah, and MaxPax knows it. GG gets called. We dive on the army, and MaxPax will take the series 3-0. MaxPax becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Europe champion. GG. That's the wrong button. Hold on. GG, well played. MaxPax with his defensive prowess. He survives the non-stop all-ins out of Lambo. Game 1, it was a Nidus, it was a 2-base Nidus all-in. Game number 2, it was a Queen Walk across the map with, of course, a Creep Highway as well. That was on Archeone off of the goal base. And here in Game 3, it was a Ling Queen Roach all-in, a Hatch Tech all-in. And specifically, because it was a Hatch Tech all-in, what do you lack? You lack a lair. What does that mean? No detection. So MaxPax, he knew his win condition was the Dark Shrine. That's why he went Dark Shrine in Game 1. In Game number 1, he didn't see the lair. Sorry, game number 2. I saw someone asking in the chat, like, why did we go for a Dark Shrine? Just like what we saw in Game 3. We assumed that it was going to be a hashtag all-in. MaxPax was not aware of the lair in Game number 2 on Alcyone. And you can see why DTs are so powerful defensively, because if you don't have an Overseer, then you just defend. You just swat away the army, you end the all-in, and you survive. And that's exactly what happened here in Game 3. It's what he tried to pull off in Game 2. I mean, he survived anyway in Game number 2. Did survive anyway. And just a solid defense there from MaxPax, showing why he's the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Protoss players. Very well done. Very solid performance here. GG, well played. My condolences to Lambo, but he did do well making it this far. He had a great series against Hero Marine, against Big Gabe, and may have fallen here against MaxPax, but, you know, he still had a deep run nonetheless. And I look forward to seeing more of Lambo during the week. Again, over the week, we do have IEM. IEM Katowice is a couple of days away, and a lot of players, the best players from around the world, are traveling and heading over to that event to face off against each other to determine who is the best of the best. Be sure to be there, to be a part of that tournament, to be a part of IEM. It's going to be great. It's going to be beautiful. GG. GG, well played. Hope everyone had a great time. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. It was a bit of a long tournament, almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours long. But we made it. We did make it here to the end. And yeah, hope everyone had a great time. Hope everyone will be enjoying IEM as well. Again, IEM, I believe, is 2 days away. We're wrapping up on Monday, and IEM starts on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Thursday is IEM Katowice. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday. 4 days straight of StarCraft action, of IEM coming at you this week. Be sure to be a part of it. Be sure to tune in. I know I will. I know I will. And, yeah, with that, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. I say that a lot of people are streaming Stormgate. I know the Stormgate beta is open, so bear that in mind. Keep an eye out for that Stormgate beta. And we'll see as... Oh, God. So do check it out. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. Unfortunately, I believe the Stormgate beta is actually live during IEM Katowice, so not ideal, but regardless, that is available to you if you so wish. Otherwise, I'm just looking for someone that's not streaming Stormgate, that's streaming StarCraft. We'll find someone. We'll find someone, I'm sure. So yeah, hope you guys have a great weekend. Have a great week and have a great weekend full of StarCraft. Our next broadcast is gonna be in how long? 12, 13, 14 hours. In 14 hours time, we're gonna be live here once again on the CranKy Ducklings with the Club NV X Duckling Showdown. It is going to be upon us. It is going to be right around the corner here in 14 hours. So make sure you're there. Make sure you're a part of it. Basically, our corporation here, we have partnered with Club NV, and we are bringing you some lovely show matches every single week on a weekly basis. And we got you covered tomorrow in 14 hours. So make sure you're there. Make sure you are available. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for our Club NV Showdown. Till then, hasta luego. Thanks for watching, everyone. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. We have a YouTube channel where also all of our VODs are uploaded to YouTube immediately, at least our live stream VODs. And they are eventually cut up and uploaded to YouTube as well. So check out our YouTube channel if you're interested. Check out our Discord as well. A big shout out to both Maestro Slowbro in the chat, papi. Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months. It's been a while. I know you've been busy with your IRL commitments. I know you haven't been as available recently, so thank you so much for the support, Slowbro, for 6 months in a row, half a year of support. And a big shout out to FaZe as well, for subscribing for the first time. Thank you, papi, thank you. We appreciate the support. Hope you've also been enjoying the content. If you are a subscriber, you can join our Discord, and we do give out replay packs. Replay packs are available to our subscribers, and you can also gain some behind-the-scene insights on some things that we do. So check us out over on Discord. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We appreciate the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.